What is up, everybody? It's the final day, the grand finals for CCT Series 3 about to begin. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics. We're going to be giving you this amazing series. Before we get started, Zach, though, as always, brother, how you feeling?
I'm good. There's a new patch just came out. I gotta say, I don't expect too much to change. It was kind of small, but I'm always ready for a new patch Dota. If something wild happens. I think really the main change, the Earthshaker, is not going to be seen as a mid hero anymore, and
Dude,
that's about it.
What was that? It's like everything in this patch is like a slight tweaks, and then they're just like, except Shaker mid. No more of that. You're not allowed to play this hero in any core role. We refuse. That was so weird. I mean, maybe Tectonic Buildup is just now the only option for him, which just feels odd because it's been like this trend of we want to make all these facets viable, and this one was just, we're not making this one viable now.
Yeah, I don't know. That seemed strange to me. It was a very heavy-handed nerf to him, but I'm not an Earthshaker mid player, so maybe they don't think it's that big of a deal. I guess we'll see. But it's a lot of damage because essentially it leveled with Enchant Totem before, level 7, maxed out. Now it's all the way at level 18 because it scales off your ultimate. So pretty big difference. To me, that's kind of what kills it. Maybe they only want support Echo Slams in upcoming tournaments.
I thought, like, if you're gonna go that change, like maybe tweak the numbers a little bit, like make it stronger, right? Like at levels like 2, 3, and 4, so that it's like maybe you hit those spikes and they're more impactful at those moments instead of just being like, I'm level 7 now and Slugger does a ton of damage. Yeah, I could understand that a little bit more. Maybe this was a baby step to getting to there, right? Like rather than like just jumping the gun on this one. But I do like the patch overall. I think it's been kind of confirmed at this point that auras and deathballing is kind of just the go-to meta. And they've gone ahead and nerfed pretty much all of that across the board, as well as Gleipnir, which has been the best item of the patch, it seems. So it's cool.
Yeah, they're pretty small nerfs, so I expect it's not that different, though, I feel like.
Yeah. As we get ready for today, though, we can take a look at what it took for these teams to get here, right? So we had the group stage, the round robin with 10 teams. Moving into the playoff double elimination bracket. And both these teams pretty much, I would say, these were the two teams I expected to make it based on how Avalis has looked lately. And this is without their typical mid laner. Now, I don't know for sure if they're still just trying people out in the mid lane, but recently they had Stormstormer as their mid laner. For this event, they've had Pro. So I think for the most part, the team looks really solid.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's standing in for Stormstormer. I don't know why. The team came together very recently. Maybe already had like vacation planned or something. But yeah, I believe he is a stand-in for this. But he has been looking really good. So hopefully another team looks to pick him up because yeah, they've done great. Like you said, as a stand-in, already made it to guaranteed second place, $10,000. And now these two teams are going to fight it out for first, which is a very nice bump in pay there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, but 30 grand, dude, that's a lot on the line. I think overall, one win, which we're taking a look at here, is probably the favorites based on recent performance, but also their performance in this event. Like, they have kind of just steamrolled a lot of these upper bracket teams. They actually 2-0'd Avalis the other day. Whether or not they can do that again, we'll see. It is a best of 5, so there is more time for adjustment if you are struggling. But Munkushi, Cheer Junior, Cloud, Sweden Strong, and Respect, these guys look really good.
Yeah, I'd say that's fair. They're the favorites. They've got more experience together. I think that goes a long way in Dota nowadays. The more you play as a team at the competitive level, really helps to build up that synergy for key moments in team fights where you get a fraction of a second to choose to go in or not. If I recall, there was one team they were playing where, for example, the Naga combo with a Sand King just like was not quite connecting, right? And it sucks, but that will cost you games. But these guys have been playing together for a very long time now, and they're getting a lot of good experience, and a lot of their plays just look really good.
Absolutely. And it's time we take a look at their opponents, Avalis, which this team also, like we said, kind of rising stars in this region. Now, the thing that's wild is these players, several of them go real far back, right? Seneko, Eki, and Zibe. These guys have a history in the Dota scene, joining them as a couple kind of newer players. Smiling Knight actually has been around for a few years. He played in the DPC in South America for Thunder Awaken years ago and was one of the kind of standout carries at the time, at least in my opinion. As someone who watched the scene, he had amazing performances. He's gone back playing here for this team and looks really good. And of course, like you said, the stand-in this time around, I still don't know how to pronounce his name, but Pro, as I've been saying,
Pro or Rioff will
Rioff or Pro. He has owned, and he definitely has some signature heroes that he is performing extremely well on, and I'm curious like how well he can translate that into a stable roster. Now, whether or not this team will stick with him or if he ends up on another team, we'll find out after the tournament, of course. But yeah, I wish him the best. He's looking really good.
Yeah, I think it's been fun, and I would say like a year ago, One Win really formed and they were looking like the rising stars, and dropping games right as they were getting that experience and improving. I feel like that's where Avalis is right now. They just started and I'm excited to see where it goes. Pretty strong performance already, considering they've only really gotten together, I'd say like about a month ago and started playing. So even if the odds are stacked against them, I do think they've got a good shot here, and if not today, then in the future, I expect this team to keep growing together and looking good.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be fun. This should be a really sick series. We'll take a look at the head-to-head here of the carry players, Minkushi and Smiling Knight. That's a pretty impressive win rate for the both two players over the last 3 months. The fact that you have 155 matches and a 72% win rate, that's pretty impressive.
They're grinding it out, man, and that's very important. Sometimes you just take a little break in Dota, and so just a little bit of your good habits slip away, and it's not easy to see, but it can affect your performance. So good to see these guys just playing tons of Dota, and this is just the professional matches, right? They're playing tons of pubs on top of this.
Oh yeah, can you imagine a pro player only playing 155 matches in 3 months? Come on.
That's like that's week for a Dota 2
status.
player.
Yeah. No, I mean, these guys are owning. I think both these teams, the high win rate shouldn't be that surprising. As we've said, right? They've kind of been stepping up as some of the premier teams in this region. The fact that One Win in recent events not only has like qualified for major stuff, but also placed extremely high at recent events. So yeah, they look great.
Yeah, pretty excited. Based on their last series, I will say One Win looked pretty clean across the board. I don't really have much to complain about them. I think everything's looking pretty good. Avalis, I like their general game plans. I like what they try to do. The last couple times we've seen them play, the draft felt a little off. Like all the heroes individually kind of make sense, but when it all comes together, it just felt not as clean as One Win's drafts. But from game 1 to game 2 in their last series, I felt like that draft improved, and now they played a couple more series or a couple more games in the last series to get back into this grand finals to now take on One Win one more time. So we'll see if their draft has improved again, with the understanding that I guess there was a patch, right? So maybe there's some slight changes, but like we were saying at the start of the show, feels like Earthshaker's the main difference, and that the aura meta is still very much alive. Maybe it's slightly weaker to the point where if you have a different idea, it could compete with the aura meta, but I think you would have very few mistakes allowed. Like you tried to go Night Stalker, who doesn't want to build auras, right? There's a window where he's really strong and maybe you could get a tempo going, but if you slip up in the laning stage, if you slip up on a aggressive fight and suddenly they get all their auras online, then then you're gonna be like, I should have just followed aura meta. And that's kind of where I feel we're at right now.
Now, some of the major changes that we'll be seeing here, well, we'll come back to these picks in a moment, is that the Tinker and Omni are probably not going to be prioritized at all in these drafts. And these were some other heroes. I think Tinker's nerfs were like okay, like reasonable. Omni Knight feel like it might have been an overcorrection. I'm not 100% sure because this hero, yes, it was very good and pretty frustrating to deal with, but he got 3, almost 4 like pretty heavy nerfs. And usually when you get hit that hard, players just kind of write the hero off. They're like, well, he's worse in so many different aspects, like let's not risk picking him anymore. And it's kind of a bummer because I like the idea of him being viable. Whereas, you know, in this case, we have Shadow Demon still first phase pick, looking very strong. Responded to by Sniper Doom. They're blowing through this draft.
Yeah, pretty fast here. Sniper did not get touched, and Doom, I don't believe Doom did either, right?
I don't think so either.
Oh, no. His Devil's Bargain.
Oh, the Devil's Bargain.
5% more buyback death cost. Excuse me. But I don't think it's a huge deal for the hero who just gets Midas Devour anyways, and by the time you're considering buying back in the game, you've amassed quite a fortune from that facet. And the idea is that, you know, you don't really get to that point. You're ahead, you're winning, and you never have to use your buyback, so you don't even care. I think it's a reasonable nerf. I thought they might nerf the amount of gold he can sell back for. Instead of like 90%, it goes to 85 or something like that. But either way, not really touched. And like you said, I think when you see those nerfs, and it's been so recent, maybe you haven't had a chance to go back to it. But I think we might still see Tinker and Omni. They just won't be in the first phase, right? You'll wait till later in the draft, and you see the heroes and you go, okay, this actually is a very good Omni Knight game. This is a very good Tinker game, right? And you'll pick it then, as opposed to these first picks where they need to be very good heroes or set up your draft in some way, and you don't want to be countered too hard, which when you're broken, you know, that's perfect. But if you are now more balanced, you're more middle of the road, then it needs to be a fairly good game for those heroes who could have some hard counters, such as that Shadow Demon who got a nerf, but I don't think it's really enough because his ultimate is still so unique in what it does, and it's so good versus the aura meta that he is now, I feel like he's going to be one of the best supports now that those other ones got nerfed.
I'm trying to think. His nerf was only to the facet, right? Yeah. So the early levels of the facet are worse. It basically scales with disseminate now, as opposed to just literally deleting 20% of a hero's health at all times, which is a pretty big nerf because
crazy.
You go max Shadow Poison on this hero, if I'm not mistaken.
Casters know nothing. Earthshaker is still amazing.
Shaker into an immediate Clockwork morph. I mean, a very good Clockwork and morph game. That is kind of wild. I will be shocked if this is not a support Shaker. Because there's nothing that makes this hero good now as a core. Like, it's a substantial nerf to his damage.
I mean, even before you got Little Slugger as a facet, poor Earthshaker, who sometimes took the other facet anyways before Little Slugger got buffed, right? Mm-hmm. You are still good versus mid heroes that are melee or who don't have a lot of damage to start, because you just have so much natural damage, and then you enchant Totem and you're like, yeah, deny this 300 base swing, you know, like, okay, right? And you would just pick up an early CS lead. So in the right matchups, I could still see Earthshaker being good. Currently, it looks like it could be a sniper mid, and I don't think you're easily killing a sniper mid, but sniper starts with very low damage, and I could see an Earthshaker mid being able to just control the first few minutes of CS, build up a quick lead off of that, get active while sniper just keeps trying to recover. But like you said, could still be a flex, and we see from both drafts there's a little bit of flex here. Could be sniper mid, could be sniper support, morphling carry, morphling support. We have Earthshaker mid or 4 support, Weaver carry, Weaver 4 support. So maybe it will just end up as a 4 support Earthshaker, which seems a little safer. But
it seems rough with Beastmaster lane now, though.
Which one, the Earthshaker or the Weaver?
The Shaker. Like, that doesn't sound like typically like double melee lanes, especially if it ends up being like carry more for the Clockwork 5. I feel like that lane is going to be a disaster. So I would imagine you're either running 5 Shaker or this is going mid lane. So we'll have to see. They don't have last pick on 1 win, but I don't think it's going to be sniper mid. I think Roth is most likely looking for his own hero, which is why they banned the puck, which I like a lot. I think 4th position sniper is still probably the safest and best sniper at the moment. You just pair it with the Doom. It should be perfectly good. If it is a Shadow Demon 5, though, I feel like he's not bad against the Sniper Doom lane, because if they go for him, like say they go Infernal Blade into Shrapnel with like the Scatterblast facet, you can disrupt to dodge the entire Shrapnel burst, which is not bad. Huskar ban, that definitely is a Shaker mid then.
Seems like it, unless there's another melee mid they're thinking of.
I mean, Dragon Knight or okay, Moonkushi Sven most likely. 4th position Weaver.
I think so. Sven as a carry does not care as much as Weaver if you get doomed. Especially if you've already popped God Strength and you're jumping in, then you're just right-clicking at that point anyways. Whereas Weaver needs to constantly use Shikuchi in a team fight to survive, make sure he time-lapses at the right moment. So I think that makes sense. Throw him as the carry, and then Shadow Demon. Well, I guess the supports could swap lanes potentially, based on what you see here. But like you said, Shadow Demon Disruption will be pretty good. Although, in the time it takes to react to the Shrapnel with
you
the
might
scatter
take a
shot
lot
facet,
of damage already.
It's already a good amount of it, but maybe you see him starting an animation, you could preemptively cast it, dodge it out. That's something that might come into play here. And if not, if the lane is a little bit tough, Shadow Demon's a great stacking hero, right? So you can head over to the jungle, stack for the Sven or the Beastmaster.
I think well, I had a point and my brain just died. Hold on. Let me get back to it. Where was I going?
Happens.
Oh, yeah. Sven support definitely got nerfed in the recent patch, is what I was going to say. Is it like Sven generally, as a support, has just been Warcry spam with the barrier, buy some auras, and that's about it. But they nerfed the Warcry duration, correct? So
nerfed it by 2 seconds, and then nerfed Solar Crest, which was his favorite support item to buy first or second, maybe with drums, maybe with shard,
armor, right? So
yeah,
so
the synergy
I like
together was really good. Armor plus the physical barrier makes your barrier better, makes your facet better because you're getting more armor from the Solar Crest. So it was just a really good synergy combo, which I think it's still there, right? Into the right physical damage lineups.
Correct, yeah, it is.
It's still solid, but in this case, it really is looking like a carry Sven. Maybe, I'm not sure, what mid could you pick that suddenly makes you want to change it?
I mean, I think at this point, you're kind of locked in on Shaker mid.
I think so. No, I meant just like the carries, though. Maybe you think it's a better Weaver carry game for some reason. So you want to run position 5 Sven, but into the Doom. Really feel like you want Sven carry. Yeah, I don't think Queen of Pain changes that dynamic at all.
I was gonna say, if they picked a physical damage hero, I can understand something like TA maybe, right? If they were going like heavy in on the physical damage, it would make sense to me as a thing to pick. Like, okay, we'll just move Sven to the support. We have good use of the aura, even though it was nerfed. It is still very strong.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain. We've seen her getting more popular as a mid, and she's relatively good versus these melee heroes like the Earthshaker. I'll also say there's not a bunch of lockdown that you can easily use to get the Queen of Pain because she has Blink, so Sven stun probably never really going to connect. You do have Roar, you do have Earthshaker abilities, but if they all have to go on the Queen of Pain, that means the Morphling, who's also quite mobile, is going to be free. So you don't have a ton of stuns to work with here against these two mobile heroes. That might be a little bit of a problem later on. Might need to see something like Atos from Sweden Strong pretty early, or maybe see some other items like a Hexes come out from these heroes at some point to help them lock down these heroes and actually get the kills.
I like Avalis' draft actually quite a bit more. I think that they have a lot of what they're looking for. Smiling Knight is an incredible Morphling player. I know that much. So they've got a lot of what they want. Also, I'm thinking more about this Doom facet. to be honest, I don't think you ever save buyback on this hero nowadays. I think that's actually what you do. Like with this facet, the buyback is so expensive, especially with how much net worth you're gonna have, that you're almost probably always just preferring to buy your items instead of actually save buyback.
Maybe. I think in the late game, there's still situations you'll want the buyback and you'll just hang on to it. But we'll see. We'll see his take if that comes into play here. Also very curious how Earthshaker mid will do now with these nerfs. I think that's the big question mark for me going into this game. If Earthshaker can still do a good job in the mid lane, then I can see them hitting the timings together. Cloud's Beastmaster is very good. They always enable it. You see them there go wait by the side of his ancient camp to make sure no one's sneaking in to block it. Someone was waiting by the triangle entrance as well. So One Win always does a great job of enabling Cloud, and they're very comfortable playing around it. And because of that, with the comfort strat, I could see them still taking this, even though we kind of like what the other heroes have. You play this tempo lineup before Smiling Knight can come online.
100%. I am excited to see how this one's going to play out. I feel like maybe with Earthshaker mid, I'm curious if he's going to experiment with a different build and not actually max the Enchant Totem and instead max the Aftershock or something. Because I don't know what else like the plan is for Shaker mid.
I think it's the same. I think you could play it before Little Slugger. I think Little Slugger made it good. But sometimes it's one of those things where you sleep on a hero because you're like, it's not as good. It gets an OP buff. Everyone tries it and realize like, oh man, this is so great. It gets nerfed and you're like, well, actually it was still better than I thought, right? So that might be where Earthshaker is. And maybe we are overestimating the nerf to Little Slugger as how impactful it is to the hero. Man, look at him farm cogs on Cloud. He just got like 60 gold from that. That was nice use of the boar to help him kill those cogs, yeah.
Something we don't see very often at all.
Yeah, it's like extra 1.5 CS. You gotta be careful how you use those power cogs.
Yeah, Cloud's Beastmaster is very good. He has gotten a lot of practice playing this hero.
We see those cog bounce around. This did get nerfed in a previous patch. Otherwise, that would have burned off even more mana. I believe that's why he's spamming it, despite the fact that it could be farmed a bit. Both these heroes, Weaver and Beastmaster, if you take away their mana, they do very little at that point. So trying to get as many cog bounces as he can, but does need to be careful of giving too much gold. So far, looking at that CS, Earthshaker looking good. I suppose level 1 is the same, right? It's the later levels.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe his farm speed gets impacted.
I think you're right. We could take a look at some of the other lanes, though. Right now, One Win looking to top the CS in all of them. I think the big question to me is this Shaker in the mid lane. 12, 13, and 6 to the 5 and 2 of the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
That's
This is Enchant Totem Gaming. I mean,
yeah, I guess.
Queen of Pain now has a second point in Shadow Strike, and maybe with this, she can apply more pressure to the melee Earthshaker, easily, constantly reapply Shadow Strike. Also heal a little bit from the little slugger creeps being knocked at her.
I mean, he has just been denying up a storm as well. I mean, I was skeptical of the mid lane Shaker, but clearly Chira Jr. has a lot of experience playing this, so...
They really liked the Earthshaker coming into this tournament. Maybe really want him... I guess in a best of 5, you have a little wiggle room, right? You want to see, is this hero still good? Right? Take it out game 1, see how it feels.
Yeah, but you were right. The level 2 dagger, now that it's out, it should start going a lot better for the co-op because it's just so much harassment that you cannot dodge on a melee hero. So, the lane in terms of... Oh, interesting. Nice Roche deny. As I said, the lane in terms of like CS should start tilting in favor of the Queen of Pain, or at least start evening out. But those early levels, like Shaker actually got so much out of it. I think that's like the best you can hope for.
Yeah, I think it's what you need to do as the Shaker, right? I think if you want someone who top lane sniper.
Yeah, that's going to be a 4th Shadow Poison. That should be more than enough to help find the kill. And the first blood goes to Respect. Okay. Really well done.
Doom almost gets a return kill. Man, how many times have we seen that? Shadow Demon picking up first blood. It's just so much. Not even taking Disseminate yet with that current HP removal. It's just stacking your innate ability plus Shadow Poison in these early fights. You're like, oops, sorry, carry. I just did too much damage and killed him. My bad. But you're pretty happy to take it. Shadow Demon has a lot of good items to buy.
If you're like close enough to a hero and you get like a second Shadow Poison on them and like you have mana, you just disrupt into an immediate 4 stacks, right? With like all of the like you said, the stacks from your passive as well, from your innate. So it's like when you get to that point, the hero is gonna pop for so much damage, and you just have to be very, very aware of your positioning against the Shadow Demon lane.
Yeah, they do punish him a little bit. They know Respect used a lot of mana and almost died, so they knew he was walking home. So they do zone Sven off of a full wave. So at least trying to get something in return for losing the sniper. It does cost a lot of mana on the Shadow Demon, 4 kills.
Yeah.
Weaver TPing top. Looks like they're going to try to get Doom or Sniper. Looks like it's going to be the Sniper. This is the downside of Sniper. You're not a very mobile hero.
Actually TPing up here on the Clockwork as well, so he's going to maybe try and contest, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Weaver's not really a hero you can catch up to easily. Not without Hookshot anyways on the Clockwork, so they'll see him in here. They'll just walk away.
Doom is very sturdy in this lane. He's sitting on 21 charges, and they have not put much damage into this hero at all. So even though they are getting these kills, the Sven is not finding a lot of CS. Like, most of his farm has been shut down by this Doom.
See, looks like they're starting to make some stacks for the Sven. And level 4.5. I guess he's getting the XP he needs. Amplified damage in for Queen of Pain. Yeah, she's really close to level 6 as well. Earthshaker's at half. Yeah, Saneko's hanging around. I think they're going to want to try to go for this.
She can definitely kill him with the amplified damage.
Find Weaver.
Here we go. Ooh, the Sonic Wave only hits sweet and strong. It's going to be the Sniper that picks up the kill. I mean, you put it to use immediately, and getting it on cooldown, finding a kill is definitely worth it. Top lane, Munkushi dies to Smiling Knight.
Nice rotation.
Really good rotation.
You don't usually expect a Morphling to show up to gank you. So really catches him off guard. Immediately Twin Gates over. Loses a couple CS for it. Not really a huge deal.
I mean, Avalis is winning all 3 lanes now, in my eyes. Like, yeah, the Beastmaster is definitely farming, but the Morphling getting a kill right there, as well as just having the solo lane, basically, at this point that he can sustain. I think this is everything going their way. Zibe now has level 6, so Sven cannot return. Chira Jr. zoned out of mid now. Even after, like, a really good levels 1, 2, and 3, but at this point, there's nothing he can do. Like, he can't go back to this lane.
That's pretty tough. They're, for now, going to stick Sweden strong there. You're pretty happy to get levels on Weaver.
Oh, absolutely.
But like you said, maybe not what you were hoping for when you picked an Earthshaker. But I think it has to be something you understand if you're not last picking that Earthshaker, that they're going to try to avoid the melee matchups. So I'm sure he has experience with this. You just need to get to your blink and maybe you can start making some plays. I think the fact that Beastmaster is doing relatively well, even if Morphling is too, I think that's very important because that's the hero that needs to do the most. Get that Ags and get active. Did he just dodge him out? This many heroes?
Dude, no.
Respect.
His illusions giving vision of where the Doom was going is so sick.
Dude, that's 4 heroes wasting their time looking for a position 5. Very nice dodge out from Respect. Okay, actually he's walking back. Maybe he's gonna be a little careful.
Dire's structures
They will
are
take the
fortified.
tower at least for this, having this many heroes here.
Beastmaster's pressuring bottom though as well. They are bringing
Dire's
Seneko
top
and
tower
Eki
is under
here.
attack. Radiant's bottom
He is
tower
level
suspicious.
7. If he roars one of these heroes, he could just kill
Oh,
them.
not
Alright, here
suspicious
comes.
enough.
Yeah, no, with the rotation for the Queen of Pain, the Morphling TPing in as well. Smiling Knight will be the one to secure the kill. Well done.
Kills already for Smiling Knight.
And Zibe is going to get himself a kill top lane onto the Shadow Demon. He should burn. Scorched to Earth should be more than enough damage. He's just going to TP now knowing that there's no stuns. He's out, baby. Looking really good for Avalis. He takes the tower, gets a kill. Bottom lane, they take down the Beastmaster. The series of events stacking up for these guys, as it's only a 1k lead, but you're doing a really good job at shutting down the Sven and the Shaker.
And actually, there's not a lot of stacks in this triangle, which is a little bit unconventional. Not usually what we see from One Win when they play the Beastmaster. They're usually so good about making stacks. I guess having to draw a lot of the support attention top to help the Sven.
Ooh. They get him with a flare. Cloud might just be dead again. There's a Sonic Wave available if he wants to use it, and holding it for the moment. Shaker comes in. Nice fissure. There's the Sonic Wave. The Echo comes out in Cloud, getting chased by Zibe, but it's not enough. Sweet and Strong gets the time lapse off at the last second. So far, Clockwork's dead, and the Queen of Pain nearly dying in the process.
That was a nice roar. If you get power cogs there, you die. So he throws the roar onto the Clockwork. Make sure to run away. The fissure protects him. Then the Echo onto the supports, but it does a good amount of damage to finish them off, especially with Sweden Strong coming in, he's at level 6. He's got his urn already. He's got his items because he did get some mid lane time. So gets to throw in a good chunk of damage there. That ends up pretty good for One Win.
I mean, look at the net worth on Sweden Strong right now compared to everyone else. He is super farmed because he got to sit mid, right? Like the Shaker's not that far behind the Queen of Pain, but he's over 1,000 gold in front of the other supports as a Weaver, like you said, with the urn. It wouldn't surprise me if he just rushes the vessel this game.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's got the urn, 400 more gold for Vitality Booster. So, like you said, very farmed. He does have 3 of the kills for One Win. I'm sure the cores are very happy about that. Love seeing their supports with the kills. But Weaver will scale up, and that Spirit Vessel coming on in an early timing is going to be really good for them to get this Morphling. Also the Doom, though. Doom's pretty tanky. Spirit Vessel will be a lot of damage there.
Cloud's still going to hit a pretty dang fast Aghanim Scepter this game. Him and the
Classic
Morphling are staying...
Beastmaster.
Yeah, they're staying pretty even in net worth. Sven's starting to recover as well, which is just the way Sven works. Early Mask of Madness pickup. Love it. Does need to be careful of the Doom, though, as that hero can absolutely kill him. Mid lane, though, looks like we're seeing a fight potentially over what was going to be the power rune timings. It spawns top. Chira Jr., though, caught from Seneco's hook shot. And the Sonic Wave should finish the job. The Echo Slam comes down to the last second. Roar's going to catch the Sniper, and they do manage to pick up the Clockwork as well. Cloud needs to be careful. In comes Smiling Knight. He's the Weaver now, baby. Bugs are out. Sakuchi with the constant chase, as well as the Queen of Pain with some help. They get themselves the kill, as Smiling Knight's going to continue to chase the GG branch. Nicely placed, but I think Smiling Knight likely to continue the chase now with the Queen of Pain here. He has one more Sakuchi in a moment. No, it actually expires. Now playing some Ring Around the Rosie. Can't find him. Really good moves from Respect this game.
This is nice. Two deaths he should have, right? That top lane and now here. Doing a lot of nice tricks to get himself out. And Morphling going to play it safe. Doesn't want to dive a tier 2 at 13 minutes for too long. But still, that's really good. That ended up being 2 supports for 2 cores. You're very happy with that trade for Avalis, and they even take that mid tower. With that said, it's still quite close in terms of net worth. Just barely a 1k difference, and that's with 2 tier 1s taken. So One Win actually is picking up in that CS department What's this arrow drawn?
Where are we at on Doom's items? So he's got his Midas, going for the pipe next. Okay. I like this a lot. It's a really good pipe game.
Yeah, Sven's the main physical damage, right? And he's going to be farming for a while. The rest is a lot of like Blink Echoes, Beastmaster Roar. You can mitigate a lot of that with that pipe.
Have you seen the Quap build this game yet?
She has her tagging.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is
She's got
under
4 more
attack.
queued up. I don't know
With
if she'll
no
actually do that.
boots. No boots.
Oh, I didn't even notice. You're right. No
yeah,
boots.
he has them coming out now. I was like, why does he have another pair of boots queued up? Then I looked at his inventory. I was like, oh, because he doesn't have boots. So finally gets his boots. Has the Dagon. Has 4 more queued up.
Radiant's
So
bottom tower is under
I'm
attack.
curious if he's actually going to rush like the Dagon 5 or not. I'm not a huge
Radiant's
fan
bottom
of
tower has fallen.
Dagon rushing like that, but we'll see if it pays off or not. Blank the Echo Slam out from Chira Jr. He gets the Morph off on Smiling Knight. No way.
Really?
Echo for nothing, and now the help is coming in. They're going to try and surround the Shaker, maybe. Now, Cloud's here with an Ags. They're going to back away.
Radiant are scanning.
I guess if you get the Ego before he morphs, you might be able to do that, but it would have been a lot safer to attempt that with one more hero like the Beastmaster there. I guess you don't know when you're going to run into a Morphling, so you have that's a very split-second decision to just back off of your smoke or continue.
He also is not sitting on low HP. Like in the lane and stuff, and when he's jungling, he's sitting on a decent buffer of HP. Smoke into the enemy jungle here. The hook shot's out. Chira Jr. stuck inside the cogs again. One of the reasons we see this Clockwork pick so often against the Shaker. Sweet and Strong's going to make it out just barely. Did commit his Urn Charge, though, so no more Vessel for him. He sold the Midas on the Doom.
Yeah, I love this.
Scanning.
Use it a couple times, immediately get your aura item, and you're just online right away. And then you'll go back for the Midas, but maybe you can make a couple plays with the pipe in the meantime, which is what they did. They just got that Earthshaker kill. Cloud, in the meantime, sacrifices his team, gets some help from Munkushi and Respect to pick up that Aegis, which we see the Beastmaster Ags do quite often. So you still got some stuff going for you. Like I said, it's around this Beastmaster. I think due to the counter pick, Queen of Pain versus Earthshaker, along with the Earthshaker nerfs, he is struggling. We see him, not that far ahead of the Weaver. But he does have his Blink, and as long as he can initiate for your team, you can help get some recovery kills, get back into this.
Queen of Pain pops an Invis rune here and is going to go on the gank. Looking for the Shadow Demon. They know they have a ward there, so they're expecting a D-ward of some kind.
Ooh,
Hook
shut
shot's
off.
off the mark. Dagon comes out. Rip the Sonic Wave, my guy. Get that kill. Instead, Respect will walk away.
It's tough because you can disrupt in the middle of the Sonic Wave and dodge a good chunk of damage.
Radiant's
And
bottom tower
since you were
is under
already
attack.
showing, you don't know if one win is already rotating over. I think he wants to play it safe there.
Yeah, you just give away the ward for free, though.
Radiant are scanning.
That's weird. Yeah, unlucky there for Avalis. Maybe... I mean, it was a good idea to play around the ward, but they
Radiant's
didn't bring
bottom
enough
tower
heroes,
is under
and they don't punish the D-ward either, so that hurts them quite a bit. Where are we on the Beastmaster? I know he had an Ags. He's almost got his BKB. He is 300 gold away. Okay. Cloud is becoming a problem. The Sven as well. Let's see where he's at. Echo Saber on his way to Sanj and Yasha, which he's only about, I don't know, 1,200 gold away from the Sanj and Yasha. He's getting there. 1,300 gold away from Sanj and Yasha.
Think they see Sniper? Or maybe they're just positioning for the power rune.
Oh,
Ooh,
baby!
nice.
Night vision. Let's go.
I forget Sniper can see a little further than other heroes.
Yeah.
Those eyes.
Radiant's middle
Just got
tower
great
is under
eyesight.
attack.
Professional sniper, man. If he doesn't have good night vision, he would have had to hang up that gun a long time ago. Putting those goggles to good use, you know?
That's true. They're not just for show.
1,400 night range, I think, instead of what is the standard 800 or something. I don't know. Mid lane, Echo comes out there from Chira Jr. The Sven just goes right through them. Oh my goodness. And now Swedish Strong on the back line trying to finish off Saneko. Roar comes out onto the Doom. He still hasn't popped the pipe, but there's just too much damage, too much change. Saneko's dead as well. 3 for 0 here.
And I did not think they were going to finish that Queen of Pain. That last bit of her health just disappeared.
From
the cleave of Munkushi.
Huge cleave from the Sven, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think that would be enough. Thought she would maybe Dagon and get out of there. At which point, I think you're fine, because then she'll be able to Sonic Wave, disengage, you don't lose the
Full
Doom,
heal.
maybe even protect your tower. Yeah, but managing to finish off the Queen of Pain and the clock, then you just get to dive that tier 1, no fear. You see the pipe does come in and make him a little bit tanky, but considering he has to tank 5 different heroes, it's not tanky enough. So very nice find for 1 win, and suddenly 6K lead all of a sudden right off of that. It was so even before. Well, they are going to balance things out, find a Weaver kill. And because you were the ones getting jumped, they still have a lot of their cooldowns, in particular the Doom and the Sonic Wave. See if they can find anything. They're going to go through the Twin Gate, and they might catch Cloud farming this camp.
Radiant are scanning.
The rotation's
blank to
bottom.
get to
Who's
him,
gonna
though.
find who? Zibe's gonna get caught on the Roar to begin the fight. And
No, he's just dead.
the damage is so fast from this Beastmaster. Now both supports have gotta run. They're not getting away all that fast. Damage building up here from Respect, hitting him with these poisons. The Fissure's gonna hit. Munkushi on the backside as well. Saneko, I hate to break it to you, buddy. Not looking so hot here. Kill goes to Munkushi. This game just blew wide open for 1 win.
Goodness, the disseminate into Roar, that Doom just disappeared. He even has a pipe. Didn't get to activate it. I guess he didn't think he would die in the single Roar. Or maybe he didn't want to activate it because he saw the Shadow Demon, thought it would just get purged, which I guess is true. It wouldn't have changed that much, but no, they thought they were going to get Cloud. What a turnaround. I love it. Sweet and Strong, seen how rough of a game Earthshaker's having. Like, don't worry, buddy. I'm going to scale for damage. He's going to get his Gleipnir right away. Oh, no, I actually think he got Natos first. Look at that. Still playing support. That's a good pickup, though. We were saying the lockdown could be a little tough to get Smiling Knight, Queen of Pain. So now you got an extra route to work with. Neither of those heroes have... Well, there's a Manta on the Morphling, but Queen of Pain going this Dagon, Kaya Sange build. No BKB quite yet. And it's going to be a while.
Dire are scanning.
Dude, I think...
Radiant
I'm trying to think like
scanning.
where the comeback is right now, because if they get Roshan on 1 win, which they can because they have the Beastmaster, this is... Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Roche timing is so huge for them if they can actually complete it. Your Shaker is really close to an Ags. Do you think you just wait for the Ags before your next play, or what's the game plan on that one?
I could see that. Maybe also waiting for just Roche. You're a junior, going to get out of here safely.
Dire are
Okay, so
scanning.
that right there, maybe this is their comeback. The Morphling is coming online, and there's an enemy Shaker. This is a classic combo. The Morphling Shaker, which could be very scary to just start deleting heroes. And so far, we haven't really seen a good Doom initiate. He now has his Blink. This is the reveal coming up here. So maybe this is how they can start turning things around. You find a good Doom onto maybe Beastmaster. And then if you copy the Earthshaker, which you had, but is now expiring right before this fight. Ooh, the Blink Echo misses.
It misses. The Doom comes out on the cheer. They're going to get a disruption out as well to buy a little bit of space. And here comes Cloud, the Blake the Roar to the backside. It hits the Queen of Pain. They don't have the damage to finish the job as Sweet and Strong takes down Saneko, and he's going to continue to chase here with this Vessel. Mukushi just taps out Eki. You don't get the Quap, and your Echo misses, but ends up being okay.
I don't know if that was an insane reaction time or incredible luck to dodge
really
the
good
Echo, but man, that would have been a sweep if that Echo hits, but fortunately it does miss. So you only end up losing supports. Cloud has his blink, so he's able to get to the Queen of Pain, but no one else could get through the power cogs. So only 2 supports lost. I don't know if you doom the Earthshaker after the Echo whiffs.
Yeah.
I think
that
that
was
might
what
have
I
been a
was
little like
wondering.
heat of the moment. And I also think the morph had ended, so he doesn't have the Earthshaker form anymore. So that was a bit unfortunate for that timing. He is close to level 18, so it'll be a bit easier to... Well, actually, he's still leaving morph at one point, opting for the attributes, which we see morphlings do nowadays. So I guess maybe he needs to go beyond level 18. But at some point, he will have a 60-second cooldown morph, 24-second duration.
Do they have the damage here for the Queen of Pain? The stun doesn't connect in time for Mukushi. He's going to pop the God Strike, look for Eki. Big Sonic Wave is out. He's got his BKB though, and Eki cannot escape the Shaker. Sweet and Strong with a time lapse, barely connecting. At the last second, he's going to survive. Saneko not going to be as lucky. It is falling apart for Avalis. The timing from OneWin is too strong. 15,000 gold advantage all of a sudden after a series of fights. The Shaker Ags paying off big in this one.
I can't believe that stun didn't connect on Quab. That was like the last frame possible to blink out and disjoint that. That was crazy. Could have been a full team wipe for OneWin, which I think we're seeing why they still like this Earthshaker. He had such a rough time, but ultimately he just needs to stun for his team, and he knows Cloud Beastmaster always does well. The Sven, he's going to get space to catch up. All you have to do is stun for them and let them do the damage for you. Oh no, Queen of Pain blinks away from the Atos right into the Earthshaker.
Yeah,
There we go.
I mean,
There's an Echo that connects.
you kind of don't want to have to commit the Echo, but that's definitely one of those moments of like, it's just worth it. Similar to like earlier with the Queen of Pain ult for the Shadow Demon. I'm not a fan of holding spells in Dota a lot of times nowadays. It's like, it's almost always worth securing kills, you know?
That's a revenge Echo for the laning stage, man.
True, dude.
Bullying me for it. For the whole laning
bully
stage.
return.
Take this Echo.
It's like you bully the kid in like elementary school and you come back after college and they're like a bodybuilder, you know?
Dude, Earthshaker would be a bodybuilder. He's literally lifting the entire time.
Dude, the man
Smiling
moves the
knife.
earth.
Pretty
Jiro
deep.
Jr. just hanging out on the side here, waiting to go in, and there it is. They've caught him. Eki not in a safe space right now. All right, OneWin looking good, man. This is what we expect from these guys. Really good team coordination with these spells. Kind of just punishing Avalis every step of the way for their positioning.
I think when they look back on this, the laning stage was going quite well for Avalis. And I like what Zibe was doing with the Doom. Start with the Midas, get the pipe. But then the early plays... Oh, Saneko. I thought he was going to get out of there. The early plays where the 4 heroes connect with that early pipe and you let Morphling farm, it just didn't quite come together. Different parts of the map, different timings, right? And that's where things start to slip away versus OneWin, who took the ball and just ran with it. I think the high ground at 28 minutes. Got Aegis on Sven for 3.5 minutes. You can push him off for now, but they're just going to come right back.
Yeah, they don't even have to commit to end the game right now. They can play for objectives, but the thing is like Smiling Knight just picked up a butterfly, or I guess recently picked up his butterfly. So he is a hard kill for
Radiant's
sure.
bottom tower is under
The
attack.
Beastmaster Roar is probably needed to find the kill, but if you get caught outside your base, that would be worst case scenario. And guess what? They found him. The Roar gets the big one. In comes the Shaker, and he's dead. Oh yeah, I was like, if the Morphling dies, it's over. They immediately GG out. I think they're aware of that one, and Eki trying to keep his stats alive before the throne explodes, and there it is. One win grabbed game 1 in 28 minutes. It was looking close for a while, and then it just fell apart, man. That is what One Win has looked. That's why they've looked so good recently.
This is the danger of the Beastmaster, man. I think One Win is one of the best Beastmaster teams. They were the first that I really remember at the start of the game. They go and protect the Beastmaster's Ancients.
Yep.
Like, they understand what this hero needs to succeed. They understand Cloud's timings. Even though he had a little bit slower of a start, I'd say. Like, they weren't able to stack for him as much because they were trying to help Moonkushi Sven, who had to deal with this Doom sniper lane. It was very annoying. And mid was rough, right? So he didn't get as much help as he usually would. Still had an incredible Ags timing, right? Very solid, despite the fact that he didn't have, like, the insane amount of stacks we usually see. And I think the team knew that, right? They were like, he'll get it's Cloud Beastmaster. He'll get the Ags, and then we'll go play with him, and he'll get a bunch of kills for us, and we're all totally back into this. And that's exactly what happened. I don't know how they keep getting away with it, man. But maybe you got to ban the Beastmaster versus him, or maybe you just need better heroes, which I actually thought they had. Like, Doom is really good versus Beastmaster. He even went the early pipe. Like, I really think that was good itemization. And that's where I get back to what I was saying at the end of that game. It's very hard to do as a team, right? But connecting on that item timing and on that hero counter and bringing it to the right parts of the map, to the right heroes, that is very important. And that's where One Win came out ahead in this. They understood what they wanted, how to avoid that, and how to find the ideal fights for them despite being behind.
I think, like, watching One Win like play their timings this well that is the difference between, like, why One Win has been kind of this tier 1 team recently. Like, they have been beating some of the best teams in the world, and it shows, right? Like you said, it goes all the way back to the very beginning of the game, and when like Beastmaster's Ancients were protected. And you are right, man, they were the team when Beastmaster was even stronger, who were like amplifying Cloud's offlane Beastmaster. He's also had an amazing tournament on the Sand King as well. So it comes down to, what can you really give this guy? Like, he has just been owning. And Chira Jr., he absolutely crushed the mid lane for the first few levels. And it gave him enough of a start to where he was okay just kind of jungling and just playing for, you know, a couple small things here and there. But then he gets his blink, he gets his Aghanim Scepter, and he's all over the map, joining his team, playing around his Beastmaster. It really is like a good decision from the team overall, right? Sweden Strong gets an early level 6 and an early earn, and he's super high net worth because he's chilling mid, like literally from level 4 onward. So it's cool how they adapt to the situations, and well-deserved victory here in game 1. Now we'll see what happens in game 2, right? It is a best of 5. Avalis, they can definitely adapt. Maybe they come back stronger here, but for right now, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 in this grand finals of Avalis versus One Win. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
scanning. His top tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got the draft for game 2 in this grand finals underway now. It is Avalis versus One Win. And game 1, it looked good for a while. It did. It looked like this game was going to be close. You know, Avalis was doing well in the lanes, and then suddenly One Win just turned it completely upside down. So talk to us, Zach. What happened? Like, how did they manage to do this?
I think it was a series of small plays, and it's hard to point to an exact moment. So I'll just broadly call it that after the laning stage, as you finish some of your first major items, like Aghanims on the Beastmaster, Pipe on the Doom, this is where you start trying to use those items, right? Like the Blink Daggers, things like that. And it wasn't one single major fight, I feel like, but several. In that period between the first and second items, that One Win just came out ahead, like across the board. There was one fight in the mid lane, I remember, that they won pretty hard. Then there was that gank on the Beastmaster in the bottom lane where they think they're getting him, and instead they just turn around, insta-kill the Doom, pick up another couple kills. Like, that series of events just felt like it happened a couple times in a row, and One Win just managed to fully recover, grab the lead, finish the next set of items off of that, and then it became much more straightforward. We are simply ahead, so now we just group and we kill you, you know? And that's where things just fell apart for Avalis, which, like you said, I think it was going strong. I think they were reaching that timing with the Morphling, but that sudden swift decline let them have the tools to kill the Morphling. Like, and in the end, we saw them just, blink, roar, killing him off.
Oh boy, One Win get their Wind Ranger as a response to the Nature's Prophet. So this is quite nice. Now, Nature's Prophet did get nerfed in this recent patch, specifically nerfing the Ironwood Treant facet by increasing the base attack time on the trees, right? So that means they're getting a lot less harassment damage onto the enemy hero when they're in the mid lane, or whatever lane that they're in, I suppose. But also, they just don't push nearly as fast, which I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, this hero was getting a little out of control. Like, it's been mostly first phase banned for a while now, and it was first phase banned in this last game. It does squeak through here, and so Avalis pick it up themselves. But I think One Win probably happy with this as they get their Wind Ranger.
I think so. Honestly, I think it's more of a nerf to pub Dota natures, because the base attack time, in a short time frame, it's not that different. It's more like, I didn't notice my tier 2 and then my tier 3 and then my barracks. I didn't notice that nature's ratting me, and that's where it really adds up. But in a professional match, they're always keeping their eyes on the map. They always are looking for those treants, and they typically deal with them relatively fast when it comes to taking your base. And I think the things that are really strong in the professional scene with natures, the global rotations, the ultimate still hitting everything, the treant giving you base damage in the laning stage. The treant doesn't do that much damage itself. It's just very annoying. So I feel that element is still very good for natures, and why we see him here in the first pick. We'll see if I'm wrong. I mean, Earthshaker, we also thought was nerfed kind of heavily, and we saw in that last game, like, okay, there's still room for this core Earthshaker. Yeah. So maybe it's going the other way. Maybe I think natures is fine, but maybe it's not as good. We will see. One Win didn't think they needed to ban it out, but they did have their comfort Wind Ranger pick as a response, right? They gave the natures, but they took the Wind Ranger, who deals with the natures pretty well. You have the power shot to deal with the Sprout. You can also shackle him to his own Sprout. You can just find him off in a team fight. Like, if this does end up being core to core with Whirlwind or with Focus Fire, I think she kills the natures before he can kill her. Outside of ultra late game, he's hexing you, whatever. Like, okay, then maybe he's got something. But throughout most of the early to late game, I think she'll always be stronger than him.
I just really like Pango Wind Ranger as a double pick early on. I think it covers 2 core slots, almost guaranteed, I think, for One Win. But the fact that they both can flex between multiple makes this opener really strong. They're also both super good counter picks to the Nature's Prophet. Like you already mentioned, the Wind Ranger, but Pangolier also really good against Nature's Prophet. There's nothing he can do against this, and they've gone for Centaur Batrider as the response here to try and give the Nature's Prophet a little bit of survivability. The Stampede to try and just make some space against them, but also the Lasso as well. I think it is a good response, but I do just say, like, for One Win, like, this is right up their alley. It's one of the reasons they don't ban the Nature's Prophet here is because they have this really good response. And I think, honestly, for Nature's Prophet, like 2 of the worst matchups in the game are literally Pango and Wind Ranger. So if this ends up being a core Prophet, it's not going to have an amazing time. We'll have to see exactly what it ends up being. But One Wind now respond with their support duo, the Tinker and the Tusk. Tinker's still really good, right? They didn't really nerf this hero all that much. They nerfed the reactive barrier cast range from levels 2 onward and the barrier talent. But for the most part, the Death Ball idea of this hero being able to sustain his team with like Guardian Greaves and the healing bots, that's all the same. I think it's still pretty viable.
I think so, but he did get hit with the nerfs to the various items, the auras, and Holy Locket in particular. But like you said, I think he's still viable, and that's why it's less of a first pick and more, what do I see in the game? Okay, now I can pick him. And in this case, when you see that Natures, you do want someone who can match globally a little bit, and that's what the Tinker's going to offer you. He will see the Natures riding top, you're going to TP there, march the machines, rejoin your team. So in that sense, I think it's cool, right? They didn't feel the need to ban it or pick it right away. They got to see more of the draft. They see the lanes, like, okay, I'll be okay in this laning stage, right? I'll be able to do what I need to. I currently have a Pango who might go mid, might go off lane, we're not sure. But just in case he does go mid and doesn't want to build those auras, have the Tinker who's willing to build quite a few of the auras. So you've left that part open for yourself as we go into this last pick, whether it's going to be... I mean, actually, you could pick any of the core roles for your last pick on One Wind, because Wind Ranger and Pango can both shift between a couple roles. Yeah. For the side of Avalis, what are they looking for?
I think they want to carry. I think they're running a 4 Prophet or something, because I with Wind Ranger Pango and now the Centaur Puck, I think it makes it way too difficult to run this as a 1-position Prophet. So I think they need a carry for Smiling Knight. So they actually ban out the Alchemist.
I could see that. Yeah. I'm trying to think who else is left. Alchemist for the tempo would have been good. Tinker takes a while to come online. Wind Ranger, especially if you're taking Whirlwind, it feels like she gets really strong after
like 35
items.
Minutes.
Yeah, it takes a while to get there. So something really fast-paced like the Alchemist, who's ready to go while you're still finishing your first set of items. Right, I could have seen that being very good.
Medusa ban, okay. I mean, that's fine. If you don't have Wind Ranger can build things like Diffusal, but this leaves open the potential for an offlane Doom if you want to run an offlane Doom, carry Wind Ranger, mid Pango, right? Like, they have a lot of different things that they can do here. And even though like Pangolier is not like considered ideal into the puck, we've seen this matchup enough to know that your other hero just needs to go in and scout them, and then Pango starts the Rolling Thunder, blinks in afterward, and it's like you're either coiling the already rolling Pango, which is not ideal, or he's just gonna hit your backline anyway, So I think, even though that counter exists, it's not the most troublesome thing. Go for the Weaver here. This to me seems like carry Weaver.
I think you've left it open.
Yeah, you've left it open.
Since One Wind has the last pick, I think you could still do either the carry Natures or carry Weaver.
You have
and the
Tusk.
Nice thing about Weaver is that you could, but I don't know if that... I feel like both those carries would be okay versus it. Okay, they're going to go for the mid matchup, get the Void Spirit versus the Puck, which can be a little bit of a skill matchup, but lately I feel is a little more Void favored. Actually, with that in mind, I also think I've seen Puck start to do a little bit better again because of the buff to the innate ability. You can get a lot of regen from the tower where you used to struggle, but I still think Void typically does a little better, especially if we see some supports come in, maybe the Tusk helping out. I think he has the easiest time ganking. I guess with that in mind, it is a Nature's Prophet, maybe he also comes in, but Puck has no real way to set that up.
I think for most part, like, we've seen this matchup typically go Void Spirit favored, because for him, it's a very easy, all right, I'm just going to get Aghanim Scepter type of scenario, right? Like he buys his first starting item, which could just be his Witchblade, and then just goes right into Ags. He could just go like Earn into Ags if he wanted, or just some stat items and rush the Ags. Like there's a lot of things that he can flex with this build, and it's a really good Aghanim Scepter game, not only for the puck, but also being able to silence up the Weaver, potentially catching him off guard and preventing that time lapse is huge. And the offlane Pango shouldn't really struggle here. You have what will just be plenty of burst damage from the double jump. And I think Weaver as a hero generally like is very susceptible to just spell harassment in game, even though it's physical damage. Like he wants to not be like getting poked down constantly. He doesn't have a ton of health to play with.
Yeah, I think he'll get what he needs, but you do have to be a little careful because it is the Nature's End Weaver. That's so much constant right click. So you just have to buy some extra regen to get through that, and then you might be fine. Especially with maybe Tinker, the repair bots, you spam a little bit to heal up. Maybe you do just play to push in the lane because Weaver Natures can't deal with it that well.
All right. Well, I'm excited. We'll see how this ends up going. I think for the most part, One Win have kind of what they want in this draft again. But, you know, did they overcorrect their draft to try and address a Nature's Prophet? Ends up being a support. We'll have to see. I still think, like, even against Weaver, their heroes aren't bad. So the last pick, Weaver, we'll see how this goes for Smiling Knight. He's obviously very comfortable on it. And Eki, of course, getting one of his most played supports at the moment, which is Batrider.
I mean, I think this should be fine for One Win. The issue with Weaver is that you still have to get this MKB before you can really kill Wind Ranger. Now, you might get Gleipnir, which will give you pseudo True Strike, but at some point you'll need this MKB, and it's going to take a while.
30 seconds to battle.
And I know that's kind of true about other carries as well, but Weaver being so squishy, I think it does open you up to being burst and killed. So you're going to need defensive items first to deal with like the Void Spirit jumping you, silencing you.
Unkushi, he does not want to open a Wind Run. Drinking buddies to try and get him out. He's dead underneath the tower. First blood goes to Eki. That is absolutely huge for this offlane Batrider. Or not the offlane Batrider, but the offlane with the Batrider. All
Great
right.
start.
Nicely done. Yeah, really good start.
And you know, Blink Lasso will be one of the ways to kill the Wind Ranger in the early game with magic damage. So Batrider already off to a good start with that first blood. Yeah. This is a bit of a scary lane for the Wind Ranger. This is a lot of magic damage that if she messes up, she can be killed by. Maybe that's why he got that Drinking Buddies. You can try to pull her away if she gets flame braked. It didn't work this time in the first blood, but might work once she has a couple more items. Is a little tankier, not dealing with 4 heroes.
Yeah, I am curious. Like, we've seen a lot of the Wind Ranger versus Centaur matchups lately just because of how common it is. But I think overall, when you go against this hero, you typically just pick the Whirlwind facet, so you don't just... Like, you can still, like he kind of gets hit in fights, right, from your damage, but you're not, like, getting absolutely owned by him building Blade Mail and stuff. Like, I think it's better. I think Whirlwind, in general, has just become the better facet by quite a bit.
I think it just gives you more ways to play.
Yeah.
And with the Tinker, he'll be able to repair bots and defense matrix you. So even as you do hit yourself on the Retaliate and Blade Mail, I think it'll be okay since Whirlwind will also split that up. It won't be as focused as Focus Fire. Top lane, we do see them just shoving in the lane all the time. They're using repair bots pretty frequently. It's just laser the Treant trying to farm it. Well, Tinker doesn't really have mana issues at the start since his spells are so long cooldown, so I guess it's fine to try for.
He almost got it. It was cool.
They're trying to body block this treant from...
Oh, sweet and
Stopping
strong. What a sprout there from Soneko, and he's just dead.
That was really nice. He was feeling a little too strong with those repair bots.
Yeah, that's the best possible thing that could happen in this lane for Avalis, because realistically, you're gonna farm okay on the Weaver, but being able to punish the Tinker like that and get yourself some early gold is really nice.
The line between this machine of yours and sorcery is a bit too subtle for me.
I don't think
despite
we'll
that
see him
kill-
make that move again. That
Yeah, I
side
think
of
he'll
the
stay
jungle.
more. I think he'll be more careful. But despite that death, right, they're still farming pretty well on this Pango.
Oh, yeah. I don't think they can threaten this hero at all. Like, Pango's shield crash gives him so much barrier, and, like, he already has a bunch of innate mobility. he hits the tree and it did, like, 4 damage. I was like, okay, he's fine there. But yeah, the Pango should be fine, and I think they know that, so I don't think they're too worried. It's just mostly giving net worth to this Nature's Prophet that's a little bit scary.
Let's see what he can get done. It's hard to gank mid. Kira Jr. will probably take a point to dissimulate at level 5, and then at level 6 you got Astral Step, so ganking mid is extremely difficult unless you have Dream Coil available to you. But once that's available, maybe we'll see something happen mid. I think bottom is where you'll look to more, since you'll have Flame Break into Hoof Stomp. I think that's a little bit easier to set up.
Yeah. I mean, every lane looks pretty even right now in terms of CS. Like, no one's really pulling ahead. Drinking Buddies just... Dude, Drinking Buddies is kind of crazy with the cast range, the buff on this thing.
That's mine.
It
So
is
I
kind
think
of cool.
they buffed it like multiple times in a row.
Yeah, and the ability to alt cast it and only drag yourself actually gives you quite a... Like, it's kind of like a free blink. When you want to save someone, you can Drinking Buddies yourself in from a very long range and snowball save, whereas before you really need that blink to get in there quickly.
You just have rebound on Marcy, basically. Like, that's kind of what it is.
Yeah. I think it's also what enables the position 5 Tusk. Not that you couldn't do it before, but it was just harder. But now with the
'Cause you
Drinking Buddies
always need
being that
blink.
free blink, yeah, it opens you up to maybe buy like a Solar Crest instead.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I like it. I'm always a big fan of things like that. Giving heroes a little bit more flexibility. One hero that I actually think we might start seeing in this patch is Ricky. So, we'll see.
I think
I'm
Ricky
trying
wants to be seen.
I'm pretty much willing that into existence, trying to make sure that teams will actually pick it. I think it could happen. We haven't seen it yet. Oh my god, Centaur kind of just got owned by the creep wave. Zibe just took half his health in tower shots. But an awkward Drinking Buddies there. Had the alt toggle on, so it didn't pull the Wind Ranger in. And Zibe is going to just walk away, it looks like.
I think that's one where you do want the regular cast. Oh, you still get some good damage in on the Centaur.
Yeah.
Maybe it could have been a kill, though.
Yeah, I mean, with Power Shot, I feel like it should have been.
Radiant's bottom tower
And if he gets
is
low
under
enough, you
attack.
just grab him with the Power Shot there. But it's okay. Still a lot of damage put into the Centaur that it will slow him down for a moment. The hero's regen is quite high, so shouldn't slow him up too much.
Ooh, unlucky on the guess.
Ooh, bottom lane. They've got the not the Quap, dude. Played Quap last game. That is going to be the puck going down here. Snowball to buy himself a little bit of time to try and close the gap here. Respect falling low. Nice reactive barrier. The blind as well. Dude, if Respect lives here, he still goes down to Soneko. But what a TP in from Sweden Strong, buying them enough time.
What a huge series of events there. Gets unlucky with the rune spawn. Puck had to orb over bottom to avoid the Void Spirit. Was really hoping to grab the rune and be able to turn the fight off that. Bottle charges, whatever the power rune is. But there's nothing there. Has no mobility at that point because it already used it. So Tusk is actually able to chase him down. And with the supports coming in, usually that favors the Nature's Prophet, but this Tinker actually makes it over in time after picking up the power rune too. I don't know, this feels very similar to last game, man. The lane's pretty close, Avalis doing okay, and maybe that's the first of many small interactions where one win just comes out a little bit ahead each time. This is the thing with Dota too. It's not so obvious when one team is playing better. Like sometimes it's just a series of small events that add up and it just snowballs out of control. But it all starts with just these small plays. They brought the Void Spirit bottom, but it was scouted by the Observer, so Avalis
They actually might see Eki here. Yeah, they definitely do. Their charge right in, the Remnant to follow, a couple of auto attacks, and one last Astral Step. Gets the kill. Very nice.
And after seeing them D-ward, I think Eki probably needs to take a safer path, walk more towards mid lane rather than through that triangle.
Don't mind me.
Bottom lane looking for Zebe. Power shot out. Stuck in. Oh, what a dodge on the stomp. He's gonna go ahead and pop the Stampede. Focus fire. No, this is the thing early on. Typically, you prefer focus fire because it probably secures the kill here onto Zebe. But at the end of the day, they get Stampede. They get the kill. They're gonna rotate bottom with some extra heroes here. Puck and the Batrider looking for their opening. Tusk actually breaks the smoke, but they have no idea where he is.
Yeah, it's the trade-off of Whirlwind and Focus Fire. One is better late, one is better early. Munkushi might be in danger here.
Found here. They know something's up. Yeah, here comes the Silence. Amplify damage. Rune's going to do some work here. The Wind Run buying some space as Respect actually snaps his coil, but with the rotation from the Tinker as well, it should be plenty of space. And now the Rolling Thunder comes in. Puck going to try and get to safety, but no way. Chira Jr. finished the kill. And Zebe, he's got no ult. He's already used it. He just walks in, pops this Blade Mail, trying to do what he can, but a huge Shackle, but a big Wrath of Nature as well. In comes Saneko, but the damage, it's stacking up here against Avalis. Smiling Knight on this Weaver, doing his best to get some work done here, but it's just not enough. Eki now on the Batrider in trouble. Another Whirlwind is out. They don't finish off the Tusk. He lives on just a sliver of HP, bro. No way.
They could actually kill him. They have to clear it out as a team. See, second series of small plays that go towards one win. The gank idea, I think, was good, but they needed to teleport the Natures in a little bit sooner. He started after the coil gets dropped, which by the time he would arrive, the coil would be over. And then they saw the mass rotation, so he just didn't actually teleport. He just stopped it, kept pushing mid. I don't know, one was just faster to react there. I think that if you want to make that gank, the Natures has to come in faster. Maybe he wanted 6 first. He was pretty close. That might give you enough damage to get the Wind Ranger. Now those plays are only going to be harder. Like before, you had the global advantage of the Natures, but now Sweden Strong is level 6, and he's going to match everywhere that Natures goes. Now they're making a play onto Zebe bottom.
Great rotation from Smiling Knight and Snako. Stampede comes through. Great Shackle once again from the Wind Ranger. The Wrath of Nature will finish off the Tinker. Respect now in trouble as Eki comes in onto the Batrider. He's level 4, so no lasso quite yet. Snowball in 1. Ooh, baby.
Good.
Quick pause. He could kill this Weaver if he gets sight of him in a moment and doesn't die. With Snowball Walrus Punch, it might be enough.
It's time for some quick math. I think Smiling Knight's doing some quick math here too. I think he's gonna pop the wand as soon as he gets out, and then he'll be okay. But if you don't do that and you get caught off guard by the punch, snowball, blood grenade. No, you get a blood grenade first, so you get the extra ticks of damage. Then that might be doable. I think he probably just dies here. I think Smiling Knight uses the rest of Shikuchi to build some distance, and then pops Wand, kills Respect. Well, this play worked out. I gotta say, Avalis has been really good about popping through the twin gate for ganks quite a lot.
Yeah. Well, Snowball, of course, comes out. They time-lapsed away. Or, no, he didn't.
Drinking
Actually just kept
buddies
running by.
away.
Never mind. Drinking buddies away. Very nice. And they're going to find Eki on the corner here. Chira Jr. and Mukushi should be able to finish up this kill. One more auto attack's going to get him. Oh, man. It was so close to getting this kill, and they have made some great rotations here, but these are those scenarios where it's like if you don't secure the kill, Tinker makes it so much worse.
Yeah, Tinker's back. Time to heal up the team. This is the part of Tinker that did not get nerfed. Right? You still show up and constantly keep your team healthy. Now he's here mid, helping to secure the haste rune for the Void Spirit, as if he wasn't already hard enough to lock down. I mean, you can go home, bottle refill again after that. Right? Just keep your mid laner active forever. Tusk was low. It's like, oh, come here for repair bots. You know, stay on the map, go do things while I farm. You need to do all the warding. Respect.
Good old drinking buddies there to get a little bit extra damage to bring down the tower. They're TPing in on the puck. Maybe thinking of going for the fight here, but no, it's a little difficult. You can just walk in, snowball save on Respect, of course, as he's positioned that very well. I mean, you mentioned earlier, right, the ability for the Tinker to contest the TPs of the Nature's Prophet. They got the bottom tower finally, which is expected with the Ironwood Treant facet, but your ability to push that tier 2 is almost non-existent with a Tinker.
It would be very tough. You have to kill the Tinker first, in most cases. Ancient Camp, got some Whirlwind farming plus repair bots. Let's see who ends up with the most of the farm.
Radiant's middle tower is under
This is
attack.
what makes Whirlwind so good, right? This is why we see a lot of people prefer the Whirlwind talent. It's pretty solid at her talent facet. It's pretty good in the mid game here. Once you get the Maelstrom, you can pretty much just flash farm everything. It's not super long of a cooldown. It actually scales to a 30-second cooldown, if I'm not mistaken, at level 18, right? So
Yeah.
it's what, like 60 seconds level 1 or something?
50. It goes 50, 40, 30.
Really? 50? Okay, even faster than I
Compared
thought.
to
All right.
70, 50, 30 of Focus Fire.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm crazy. It is 70, 50, 30. For some reason, I was thinking 50, 40, 30.
Yeah, it's not bad. But, yeah, the fact that you can just farm so easily with it just makes it really difficult to
Dire structures are fortified.
slow down the Wind Ranger. You can get to her next set of items really quickly. As they will take the mid tier 1 tower here. The fort slows it up for a moment. Last hit. Oh, goes to the creep. Unlucky. But Tinker, he comes mid, helps with this push, immediately TP's bottom. D pushes here. This is just what we've seen. And Respect hiding in the trees. They know something's coming their way. A Shackle into the snowball for Zibe. He's got a Stampede. He's going to be forced to use it, but you can't get away. There's too many heroes here. Power shot off the mark. Surely he doesn't get away, right? Okay.
That was actually quite close.
Dude, Respect got it with the blood grenade.
He's earned that
Thunder
one,
out
man.
from Cloud's
He's
top
made a
lane.
lot of great plays. Last game and this game. Pretty quiet game from Cloud so far, but he has been farming. He's got his arcane boots and pipe. I feel like you want to start getting him involved in some of these plays.
I love the early pipe pickup on the Pango. Like you said, it's like Tinker's going to eventually build into some auras. Like he's already starting to pull away at net worth from the supports. That's just generally the Tinker game. So is he going the Holy Locket still? I imagine it's still worth it, right?
On the Tinker? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Snakeo's going to get found here from Chiro Jr. Blink the Lasso comes in. Snowball as well, but they get the coil and the silence out. They take down the Void Spirit. That's a huge win here for Avalis, as Respect will get chased down as well. So finally, we're seeing I think that's the Blink reveal from the Bat Rider. He just finished it prior to that fight.
I don't think you can snowball save people who get lassoed because they're leashed or something.
Yeah, that was weird. I thought he was definitely close enough, but maybe, I don't know. I thought for sure you could, but he was close enough to be able to hit the snowball. Didn't save him, so I'm not really sure what was going on there.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
They also just got scouted by a really good ward on the Dire side that saw them going into the jungle there, so they were definitely baiting that Nature's Prophet. Gleipnir done on the Wind Ranger. Now, this item, it did get nerfed, right? Like 50 less HP or something?
Yeah, and it lost 15 damage on the lightning procs.
Whoa, okay, that's actually quite significant. Not the active, right? Just the lightning itself.
Yeah, the active. The active went from 180 to 165.
Okay.
So not as bad as like the passive being nerfed, which I think would have been a bigger deal.
Yeah. Dude, watching this Tusk with drinking buddies and like phase boots, this dude is so fast, like just getting around the map.
He's zooming. Level 4, so it's what, 15-second cooldown on drinking buddies? I mean, that's practically a blink at that point.
Yeah.
All you need is a cast range item now.
If he finds like the Eye of Vizier or something, or headband late game.
Yeah, it's just like free blink. Free blink at home. Everyone twin gated bottom. They weren't sure where Avalis was.
Very even game right now. It's 12-7. There's almost no gold advantage. The Weaver is pretty strong. So I think Avalis right now, like this smoke, if they were able to connect with something, they'd be in a really good spot. You know, you have your double blink daggers, your Crimson Guard on the Centaur, which reduces a lot of that whirlwind damage that's coming out. But they're coming through the Twin Gate, and they actually know that this is happening. They have a ward here scouting everything, which they jump in. Cloud gets the Rolling Thunder. The coil connects onto only the Tusk, and that's not good enough. Whirlwind on the backside from Munkushi, just going right through these heroes, but they just turn it around. The Blade Mail as well as the Crimson Guard just reducing all of it. And now one win falling low on so much of these heroes. Smiling Knight doing a ton of work here. Zebe might live on the Centaur, and Sweden Strong will go ahead and throw the.
Is he actually?
Line.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, Zebe's out. The Crimson Guard doing so much work here.
I think you're right. I think that Crimson Guard decided that fight. I thought it was going to be a mistake just walking past the Tinker teleport. Maybe they didn't catch sight of it. But they find the Tusk, who has been acting as the save. The Whirlwind just doesn't do anything in this. And actually, even Void Spirit, a lot of his damage right now is the right clicks. And that Crimson Guard just blocking pretty much everything at this point. The active plus the max health of the Centaur.
Yeah, I was trying to see what the Wind Ranger took most of her damage from, but of course, death summaries have been bugged for 3 years, and what can you do? Shield Rune bottom, picked up from the puck. That's quite nice. All right, they get themselves a 3,000 gold lead off of that one engagement bottom. The Tinker was actually the highest damage hero in that fight, which is not really what you want to see. It's like repair bot spam and a lot of blinds from the laser, but that means like so much of your team's damage was being negated, which is really, really rough. So we may see them start to play a little bit more around some of their other items.
I do think so. That's good for Avalis, but I think they need something like this because the scaling on the Wind Ranger as well as this Tinker is very scary. And Sweden Strong, for example, in that fight was not yet level 2, so his teleport is more restricted. The next fight, he'll be in an even better position. He'll have lower cooldown, lower timing on rearm. He finished the mech. right? He's getting scarier and scarier. So is this Wind Ranger as she picks up more items with Whirlwind. So you need to start grabbing an early lead. And I think taking Aegis is another good way to do it. It's a little bit slow, but it doesn't look like One Wind is either aware or is choosing not to contest. So this is another good step in the right direction. And you're going to have to start cleaning up some towers off this.
Seneco's going to have an Aghanim Scepter here sooner rather than later. I mean, he's got a Solar Crest and an Iron Talon. So he actually just farms crazy fast right now.
Time for some farming ults.
Fallen to the dire.
Yeah, I mean,
The
he's just
Aghanim's
playing
really
around
nice
his Greater
because it does
Treant.
hit everything.
Yeah.
It'd
Like,
be
he's
good
just summoning
lockdown
Greater
versus a-
Treants. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
No, that's fine. It'll be good lockdown versus like a Tinker, Wind Ranger, Void Spirit. It's very hard to see the ultimate coming because it's random. So it's pretty much luck based if you dodge it. Now they do have things like Mantas and BKB if they're hit first, but if you've already used it, you're hitting every single illusion. Doesn't matter which one is hit, right?
Yeah, not at all.
Keep the Tinker locked down. Don't let him TP in and out of fights. It's a very good item this game. The smoke connects. They're going right into a high ground ward. Cheer Jr.'s not ready for it, though. Prize for the man to dodge. Did not quite get it. He actually would have lived there. If you make it to the edge of the coil and Manta, if you get lucky, you spawn on the out of the coil without being stunned, then he would ult twice and get out. Woo. I almost find the Tinker trying to defend this high ground, or sorry, this tier 2.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
BKB just finished on Wind Ranger.
That's a pretty big one. Lasso comes out. Who they found? It's the Tinker inside the trees. The Snowball.
last second snowball save.
A split second, and that gets the mech. So much healing off. Another repair bots comes through, and that might make the difference. We'll see the Puck's dead onto the backside, trying to run away now here on Zibe. The Rolling Thunder getting stuck, it looked like, for quite a bit. Zibe is going to try and TP out. They've caught him. What a save from Respect. That is a massive turnaround.
I thought, man, Tinker TPing in was a little scary, but it looks like it was just a bait to get the enemy team to all focus in on the Tinker, and that last second snowball save. I think if you do finish the Tinker, then that dive will be fine. But the last second snowball save buys you enough time that they have to continue focusing Tinker. That means the Whirlwind BKB is just ripping through the fight. Void Spirit is able to respawn, join in, help finish up more kills. Nice bait by One Win.
Yeah. Dude, he comes right out of that snowball, pops mech and the full Holy Locket, just gets 3/4 of his health back, like, instantly. And the whole team, of course, gets basically completely reset off of any damage they would have taken from the mech as well. So that was just, yeah, really sick bait, like you said, and gives One Win a little bit of breathing room here as this Aegis, right? You want to try and get some kind of major objectives here, and to be honest, like, you need some tier 2 towers so you can start threatening the tier 3s with just the Nature's Prophet. And he's getting close to some big items on the Nature's, but I feel like if you don't get probably mid and bottom tier 2s with this Aegis, it's gonna slow your game down quite a bit.
This is what's so annoying about Tinker. He just keeps dropping the March of the Machines. It's slowing down your push so much. I think you're right that you need those towers, but it's hard. It's not like they're not trying. Look, he's coming back. He knows it's risky, but with the defense matrix already up providing status resistance,
They're gonna do it
generally
again.
safe.
He's got Guardian Greaves and a full heal. Munkushi is here. He gets the Warp Flare on the backside, holds him down. And now Munkushi gonna try and just chase Eki here. Gets a little bit of vision for a second, trying to keep that broken Blink Dagger, but he will make it away. And the Stampede
Nice roll in the
being
back.
used on the backside is Cloud with a nice Rolling Thunder, doing some work, just chain stunning up this Puck. Can they finish the job? They do with the power shot from downtown. And now the Tinker's back into the fight, reset completely with his team. As they're trying to get away, Eki's Blink Dagger gets broken 4 staffs away. Should get the safety now. But they're going to keep chasing. Ward up onto the high ground. I think he saw the Bat Rider. But they will back away. They give it up. It's, again, another Tinker bait. Like, he feels so safe. Like, going for the lasso when he has that much status resistance. It's too difficult.
I mean, even if you get killed, which he didn't, but if he had been killed, you are getting the Weaver to reveal himself. You're getting the Blink Lasso from the Bat Rider. He even got coiled by Puck, right? That is so much just to get the position 4. You don't even care if you die at that point. Your March of the Machines is contributing to your team, damaging the enemy. You're wasting all those spells. You're like, yeah, guys, just finish it up, right? I'll watch from beyond. But he doesn't even have to because he's just living off of these heals, and the defense matrix just goes right back in to help his team more. This is why Tinker's so scary, right? The early game really is his weakest point, but as you get to this part of the game where you have level 4 defense matrix, you're picking up these low cooldown items like Greaves, Holy Locket. It is so hard to deal with. They've
got the Tusk this time. Surely he goes down. All right.
Dude, it was close. He was about to get in drinking buddies range of the Tinker, and there was going to be a Holy Locket, defense matrix, Guardian Greaves.
Yeah,
they probably had half a second left to finish that kill. All right, you don't mind too much. I mean, that's just your position 5 Tusk, right? For as good of a game as he's been having, just position 5.
Radiant are scanning.
Weaver's working on a nullifier. That's really big to have versus a Tinker.
Yeah.
Got to be able to deal with these defense matrices.
There's the Ags on Cheer Jr., though.
That's a good one.
Now, Smiling Knight does have a BKB, but the Puck... Okay, Puck did finish his BKB as well. Okay, so they do have it.
Yeah, it just feels bad to be forced to BKB so early, right?
Yeah.
Just because of a silence. It's such a low cooldown ability, but silences are so strong versus Puck and Weaver that you've got to deal with it through the BKB since you didn't build other dispels. Puck playing a dangerous game. It's going to be okay for now.
Oh, Blink
Lasso
Lasso,
onto
they've got a big one. Silence on the backside from Cheer Jr. as he's going to BKB pop that Whirlwind, try and get as much damage out as possible. In comes the Tinker, and the saves are there. Blade Mail out from Zibbe, trying to do as much work as he can, but the Rolling Thunder continuing to disrupt this backline as they pull him back in here with the Remnant. They need to get the Centaur kill, and they do. And now the fight massively favoring one win as they've got the sustain from the Tinker. And it's time for Avalis to back away.
The barrier you can get from Shield Crash is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And in that full team fight, you had like a 1500 barrier, all damage types. It was a pretty decent initiate. That was a lasso onto Wind Ranger, but I think it was a little too far, so they had to drag it back. And Puck and Weaver are there, but the rest of the team is not. So she lives long enough for Tinker to get in range, and at that point, yeah, it was just not happening, right? The defense matrix spam started to come out. They don't have the nullifier yet. The repair bots, the Guardian Greaves, Tusk was in the area with the Pavis, now finished into a Solar Crest. So many saves come out if you cannot kill them with your like first, second, or two of surprise initiation.
Dire structures are fortified.
I mean, you can see this is like one of those reasons why Tinker has been such a high priority for a lot of teams is if you don't kill a hero immediately, this is just how the fight always plays out, right? The team with the Tinker is going to be like fully resetting, having complete sustain.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and you have very low cooldowns at this point. Now that you're level 18 on every core. Oh, Cheer Junior's not yet. But otherwise, their cooldowns are very low. Roll is the longest thing you have to wait for. So when you keep them topped up, it's not like, oh, I still can't fight because I have to wait. It's like, no, I got Whirlwind again. It's like, oh, I got my Astral Step charges again. And they can just constantly play. I really like this draft. One, the way they address the Nature's Prophet, but to the way they're giving space to Tinker while also enabling this playstyle. Very low cooldown, active heroes.
I like the fact that he has the Warp Flare as well, and he's actually using it. A lot of Tinker players, I think, underestimate this item. It's quite
did he
good.
Buy it? Or did he get it?
I don't know if he bought it or if he got it from the Tormentor, but he's utilizing it quite well, right? He's making sure to just root the Weaver in place with it, not allowing Smiling Knight to kind of chase these heroes in these fights. They're looking for him. The lasso comes out. He gets the Glimmer Cape and the barrier off. Sweet and strong. He's fine. He's going to get a little bit of help now as Mukushi comes through. The Whirlwind is out. They get the kill. Chira Jr. now looking for more onto the backside. Gets the silence onto the Weaver. Can they get another silence? They do. Coil's going to protect him. So he's out. But how many times have we seen this, man? You're lassoing the status resistance Weaver.
It got nerfed, but it's still 30% status resistance. You lose a lot of your flaming lasso time, nearly a second of it, right? So if you can't kill him in that time, he is going to blind someone. He's gonna Guardian Greaves. He's gonna Holy Lock it. Now has that Glimmer, right? There's so much on the line to kill him in that time until you finish the Nullifier. Then it becomes so much easier. One, you don't have to deal with that status resistance anymore, but two, he won't be able to use a lot of his saves. Still not there yet. They still need to wait for it. About 1,000 gold off from Weaver. You know, I think maybe trying to find a different target than Tinker there would have been better for them.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the Tinker. This is what always happens. He's now past 2 cores, the mid lane of One and now the off lane of Avalis. He's catching the puck as well now. And at some point, he's just going to buy a Scythe. You know, like, that's just what happens in late game. Like, he's got an E-Blade queued up for now, which will be a great save tool for some heroes, right? You can either E-Blade an ally or an enemy. But it also just gives him some necessary cast range, which they did nerf the cast range on the reactive barrier, and now he's just going to get it all back. As well as Warp Flare. Like the cast range on Warp Flare is quite good.
They also hurt his mana cost in a previous nerf, so getting more mana for the max mana regen of Fountain. It's kind of a cool idea. We'll see if he commits to it. Maybe he will want something else, especially if he sees the Nullifier from Weaver, which has just been finished. That does prevent the E-Blade save.
Yeah, at that point, maybe he won't finish it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of the Hex that you mentioned because of the Puck, the Weaver, even Batrider. If you can react really quickly, which Sweden Strong's a great player, right? If Lasso comes in for the Blink Lasso and you can Hex him right away, there's no BKB on this Batrider. Actually, there's an Aghanims. That's wild. I don't think I've seen that.
Ags is pretty good on this hero, right? Like, the secondary lasso range got buffed so many times. It's 650 now, and it ignores Lincoln Sphere. So it's like, if you lasso a hero that doesn't have Lincolns, you might be able to grab the hero behind them that does have Lincolns. So that's really nice, but yeah, it's not something we see all that often at all.
Sweden Strong's just tipping because, like, hey guys, they're looking for me again. And Smiling Knight actually loses like half his health to Repair Bot just running through.
Mid lane, Lasso comes out onto the Pango. The coil's gonna snap. He's dead this time for sure. Really good find. Top lane though, you're losing a tier 3 tower here. And that was Lasso and Coil. They actually find the Centaur in the trees. He gets the Blade Mail off. They're just gonna trap him. He actually cannot move. They have another shackle in a moment. They might be able to just chain stun him down indefinitely. And there's the Whirlwind. Crimson Guard comes out. What a series of plays from
That is some bullying
so
right
good.
there. Oh my goodness. Warp Flare, the Aghanim Shard, Ice Shard to trap him against the wall, Shackle, Aether Remnant. They have so many. The cooldowns came off. They started using them again. That's so mean.
He's dead without buyback, and you have no ults on Avalis right now. So
you really need that Crimson Guard for the fights too.
Yeah, I mean, or for your lane of barracks, right? The Gale from Mukushi is actually doing a lot of work here as well. So we'll see what they can do. Nullifier out onto the Wind Ranger, but I mean, this building's gonna die, right? Surely. full melee barracks gone. On the backside of the fight, BKB out from Puck. Great Wrath of Nature to root up 3 Pro, trying to go in. The double lasso does come out, but the Whirlwind out from Mukushi, just going right through the Bat Rider. It finishes him off, and the Puck's gonna live, but do they even have to worry about it? No, they just back away. They're gonna have the full reset again from this Tinker.
I'm not sure you should have tried to fight there. I really feel they need this Centaur. They need his Crimson Guard and his Shiva's Guard.
Yeah.
And now he's up, but you don't have your BKB or your coil. I feel like they jumped the gun a little bit there. Might cost them another tower.
I mean, it's a really good call from One Win, right? Like, they see their Pango time in, and they're like, well, they used everything, right? Like, just push. What are they going to do? They can't coil us? They can't lasso us? They get a full lane
Yeah,
of
Pango
barracks.
wasn't even in there at all.
Yeah, Pango was
You
dead
replaced
the whole
Pango
time.
with 2 repair bots and you were fine.
Under attack.
It was also a very nice kill onto Zibe that allowed them to do that,
Yeah.
though. Really good spell casting to trap him in there for so long.
The fact that he gets the random remnant to just scout a TP was so good from Chira Jr. And as soon as that connects, like, he's dead, right? Like, you have
Dire's middle
just
tower
such
is
long
under
shards on Tusk where he's just stuck in there and he cannot move.
Yeah.
Look at this barrier on Chira Jr. Shield rune plus
Dire's
defense
middle
matrix.
tower has fallen.
Oh my god, Tinker come back. Put another one on him.
He's got to clear bottom really quick. I love Munkushi's build. Seeing that there's like this blade mail and stuff in this game, he goes for a satanic, now going back for the Daedalus, and this gives him so much sustain during Whirlwind, where it's like previously he was maybe having to cancel the Whirlwind in the middle of the fight if he was taking too much damage from like return and blade mail. Now he can just heal through it.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's not something we see that often on Wind Rangers, but it makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
versus this lineup.
Good.
And the nice thing is, you don't need to full heal yourself with the Satanic. You just need to stay alive long enough because the Tinker will full heal you, right? So as long as you're staying alive, you're getting yourself to another set of very low cooldowns, another Whirlwind coming out, and he's pretty farmed, so Daedalus is still pretty close to being finished.
Got it.
Tinker's looking to claim the second net worth spot.
It's not going to take him that long, to be honest.
Team's telling us like, you don't need to repair bots here, man. It's like, we're fine. It's like, no. We gotta be safe. You never know if they'll jump us here.
Dire's
Don't
bottom
mind my
tower
repair
is under
bots
attack.
taking the ancient camp and the
Radiant's top
creep
tower
wave.
is under attack.
There's a sneaky wraparound. They're pretending that it's just Tinker defending top again.
Radiant's top
The rest of the team's coming from the back. Oh no, Puck jumps straight into the Wind Ranger.
Oh, that's rough.
That was the gem too.
They already
that
had
was-
a gem, so that just gets to go sit in the fountain now.
They're getting tinkered so hard. Not
Yep.
only in the fights. Sweden Strong is actually, he's like, now
Yeah,
I'm
he's playing
farmed
aggressive
enough.
now.
I'm actually just going in now.
Did he go blink
not-
on Tinker now?
Yeah, he has Blink, he has War Flare, so he can help find the
Yeah.
natures, he can help find the Puck.
That's
But
what I was
like
thinking.
they've jumped him so many times. They think he's still baiting in that top tower. It's like, oh, it's just the Tinker, right? We can set up for this. No, his team came from behind. The Tinker is getting to them.
Eki actually dodging out a gank in the bottom lane. They missed every single spell on there to break his blink dagger, so a little bit unfortunate from One Win. But mid lane, someone's in the base.
They're going for Smiling Knight, but he's picked up the Ascetics cap. He's got some status resistance of his own. And he does have an MKB very close. I shouldn't say very close, but he's level 24. The 25 talent's quite strong. Maybe that'll be what they need. They've got one more fight. I mean, if you lose your Megas, that's probably about it against the Tinker.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's Dire's middle barracks.
Well, another lane of barracks down. It seems like Avalis, like you said, they're getting Tinker. They don't really know how they can start this engagement. They're going to try. They're smoked up on the Bat Rider and on this Centaur. Will they connect on it is the question. Mid lane?
Double lasso.
Okay, looks like they will connect on it, but at the backside of the fight, it's just going to be Munkushi with this Whirlwind. It's doing so much damage. Zibe, even with the Crimson Guard, cannot survive, and it's a triple kill from Munkushi. Now looking for Smiling Knight. They've got detection, of course, continuing to look for more. Shackle perfectly placed, make it an ultra kill. The man looking for his rampage. He's got a Whirlwind up in one, but Eki, he's going to make the escape. A buyback on the Bat Rider was committed, and now they just look for the throne.
That was a
still
pretty
alive,
good initiation, all things considered, the double blink lasso, but you just don't have enough at this point.
That's the thing, right? We know that like the double blink lasso initiation is fantastic, but if you're not getting the Tinker in it, it's probably not enough.
You didn't get the Tinker, and you didn't get the Wind Ranger, who then was whirlwinding everyone, jumping those double lassoed heroes. But I don't know, they got Tusk. I kind of understand that, right? Like, it's so hard at this point, though. It's like Tusk Void. That would usually be a very good jump, you know?
Yeah.
But there's so many targets you want to get at this point. It's just coming on a little bit too late. Where the Wind Ranger's fully online, the Tinker's fully online.
They're going to go for it again. I mean, you got the double lasso. They're really looking for the Tinker. He gets the lasso solo here onto the Wind Ranger, but she's got BKB and Satanic, and she's just going to use it to dive the base. They get the puck all alone, and
oh my God,
in the enemy fountain with no care in the world. It's a full team wipe once again as GG's come through, and one win will take game number 2. They're looking like just the overall stronger team.
I think they're just more comfortable playing together, right?
Yeah.
I don't think this draft was bad from Avalis. I think they had things going for them in the laning stage. I do think maybe there's a slight draft advantage to one win, the way they addressed the natures and then saved that Tinker pick for later. It's like, oh yeah, Tinker's nerfed. We're not thinking about Tinker, right? But once you see, it's like, oh, he can get through his laning stage. He'll do what he needs, and then he'll Tinker them, right? The way they play around these heroes, one win doesn't draft like crazy new things. Like, oh, I've never seen this. You typically know what they're going for, but they play all of them so well.
Yeah.
The Beastmaster from last game, right? They all understood how to play around that. This game, they've got their Wind Ranger, a classic for them. The Tinker does so well, right? I'm not saying the other guys didn't do well on their heroes, right? They all did great, but it feels like every draft there's a hero that they understand, hey, this is the hero who will have the most impact. Here's how we play around it. It really feels like that's their strength, that they understand their heroes and what to do with it so well.
Yeah, I actually completely agree. And the fact that Sweden Strong was able to bait them so many times on Avalis, and that even though he was baiting himself, he didn't die, right? He has 5 deaths on the Tinker this game, which is just not that significant when you consider the fact that there were like 3 tier 2 tower dives in the bottom lane that all turned into Avalis losing fights. And this was while they had Aegis, right? They had Aegis for like multiple minutes on this Weaver trying to find this obnoxious Tinker, and every single time he's living through the fight. They turn around, they get 1, maybe 2 kills, but for 1 win, that's perfectly fine. That's all they need, right? They were fighting into an Aegis on the enemy team. They were down in net worth, and they're still winning the engagements. And then eventually Wind Ranger is by far the strongest carry in this game. It gets to a point where you just BKB, Satanic, Whirlwind, and you just run through the enemy team. And yeah, we saw it right at the end of the game. They jump her, and it didn't matter. She just BKB, runs into the fountain with the Satanic and kills 2 heroes. So it's yeah, just a really solid performance again from 1-1.
I'm looking at some of the numbers at the end of the game. Tinker has 26,000 healing, which is as much as the most damage dealt by the enemy team. The puck did 26,000 damage, right? So that's just Tinker things. If you can't punish him early enough, he's just going to come online. The same as the Wind Ranger Whirlwind, which I think they sort of had heroes to do this, right? They had a Weaver, who's a pretty early carry, the Natures, the Puck, the Bat Rider, the Centaur, but I just didn't see those plays quite come together. And it was one win who felt like they are reacting faster. They see the plays happening. They're either dodging it, they're bringing in the heroes. Avalis is trying, but it's just like a small series of events, right? One was just a bit faster every time on all this stuff, a little bit cleaner plays, and they're just building that lead, getting to their timings, and then just, okay, guys, 8-click down the lanes now. We've got what we need.
Yeah, it really was. Like once they get to the point where they have enough items, it's just group up, walk down lanes, and force Avalis into taking a fight. And they took the one fight in mid where they get the lasso onto 2, right? Like you said, it was Tusk Void Spirit, right? And then they just lose the fight. And when that happens, you know, the game's pretty much over. So well played by 1win. They grabbed themselves a 2-0 so far in this best of 5. They are 1 win away from closing out this series, but we're going to go to very nice, unintentional pun there. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 3 here in this grand finals. We'll see you in a bit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Only delays my designs.
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Fall. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we go. It is game 3 of One Win versus Avalis as we are getting ready for what I'm sure should be an entertaining series. I'm getting a little worried for Avalis here, though. One Win seems to have their number. That is 4 games in a row against them.
That's true. I forgot about that first series. Yeah, your backs are against the wall. This is it. I mean, if you lose this one, you're out. I will say, I know it's not what they want to hear, but Avalis is recently formed, so the fact that they're already here, it's already a pretty good performance by them, I think. And they're not being completely steamrolled by One Win, right? They're making them earn it. They are playing the lanes pretty well. We're seeing them come together. It feels like One Win is just a bit cleaner across the board on these different plays that does ultimately lead to them winning. So yeah. I do think Avalis is looking like a very promising team. I know they want to win this though, you know? No one feels good about it. It's like, well, okay, we got second, right? I mean, you do, but like not in the moment. So yeah. I hope for them they can at least bring it to a game 4. You don't want to get, you don't want to lose 5 times in a row to a team. It is not a feels good.
It's definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. I am curious to see what they're going to change up in the draft here. Avalis does have first pick again, and do you go for the Nature's Prophet? Do you feel like that was good enough? Do you ban the Wind Ranger this time around if you do go for the Nature's Prophet? Because it's a lot of the similar bans that we saw last game.
Yeah, last time they banned out Primal Beast, which I think is also a very good response to Nature's.
Yeah.
You could ban Nature's and then maybe take the Wind Ranger away. I mean, you could try it again. I do think it was across the board counters to Nature's. It wasn't just the Wind Ranger. Mm-hmm. So you could do it again and then maybe adjust your second phase bans, take out the Tinker maybe because Shadow Demon's already gone, or make sure you're grabbing like a Doom for yourself so you can at least have that. There's other ways you could adjust it. The fact that they're burning through a ton of reserve time for the first phase, though, is concerning. It means that maybe in that break in between the games, they did not manage to finish discussing how they should approach this third game.
Do you pick the Wind Ranger here and just not go for the Nature's Prophet?
The thing is, I don't know if you want to give Nature's to One Win either. Though they haven't really played it. So maybe you do just leave it in.
Pick the Pango. I actually like this because I think a big part of their draft opener was the fact that they had the Pango and the Wind Ranger, right? And we kind of guessed, right, it was going to be Wind Ranger carry, but it doesn't have to be. And that was one of the things that makes that flex opener really strong. So they go for the Pango. I was like, I'm pretty sure they just take the Wind Ranger, and they do. It's one of those things that, like, this could be a focus fire game when you're against a Pangolier. It's one of those things that's warranted if you want to play this as, like, a mid or an offlane Wind Ranger. I think the one-position Wind Ranger is almost always Whirlwind nowadays, but we'll have to see what they want to do.
Being able to focus fire and again, run next to him is always kind of funny.
Yeah.
But with his barrier and with Crimson Guard, right, it's pretty solid for him as well. To have those tools versus the Wind Ranger. I do feel like that's such a comfort hero for One Win. It's very scary to give up. I look at the bans though, and I kind of get it, right? I'm not giving them Sand King. I don't really want to give him Primal Beast. Sniper, I don't know, maybe you're willing, but you probably have the least experience versus the Sniper support compared to, we've seen a million Wind Ranger cores at this point. So you have a better understanding of how to potentially address it, but now you've got to actually do it. Sven follow-up, still maybe the flex. Even though we said it got nerfed earlier, I do still think it's viable. I think it's interesting into the Pango. I'm not sure exactly why they want it here, besides the threat of the flex between the carry Sven, support Sven, the core support Wind Ranger. It's just very flexible opening.
Go back for the NP. All right, so hear me out. I'm like 99% sure this is a 5-position Sven. So they go Bat Rider as well. Support Sven is so good against Pangolier in terms of mitigating his damage, since everything in his kit is physical damage, right?
That's true.
So with the barriers, you can still go Solar Crest and just Wind Run and the Warcry spam. like when Pango was getting picked all the time, and when Sven was like in the glory days of 5-position Sven, when the barriers and Warcry and everything were even stronger, it was easily like the best counter pick to a core Pango. So I think now, even though it's not as strong, I have a feeling they're leaning more towards the 5-position Sven here. And then if it is a 5 Sven with a Wind Ranger carry and you're running like a Pango Bat Rider offlane, I'm pretty sure they're perfectly fine in that matchup.
Okay. I can see that. I did kind of forget about that all physical damage. Okay, they get the Weaver again. Literally 3 carries right here. Go for one more. You might need someone else who can get away from the natures. That's always helpful to have. We saw how good it was in the last game. Currently, it's just the Wind Ranger power shot.
Yeah.
And Weaver doesn't really... I mean, he can build Hurricane Pike if he's a core. He doesn't really love to, though. And then if you don't have that, you don't really have a tool to get out of Sprout. I think mixing in a bit more magic damage could be good, too. You don't want them to be able to build all physical damage, or sorry, all armor and, you know, damage block like the Crimson Guard versus just all physical heroes right now.
I really like the flex of the Weaver here. I think it matches so well for their draft again. I'm just curious what they want to pick here. I feel like a 4 position would probably be the safest, but then that maybe gives away too much about where your Weaver's going. So maybe you go for like a mid flex. Like you could go for the Primal Beast again, actually, would be pretty solid. Great against the Pango roll, great against Nature's Prophet.
Primal's
Jared
banned in the
Jr.
first
loves
phase.
it. Was it? Oh, it did end up getting banned. For some reason, I thought you were saying earlier it wasn't banned. I was like, isn't this just like a go-to Primal ban? But yeah. Okay,
Ooh,
Broodmother.
Broodmother.
That's cool. Great. It's another flex hero that for the core role, which I think is kind of what I was hoping for, because then it still protects where these like Sven and Weaver and Wind Ranger picks are going. Dude,
They're
looking at the
really
dire
in
lineup,
on physical damage, though. This
Yeah.
last pick needs to have some magic.
dude, looking at the dire lineup, like when was the last time you saw these 4 heroes on the same team and you're like, this is a good draft?
Last pub game.
Well, like, I mean, in a previous patch, right? Like, how often could you see, like, Weaver, Sven, Wind Ranger, and Brood? You know, the old
Yeah,
days of Dota, this was just impossible.
I'm telling you, the support pool is cursed right now.
It really
Bristleback.
is.
Okay, I was thinking, like, who are the best heroes versus physical damage? And Sven's actually one of them, that 1 win already secured for themselves. But Bristle's pretty good, too. You build a lot of armor on Bristle.
Oh, did you freeze there? Did I lose
I'm
you?
here. Maybe my camera's frozen.
No. Okay, you're coming back, moving for a moment. We'll see. That's all
Don't
right.
worry, I'm not important. It's the heroes.
I heard what you were saying still. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Bristleback quite good against the physical damage, but this to me kind of means like I even want to run Sven as a support even more, because now you're like Bristle Pango cores, like all of Quill Spray is physical damage, like most of Bristleback's kit is physical damage, and it just makes the Warcry barrier and everything a little bit more valuable. So I gotta be a little worried about that, but it does give you some good tempo control, right? Like Bristleback, Pango all come online pretty quick.
Yeah, I think so. And I really do want some kind of magic hero in that mid lane, someone who can bring some early pressure to the Bristleback. Don't let him get to the items he wants, steal his stacks. Maybe it doesn't have to be a mid hero. Maybe you could do like mid Wind Ranger, carry Brood, pick an offlaner who has magic. Like Beastmaster is still in the pool. Oh, Viper makes sense in that ban.
It's a really good Viper ban. Queen of Pain, Doom now banned as well.
Maybe Timbersaw? Your lockdown's a bit lacking with that, though.
Yeah, you are. Looks like you're stabilizing. Like we can see a little bit better now. I think, yeah, another break hero would be essential. I'm just trying to figure out which ones are left, right? Because you've already gotten rid of the Primal Beast and the Viper now. That 18-pick Bristle is kind of sick. So 1-win's options are definitely limited.
Yeah, and they've looked pretty comfortable around the bristleback as well. It's promising
Huskar,
going
okay.
into this.
That would have been a really good Huskar pick, actually.
I was wondering if you could just do that. Pango would have a terrible time in that mid lane if you wanted to put him there. Maybe you're thinking of, I don't know, a different mid melee hero? Like who? You want the Earthshaker?
I mean, it's not bad. You have a Brood. It does give you some magic damage as well. Could they go for something like a Mars on 1-win?
I was about to say.
Kunkka. That's a good
Yeah,
pick.
you got the cleave, so you can throw him against the spiders. The run buff is pretty strong versus the physical damage too, and you can build some. You're just like a fairly tanky hero. Blade mail, phase boots, decent opener against all this right click damage.
Trying to think of like heroes that maybe don't have break that are still good against the bristleback, and it's like Mars comes to mind. Maybe Monkey King here. But like Monkey King mid, offlane Brood, carry Windranger.
I wouldn't mind the Monkey King. It's more physical, but the matchup's good. Timbersaw still looks okay. Is Necro totally out of the pool?
It is Timber.
Okay, Timbersaw. I really do think you want to diversify your damage. Grabbing the Timbersaw, I think, makes a lot of sense. And he has really good matchups. Even if
He'll
you
just
did
go
want
mid,
to
right?
flex into offlane Kunkka or something. Oh, they actually do. So they're going offlane Kunkka, mid Pango, and Jura Jr. has taken the Timbersaw. And since he's mid, he'll have that Twisted Chakram, which is going to be really good versus all three cores here.
Whoa, they actually switched things up. So Sweden Strong is going to take the Windranger. So it's carry Sven with a offlane Broodmother. So I really thought Sven would be a support here with the amount of physical damage on Avalis. But they just... I guess Sven is a hero that can build a Silver Edge more likely than anybody else here. And he will just have
That's
overwhelming
true.
damage. So I guess
I
for
also
that regard, it's okay.
Yeah, I also think the Windranger's Whirlwind, like you're gonna have a Crimson Guard versus the Pango. You're gonna have a Bristle who's very tanky and loves these long drawn out fights with the Quill Spray.
Same
right?
with Run
Kunkka
Buff,
Run
too.
Buff. So it's going to be a very long drawn out fight, and in those cases, the straight up physical damage of the Sven might be better. Just burst heroes before any of that can come out, or maybe Focus Fire could have been that, but they might just prefer Whirlwind, and they're gonna say, okay, just be support Windranger. You'll still be very annoying with Whirlwind. The Shackles will still be good. You can use Power Shot to help any core who is stuck in Sprout. Right? I kind of like that adjustment.
I'm excited to see how this one goes. I think Avalis, again, they're doing better in the drafts than they were like when they played them the other day. But 1-win is one of these teams that just seems to have such a good job. Like, they do such a good job at playing around like the most important timings of the game. And this is another scenario where it's like, if this Timbersaw this game actually pops off, he will deal with the Bristleback. So here we go. It is game number 3 for Avalis versus 1-win in this grand finals.
Some friendly good lucks, have fun. Love to see it. All right, slightly delayed smoke by 1-win. Gonna move into the bottom jungle. Hopefully Smiling Knight does not make his way in there. It's not how you want to start game 3 with your life on the line.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Smiling Knight sees the Weaver. Should just play it safe from here.
I don't know if they're gonna
Kinda
find anyone at the
scattered, though.
runes. Yeah, it was like everyone's kind of split around the map right now.
Okay,
And
okay.
So nothing
Ends up
really
being
happening.
2 for 2.
Yeah.
I thought one win might end up with a big rune advantage because
Bright and breezy.
Bristle was just sitting in the lane because he thought they were all bottom, but one win had actually gone back up top. But okay, nothing too crazy happens. Go into the lanes, at least with an even footing.
So, Broodmother Windranger versus Bristle Nature's Prophet. This is the lane that's like a little bit interesting to me. Because Necrotic Webs, I think, will make a difference against the Bristleback here.
It would if she took it. She actually went Feeding Frenzy.
Wait, what?
I don't know if that was a misclick.
Radiant's
Because the
courier has been
Spiderlings,
killed.
all the core heroes are good versus the Spiderlings.
Cloud's
He
just
might
gonna
have
rat,
meant to
dude.
take the other facet.
I think he's. So there's basically here's the way Feeding Frenzy is gonna work is if you are playing away from your team, if you're just ratting, you do so much more damage to towers.
True.
So I'm curious if that's kind of the idea with this, is he just plans to rat and like Necrotic Webs in the lane, maybe he doesn't care all that much because like Nature's Prophet can just TP to base or whatever, but I feel like in fights and stuff and in mid game when you have webs all over the place, they do a lot of the effect is pretty big.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how it plays out. For now, in the top lane, they actually managed to run down the Sven with that level 2 timing. That's a good way to start. Made him miss a couple creeps as well. He's actually
That's really
struggling
nice.
last hit wise a lot already. Bat Rider being very annoying in this lane.
Yeah, I think that's kind of expected here. I'm a little bit surprised that they got the kill, but if you are playing in the lane and you get to like 5 stacks against the Bat Rider, he will just run you down under the tower. That's just the nature of the hero. All right. Well, good stuff from Avalis top lane to get that kill. The Weaver getting the return kill is actually not bad, though. So he has like an early level 3. He can trade pretty well against the Bat Rider.
I feel like the supports of One Win have played really well this series.
Yeah, they have.
We saw Respect breaking ankles in Game 1, a Shadow Demon. Game 2, the insane amount of Tinker, baits, and
Tusk saves as well.
is it outplays? Yeah, like Tusk
Dire's
saves.
courier has been killed.
Weaver, pretty different hero from those previous two. We'll see what he ends up doing here. Sometimes you want to scale as the Weaver, but maybe as position 5. We'll see if Respect goes for a more save-oriented style of play. Going for Respect. He already used Shikuchi.
That's a huge kill.
Trying to push the limits. Got caught off guard by Eki. Because Eki had left, so he was trying to mess with Kunkka. But Eki actually came back around, surprised him from the high ground with the flame break. And now he's actually going to look for mid. If Timber's pushed up, there's not a lot of trees for him to reach with the Timber chain, especially when it's only level 1. Looks like he suspects this is happening. He actually heads to the bottom lane for the bottom rune for the water spawn here. All right, dodges out that Bat Rider gank. Very
Part
nice.
of the Nature's Prophet, actually, he sends his tree into the bottom rune, so if Chiro Jr. wasn't actually there in time, he would have just denied it.
Yeah, good.
Lane somewhat even. Both save laners seem to be doing all right. The Weaver killed again.
That's a good TP in from Seneko. All right, and now they can actually threaten the tower with the Ironwood if they want. Or he can just run it at the Sven. That also works. Take his farm behind the tower. Okay, Munkushi has absolutely
Dire's top
nothing
tower
right now.
is under attack.
We saw this happen in Game 1, though. It pressured Moonkushi, but it gave space to the other heroes. I think this is fine because you just want your Brood to hit level 6. And right now she's farming fine versus Smiling Knight. At some point, she'll hit 6. She'll take over the bottom half. Timbersaw will be being Timbersaw. And they're going to make the space for Moonkushi.
Yeah,
I think it's okay
if,
that he's being sacked right now.
I think if the Timbersaw gets like a pretty early like Yasha or a pretty early Kaya into
Would love to see that.
like an Ags or a Blink Dagger, I think this hero will be able to take over the mid game pretty well. So I am curious to see if he's going to do that. Top lane, we're going to see the rotations in. They're trying to bring down Zibe before the level 6 comes through. They will not be able to. Bottom lane though. Bristleback in some trouble. Chira Jr. is here. He just chops him down. One more whirling death. A really good bait from Cloud there, it seemed like.
Yeah, Cloud was playing at very low health, baiting the Bristle in for the Timber rotation. And this is great because this Cloud's at 5.5 with now this free space with Bristle being dead. Should be hitting 6 any moment now. And that's where the Broodmother really just pops off. She can start using spiders to farm everywhere.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Even though the core heroes can deal with the spiders if they're just in the jungle, right? They're not really at risk. And we'll see what he can do with the Feeding Frenzy. Not the facet we usually see on this hero.
It's definitely not, but ooh, this is a huge kill if they can finish him in time. He gets the Rolling Thunder off thanks to the barrier, and Sweden Strong just getting collapsed by the Rolling Thunder. They lose the Nature's Prophet onto the backside, but Respect trying to chase Pro, can't finish the job. And
Can't believe he lived there.
Ego is out.
The barrier is so good. That's exactly what it's for. When your health is so low, but then you manage to get the double jump off into the roll. You've got the barrier keeping you alive versus most damage, but especially the physical, and then the high magic resistance in roll. Feels like anytime you get the roll off in the early game, you're living.
Yeah. That's a really sick play from the Pangolier. Treads now on Moonkushi. He's gonna slowly work his way to the Mask of Madness, of course. Looks like Sweden Strong might be going for the mech this game. We'll have to see. He's quite a bit away.
Unka's going for an urn. I guess they want him to get the Spirit Vessel to deal with the Timbersaw and I guess the Brood as well. Insatiable Hunger is actually quite a lot of healing. Sven's quite tanky too, so get some good damage there.
Jr. gets himself the Illusion Rune in the bottom lane. That'll be helpful. They actually smoke immediately. They're heading bottom. They would really like to find the Bristleback, but Smoke's going to pop Timber Chain up to the high ground, and instead they'll just find themselves a kill onto Seneko. The two worst heroes to be playing Nature's Prophet against when you go for Sprout yourself.
Wait, he actually got Splintered this game.
Yeah,
Or
I just
Shredder.
noticed.
Must have swapped it at the last second.
I mean, it is a really good facet. I think both of Timber's facets are really strong. I like Shredder more, personally, but I think a lot of people in the mid lane choose the Twisted Chakram.
Yeah, that's what surprised me the most about it. Usually you see it for the side lanes to apply more pressure with the lane partner.
Speaking of the
But
side
since there aren't a lot of
lanes-
trees in the mid,
Yeah, it cancels his TP. Cloud and Chira Jr. being bottom does give them a lot of kill threat here. So we'll see if they manage to find an opening.
Radiant's middle tower.
Dude, the Quill Sprays just chew through these spiders. That's why I'm so shocked about this facet choice.
yeah, Cloud's got the Echo queued up into the BKB, so he's planning to just right-click.
Ooh, Shackle
carry.
connects. Okay, never mind. Your supports on one win are fairly low level. They will see Eki here on the top side, though. Blood Grenade doesn't quite connect. He's dodging out the Chakram. Shackle doesn't connect either. The dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. The classic.
Get a pretty deep ward down. Maybe they'll be able to get a kill from there later. They do have the boat. I think that's what they were trying to make this rotation in for. Find a kill with it, but not going to find anything quite yet. Moonkushi's about to skyrocket in net worth. The ancient camps have been stacked up for him. I was wondering if they'd give it to Timber, maybe give him even more momentum, but looks like it is just classic. Give Sven a ton of farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The fact that the Broodmother has been unable to take the tower so far is a really good sign for Avalis. Like, this is a hero that does kind of need to take the offlane tower as soon as possible to open up more of the map, and he just hasn't been able to, thanks to the Bristleback Quill Spray. At some point, it's gonna go down, and it finally does. So it took them a little while, but they do get it. I think most of this is because Timbersaw is rotated down here, right? And when the Timber is here, Bristleback feels a lot less safe.
Yeah, it's come down several times to apply the pressure to Bristleback. I mean, if Bristle's not having a good game, especially with Kunkka going for the Spirit Vessel, he, as an offlane, is going to be more utility focused. We'll see what build Pango goes for, but I feel that like a lot of your damage has to come from this Bristleback. So if you are bringing the Timber to slow him down, if you kill the Bristle off really quickly, I don't know, you might just be able to sustain your way through the rest of the fight.
I mean, it looks like he's going the Blink into Aghanim Scepter build on the Pango, so he wants to be a damage dealer as well.
Okay. Well, you know, actually, their stuff will do a bit more because there's no auras on one win. Snako TP's out of the mid lane. They're going to chase Respect, but Sun's going to break that up. No one lost yet.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I wonder if one win... They have a little bit of wiggle room here with the patch coming out to nerfing auras. I wonder if they're giving that a shot, seeing what it's like to play without the auras.
I can see that, absolutely.
Because usually that's the build we see on Broodmothers. Just build Pipe, Greaves, and go. Sometimes the Orchids early.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if you go this facet, though, I feel like you're playing to push.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And maybe,
attack.
but then again, you also need to protect your Brood, so I don't
they're
quite
dead, like,
know.
right there.
They just instantly die.
Are scaling.
So he needs to get the Spiderling's health at 15, which feels really bad, I think, because you typically want the web time. But how much health do they even have? Yeah, they only have like
300.
450 health. It's not that much, even with the talent, or 425 with the talent, which is really not a lot,
Dire are
considering
scaling.
most heroes have like a single AOE nuke that can do
Nice
that.
shackle shot at the triangle.
Tower is under attack.
They're gonna find the Wind Ranger, I think.
Ooh, Chira Jr. comes in. The boat doesn't quite connect with the run buff, doing some work. They managed to chain stun down Chira Jr. on the backside, and he's trying to get away. He will not be able to. His Smiling Knight finishes the job with all of those Quill Spray stacks. So a 2-for-1 trade going really well for Avalis, using that early Aghanim Scepter pickup here on Smiling Knight, and he's just going to clear up their Ancient stack as well. So this is really nice.
I'm surprised how much damage Timber took, but he did go for a Kaya first, so he's not that tanky right now to the physical damage, especially if he doesn't have reactive armor stacks built up. So that's exactly where this Aghanim's on the Bristleback comes in. It's a lot of physical burst quickly. He is going to go for a Shivas next on the Timbersaw. That's going to help him a ton versus this lineup. A good find from Avalis while they still can. It did cost them an Observer.
Radiant's middle tower
It's
is under
denied
attack.
now. I mean, this is exactly where the old Aura build would have mattered. You might keep the Timbersaw alive, who does an insane amount of damage the longer he lives,
Yeah.
but you don't have any. I
Is there
suppose
any
Avalis
being-
actually does not have any right now either. They're working on
was gonna be
a
my
Solar
question.
Crest,
I was like,
but I
who
think
on
they
Avalis builds
can,
them?
right? Like, Kunkka can work towards it later. I say as I now see him queue up in Aghanims. So perhaps both teams are going to try no Aura gaming.
I mean, Aghanim Scepter is really good on Kunkka.
And the double boat and the cannons, they do a lot of damage.
Dire's
Yep.
middle tower
They do have Windrunner going for the Guardian Greaves. So, like I said, I thought she was going to go for a mech. There is going to be one aura. Respect on the bottom lane here. Force a time lapse away from the Pangolier with an amplify damage. So that's a little spooky. Uh-oh, Weaver, spooky, stuck inside the Sprout. I was like, he just TPs, right? That's what he does.
Sunka was close to making it with the X mark, but not quite enough.
Yeah. Good.
Could be worse. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
I really want to see Feeding Frenzy at some point make a difference. I don't know when that's gonna be, but I hope it happens. If this just ends up being a game where like you have this facet and nothing is done with it, I'm gonna be a little bit confused.
I mean, I guess it might not be a consistent payoff, especially against these core heroes, but if you're left in the base just once, you probably take a full set if they give you, I don't know, 15 seconds of space, right? And that's pretty impactful to take a high ground, even if it's just a high ground tower. At that point, you probably only need like 5 seconds. So like here in the bottom lane, let's see, are we gonna see Insatiable Hunger? Doesn't look like it. She's already gone. She's sending the kids in. It's like, I'm out.
And that's where it's confusing to me. It's like if I'm the Broodmother in this game, like to take advantage of the facet, you have to put yourself within range of the spiders, which then puts you in range of potentially Avalis's gank potential, right? The lasso, the X, the rolling thunder, even just Nature's Prophet. But
she might be able to now. She just finished a BKB.
Okay.
She's gonna work on rebuilding her Echo, I imagine. Or maybe not.
Bottom lane here. They will get the X from downtown onto Respect. Here's going to be the Torrent into the boat. He does get the time lapse for a second, as Eki is taking a lot of damage from the spiders, but eventually they just die to the fire.
Yeah, BKB forced out really early from Cloud. He just finished that. I suppose we could say it kept him alive, but
I don't even
also
think he
feels
was in
pretty
danger.
bad. Yeah, that might have been a little bit preemptive. Maybe thought, well, okay, if he didn't BKB, perhaps they focus him instead. So maybe by BKBing, they chose to just kill the support. Either way, that's the first BKB charge used, and you're going to feel good about that on Avalis.
Sven has recovered, which is just Sven things, right? We kind of knew this was going to happen eventually. The question is, at what point can he get a Silver Edge, right? Because right now he's going for his Sanj and Yasha BKB. This is kind of just the standard build that we've seen on Sven's.
Yeah, I think you can just get it later. Like, you can play versus Bristleback without breaks. It's doable, but it'll help a lot if you can work it in later, which Sven will. For now, Avalis has the first Aegis. That is the Bloodstone finished on the Bristleback as well. This is the part of the game that has fallen apart for them the last couple times they've played one win. So they need to cleanly play around this Aegis and pick up some of these objectives or big team fight wins. I think another BKB at a Cloud's a good start. Oh, they get the X.
It's not going to last long enough.
Yeah,
okay. That was one of the nerfs,
they nerfed
right?
X duration, right?
I think it was specifically for this interaction, because being able to X people that were BKB, then it lasts longer than a literally like 2 uses of BKB was a little scuffed. So,
well, she gets away, but it's another BKB used.
Yeah. They are doing a decent job on the Weaver of cutting this bottom lane, but at some point he's going to get found again. Like, it's only a matter of time. The only reason he lived there is because Zibe didn't have dust on him at the time, and he again just cuts another wave.
Yeah, I actually wish they were... Okay, they're coming back here, because I really think off this Aegis in that tier 1, you push this tier 2, try to steal the Tormentor and Wisdom Rune, and then go back for your own. Right? This is a huge power play we see a lot. It's a little risky, and if you can take the tier 2, that's the best. that's why Respect cutting the wave is really good for the team. But they're keeping one range creep alive and having Smiling Knight tank. Oh, nice power shot to clear it up. It's not fast enough though. So you do finish the tier 2, and if you can steal the Tormentor, get back in your own. Like now you're building an actual lead.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
This is,
Who do you get it on?
you get it on Seneko,
Okay.
which is really good.
Yeah, you don't want it on Eki.
So, some good stuff here from Avalis, as they do manage to get pretty much everything that they wanted out of that first push. They still have quite a bit of time on this Aegis as well. They might be able to look for another objective. Do you outscale 1-1 is the real question. Because it comes back down to this Sven and this Broodmother, whereas like these two heroes put out a lot of damage in the late game. And yeah, I think this Feeding Frenzy facet may not end up doing literally anything in the entire game, but you still can just pop BKB, and if you get to level 25 on a Broodmother, you just kill anybody.
Yeah,
Smoke
I think
pops.
you're
Who do
right.
they find? Blink out from Eki. Very nicely done. The Aghanim Scepter is done on Pro and Zibe. They're actually really strong on Avalis. I think they realize they will back away. Timber needs his plate mail, like really badly.
Ghoul.
I keep tanking up versus this Bristleback.
Yeah, there's also just so much magic damage now, though. Between, like, the Kunkka Ags and, like, Wrath of Nature and stuff, but...
It's a strong timing from Avalis. They probably
Yeah.
wish they had more of a gold lead right now, but you can win fights, and you need to. Like you said, you're going to get outscaled. So if you're not finding these fights, then when are you?
They found someone
Rude.
bottom.
Blink Lasso,
And he's just
the
dead.
roll and the boat finishes off cleanly. No chance to even BKB. What can you
They
get out
thought
of that?
they thought they were, like, mid behind Smiling Knight's Bristle. He's just taking the entire building by himself.
Yeah, it was risky, but a really good call because one win, they've got the same read, right? It's like as long as we out farm, like they're all pushing together, we out farm them through the side lanes, we're good to go. But Avalis baits that. It's like we're totally behind our Bristleback. Go split bottom. You kill the Brood. Great kill. Maybe poking at this tier 3 a little bit. Let's see how confident they feel to stay for a long time or not.
I mean,
Maybe it's just some light poke while the
they
Brood's
can
dead.
probably take it.
I think so too. It can be very scary though when your tournament life is on the line.
That's
Make you
true.
second guess yourself.
You don't have Aegis for too much longer. Yeah, they're just going to back away, continue to cut waves. I mean, this first Aegis has done so much work. They got themselves 2 tier 2 towers, this is what I was talking about last game. I thought that they needed to get some massive objectives early on, but they were really not able to do so. This time it's working really well.
Their own Tormentor went to the Pango, by the way, so that is exactly what you wanted.
That's huge, actually. I didn't even notice.
All right, so from here, I think you're finding pickoffs if you can. You get that next... two of them are running into the full lineup of one win.
They're just going to go right in. The lasso comes out to try and hold this Broodmother down. I mean, a lot of this BKB duration is wasted, and now he's just dead. He doesn't even get close to taking down Eki, and Sweden Strong just blown up on the backside. You do not have the strength to fight into these guys at the moment, and now Respect likely to die as well. Here comes the axe into the Torrent. Ends up missing the Torrent, and that might get Respect out of it. I mean, they might just get a lane of barracks here.
Smiling Knight left that fight long ago. You've got the Treants. They've been nerfed a little bit, but with the Solar Crest, they still do a lot of damage. All right, one set of racks at 25 minutes for Avalis. This is the best they've done. This is looking really good for them. Gonna get to work on a second tower. I don't think you can stick around too long for this.
Here comes Moonkushi. He's going to try and enter the game for the first time. We haven't seen the Sven get active, and he is
destroyed.
dead. actually ripped apart the Seeing Red Facet on Smiling Knight. The dude is sitting on almost 500 damage. And he just, it's not even close.
They've done it.
This game is over, I think. They're going to get 2 lanes of barracks. They're going to look for Sweden Strong onto the backside, and X comes out. There's going to be the Bristleback being put to good use. Chira Jr. is going to buy back on the Timbersaw, try and get something here on this guy. But he can't. Smiling Knight is too strong, and now Chira Jr. is dead. A Yule's for a moment, but a couple of auto attacks from the Bristleback is going to be more than enough. The boat comes through, cleaning up the Broodmother, who's got a BKB active, but it expires. They get nothing. Ultra kill for the Bristleback, and OneWin get completely steamrolled in game number 3.
Right, let's go. Avalis getting themselves on the board. No one beats them 5 times in a row. Certainly not OneWin here.
This was just such a sick draft. They open the Pango, they feel good about the draft, and then this last pick Bristleback, already knowing that a lot of the counter picks can be dealt with, like the Primal Beast being one of the big ones, but then also going on 18th, since you get it on 18th pick, you can ban out the Viper, probably like the other massive issue hero here, and you just don't get any momentum out of your mid or off lane. I don't know if it was a misclick going for this Feeding Frenzy. You know, that's just the way it goes sometimes, but Chira Jr. also needed to create space for Munkushi, and when he finally tries to enter the game, he gets like 3-shot by a Bristleback.
Yeah, I'm not sure on this lack of auras from OneWin. I don't want to say they were experimenting, but whatever it may be, I think if Brood just goes regular auras, this looks like a very different game. And at the end there, like that Sven getting wrecked by the physical damage from the Bristle. One, I actually don't think they had to chase that hard. I think they could have held longer, continue to wait for maybe like the Silver Edge to come out. But then 2, if you are backed by the Guardian Grease had finished, but I don't think they had the Solar Crest. There could have been like a Crimson Guard, there could have been a Pipe, right? All the classic auras, it may be boring, but they're good. We saw them win games 1 and 2 with it. I don't think that Sven would get shredded so much, and then maybe he can actually fight and do something in God's strength.
I think this should have been a support Sven, I'll be honest. Like 75%
I also would have been
up
for that.
Yeah, like 75% of the damage they took this game was physical damage from Avalis. And then we knew it was going to come from the Bristleback eventually. And like the entirety of Pango's damage is physical damage as well. Like there is no magic damage that this hero can do. And if this is just a support Sven maxing Warcry and you have a carry Wind Ranger, the lane is just better, hands down, because Sven got, you know, kind of bullied by the Bat Rider running him down and the Kunkka cleave, but it wouldn't be that bad for a Wind Ranger carry in that position. I don't know. I think OneWin maybe read the draft a little wrong. And then again, the offlane Brood, like you said, if this was auras, maybe it's a different game. You ended up getting Guardian Greaves eventually on the Wind Ranger, but it came out for like when your base is getting dove and you get like one usage of the Guardian Greaves out. So it doesn't really, it's just late. It doesn't hit the timing. And you just got Bristlebacked super hard.
Yeah, just to compare it, the mech came out at 18 minutes, Greaves at 23-ish. Where if Brood had done it, the Echo Saber is a very similar price. That finished at 13 minutes. So you could have a mech there, and then instead of a BKB, you could have Greaves or a Pipe, right? 2 auras, like shortly after 15 minutes, and you can actually group up and fight. Sweden Strong could then go for a different item instead of the mech, maybe an Atos, his team lacks some catch or something. Then I think it's a lot easier to survive through the combo of the boat, of the roll. In this case, those combos picked up enough kills that from there it's, you know, like 5 versus 3, you can just run down the rest of the heroes or take objectives. But that's what the auras do. They help you survive through the initial spell combos so you can take longer fights, which is, I think, how OneWin would want to fight. You got a Broodmother who wants to like Insatiable Hunger, spam Spiderlings, Timber, series of spells go out, right? Maybe Sven does not want such a long drawn out fight because of God's strength, but he's still farming at that time period anyway, so he's not involved.
Yeah, I mean, Avalis just out-tempoed them. They built the absolute perfect items for this game. And I will say 1 win, definitely going to go back to the drawing board. Each game since like the other day, like when they first met, Avalis went from being absolutely outdrafted to now outdrafting 1 win. So we'll see what happens in this next game, because if this trend continues, Avalis could definitely pull back this series. It is currently 2-1 in favor of 1 win, but we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with game number 4 in this grand finals. Everyone stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you didn't mind the extra long break here as we get ready to jump into game number 4 of One Win versus Avalis in this grand finals. Teams just get a little bit of extra time after game 3, so getting prepared for games 4 and potentially game 5 as the first set of bans are coming through. Zach, what was the difference between these first 2 games and game 3?
I think in the same way earlier we've talked about One Win being very comfortable with certain heroes and knowing how to play around it. I think Avalis has shown they're a pretty strong bristleback team, and Smiling Knight has performed quite well on it. I mean, you never win every time with a hero, but it looked pretty good. It felt like they understood what they needed to do there. I do think that One Win, I feel like a different build on the Brood would make their game easier. And you were thinking, carry Wind Ranger, support Sven would have also made the game easier. So maybe there's some stuff like you play the exact same draft, but you adjust who's playing what and the builds, and the game changes. But I mean, we'll see, because going into this draft, it's the first pick Pango again. If they want to try to repeat this, they could grab the Wind Ranger again and do the exact same openers.
I mean, it could be. There's no Nature's Prophet this time, which, yeah, they do go for the Wind Ranger, which I don't think is that surprising, to be honest. I think for the most part, like, this hero is not the reason they lost. I think it was a combination of a few things. But no Nature's Prophet for Seneko is going to be a big deal. He actually was able to get a lot done and a lot of pressure applied, matching the tempo of that Bristleback with an early Solar Crest. So I think this is quite nice still for One Win. It's just going to come down to what they pick to actually counter this Pango, because the Primal Beast really has been the primary one, and it's just getting banned every time. Okay, Naga Siren. Very cool. This hero slips through the draft this time, which, yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah, she was getting banned a lot by One Win, actually, but I guess having the option to pick her up here, they're going to grab it. And this hero has looked really good, just a strong support in... I don't think I've seen it lose a lane yet, because either you're going Illusion spam and Deluge spam, or you're taking Ensnare to set up for someone who has a follow-up stun of sorts. And it seems like it always goes at least even, if not crushes the lane. So I think it's been a really stable pick. Later on, you've got Ensnare for early plays, Illusion scouting. If you pick up an Aghanim's, you could BKB pierce that roll with a root, waste like half the roll time. That would be kind of funny. So we'll see if that's what they... I don't think you have to get the Aghanim's. I think just like Guardian Greaves into stuff is fine, but an option if it goes late enough. Back for that Bat Rider once more.
Yeah, I think why not? They've looked really good on it.
It brings a lot of that magic damage against the Wind Ranger in the early game when she's not too tanky. I don't know how it'll do versus the Naga Siren, who has a Dispel from the illusions, as well as the slow and the ensnare preventing you from running people down. But maybe if you're playing different lanes, it'll be okay. They'll grab the Crystal Maiden, who's good versus the Bat Rider, so you're protecting it, but also very good versus the Wind Ranger in the early game, the disarm on the root, as well as locking her down. And then just general AoE for the Naga Siren. I like it. Probably never going to get an ultimate off, though, into the song.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. The song can be pretty good at canceling both ultimates from Bat Rider and Crystal Maiden, right? If you go for like an immediate lasso play, you could, if you're close enough, you can song it to reset. Same with Freezing Field. The Doom comes out here from One Win, so this is going to be their off lane. Quite good into Pangolier. If I'm not mistaken, it stops Rolling Thunder immediately, right? It used, at least I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty sure when you Doom Pango, it stops Rolling Thunder.
It does.
It did
Maybe
for a
something
while.
I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, it did for a while, and it's one of those like weird interactions where you're just like, okay. So yeah, it's pretty solid. I like it. Great damage. It really comes down to if it's going to be the Wind Ranger 4, because it could be. It couldn't be. It's going to be the Hoodwink 4. So I wasn't sure if they would protect the flex there, but I guess you have what is now pretty much Naga 5, Hoodwink 4, Doom offlane. So not a ton of flex. It's really just, is it Wind Ranger mid or Wind Ranger carry? Which maybe that's enough.
Yeah, it makes sense why they banned the Medusa now, because they wanted the Doom, and you don't want to let Avalis pick the Medusa right here, something that Smiling Knight really likes. Back for the Hoodwink. This hero's dropped off since it's gotten a series of nerfs. Curious why they wanted it here, but I think into the Crystal Maiden lane, like Acorn Shot is pretty good. Bushwhack is another long-range disable to get the Crystal Maiden, or maybe slow the Bat Rider, stun him up when trying to run people down. So we'll see what it can get done. I guess you got good setups too. You have like Ensnare to land an easy ultimate.
Yeah.
More trees for Wind Ranger shackles.
That's actually true, though. Like, being able to get a tree plant from Hoodwink and maybe get a shackle off of it is kind of cool. I don't know if, like... Because Bushwhack, once the Bushwhack ends, the tree it was tied to breaks. So it's actually a little bit of counter synergy, like, if you happen to shackle to the Bushwhacked tree, because then you're just like, they both just break. But we'll see what they end up doing. It's going to be a Broodmother from Avalis, which... I would say probably carry Brood into the Doom lane. I feel like it's pretty safe. Brood CM seems like a good enough lane.
Oh, yeah, that's a strong lane combo. I'd be open to that. The flex is there to do carry or off lane because you can do mid or off lane Pango. So maybe depending on what you see, well, I guess you have to reveal it because one win is actually the last pick.
Yeah.
Unless you can find another flexible hero to grab, which for their team, I mean, if you are doing carry Broodmother, or actually even if you do offlane Broodmother, you have a pretty good tempo between these four heroes. So you could either go for a very late game oriented carry to outscale and give them space, or pick someone else who comes online early, which if this is a carry Brood, you would just take like an Aura Builder or an Initiator, or go for a strong lane matchup. I think Pango into Wind Ranger would be okay, like whether that's mid or off lane, so you can just follow the Wind Ranger. Another Huskar ban. I want to see a Huskar. They always ban out in this last phase.
It'd be cool. I think the Incendiary facet is crazy strong. They ban out the Kunkka. It did a lot of work last game, just from Eki being in the offlane, being super tanky, having the Pangolier as well. Like, you have a lot of just kind of go run at you heroes that you didn't really have answers for. It's also really good against Doom because it delays a lot of Doom's damage. And that's one of the things that's kind of a big deal.
I don't think of a carry who won't care about Doom. It's very annoying for a good amount of carries. Brood, it's maybe okay, but you would lose the Insatiable Hunger lifesteal, which I think is a big part of carry Brood.
You just back away. Like, you just play in your webs and wait for the Doom to
you're
expire and hope you don't die.
Yeah, it might be fine.
You just trade your BKB for the Doom, I think. The only other, like, hero I think that you could pick if you really want to run this is like an offlane Brood. Alk maybe? But even then, like, into Doom is also really sketch. It just gives you a fast timing with like Alk, Pango, and Broodmother.
Yeah, I think that'd be a little scary.
All right. Well, they get rid of the Centaur.
I see one win maybe taking Alchemist.
That would be pretty good.
I feel like you wouldn't be scared of spiders anywhere.
They pick Brewmaster. This is not a hero we've seen at all, really. Huh. So
you go carry Weaver right here. Or maybe like you go carry Bristleback.
Yeah, it's like you could go the Bristleback, you could go Weaver, you could go Slark. Like, all of these heroes are very good into this.
Bat Rider Brewmaster is a classic lane combo, really strong. That combo did just get slowly nerfed over time, which is why people moved away from it. But since a good amount of offlaners did get banned out, we're reaching that like B tier level offlaners.
You just need to pick a carry hero that is either not threatened by Batrider, which you keep the Wind Ranger there because she has Wind Run, or you pick something that can dispel the sticky napalm, right? So you have things like Slark. You could look at Faceless Void because of time dilation. Doesn't feel like a really good Void game though. Other ones have been like things like Life Stealer, which hasn't been really that picked. Juggernaut also doesn't feel super good.
I think you want a way to deal with the spiders too. The other heroes are just okay at it. Maybe Gyrocopter could be okay.
Gyro wouldn't be bad.
Maybe you do just go for Sven again. We've seen that be fine. Like you just cleave the Brewmaster.
Okay, so they pick their mid lane.
Oh, yeah, so and ended up being Ember mid, and so they will go for the Wind Ranger carry. Like you said, should be okay. The early game, you have to be careful of being lifted up by the Brewmaster. That can kind of screw you over, that Dispel. But later on, I mean, you get a BKB, and then that should be fine. And I suppose with Whirlwind now being the way to go, you actually do kill the Brewlings pretty easy when he ults. A bit different from
actually,
before.
huh?
You will have the Naga 5 in his lane, which I think will also really help slow down this Batrider from getting anything done.
I feel like the mid lane, if Chiro Jr. doesn't crush this lane, then I think you're in a little bit of a rough spot again on 1 win, because Smiling Knight should do perfectly fine into the Doom. I don't think he's going to struggle much at all thanks to the Crystal Maiden. Yeah, Zibe is going to struggle on the Brewmaster, but we saw how much this Pango got done last game, and if he's able to create as much tempo again as possible, and Eki gets like a decent timed Blink Dagger, they could just run over 1 win again. So I'm a little bit worried. I'm glad it's carry Wind Ranger this time around, but you're playing for like the 30 to 40 minute timing again on 1 win. Like you're not playing for an early tempo here. You're playing to stall and get to power items.
I mean, that's what Ember is good at.
Yeah.
You can drop the safety remnant, go in real aggressive, and it's really this Blink Lasso that's probably the scariest thing for you.
Yeah.
But besides that, I don't know, maybe Blink Roll, depending where you're standing, could also be scary, but I think they can drag this one out. Especially, I do want to see how good of a lane Doom has, because if you blink Doom the right target at the start of the fights, right, just take your carry Broodmother out. She doesn't want to go in when she's doomed and she doesn't have Insatiable Hunger. Brewmaster before he splits, Pango Roll before he can get that off, right? Then your team fight, it kind of takes everything. So if you get a really good Doom off, I could see 1 win just being able to win those early fights like we saw in game 1 and 2, build a lead off of that, end up snowballing the game.
All right, here we go. Game 4 in this grand finals of 1 win versus Avalis. Only one team can walk away with the title of champion. And Avalis, again, with another really good draft. I like what they're doing. We'll see if it's going to be enough to tie up this series. But a lot of comfortable heroes again for 1 win, primarily this Wind Ranger. This has been their bread and butter in the carry role. They have looked very good on it.
"30 seconds to battle."
Smoke around by 1 win. They have a ward to place. They do.
Broodmother is
Sight of the
smoking right into
Broodmother.
3.
They don't have long
Yeah.
range catch for that.
I mean, it would just be the Bushwhack if you had it, right? But you don't usually want to level Bushwhack. Wow, he just walks into the middle of them and grabs it. And Snare and the Bolas at the same time. Smiling Knight might actually just walk away from this as a result, and he does. Ooh, a little bit of miscommunication from 1 win. Cost them the first blood, cost them a bounty rune. Yeah, you're going to go to lane a little bit low on the Brood, but I don't think you mind all that much. You've gone Searing Chains level 1 now on your mid laner.
It's maybe unlucky on the Acorn bounce. Better luck there. Maybe that's the kill. Smiling Knight will have to be careful for a bit. They still have the Blood Grenade in this lane. There could be a lot of damage coming out if you're not careful. But yeah, otherwise, solid start. As long as you just play safe for the next minute.
Though that I will say the Doom taunt has to be one of the most frustrating taunts ever. Because it's such a cool weapon, and it just like I was just like, as soon as I saw the taunt, my imagination was like, it's gonna rip some like heavy metal every time he goes to taunt, and then it's just like, oh, I don't know how to play the guitar, and it's a bunch of just awkward notes. Now it was so
Sick
sad.
bass tune. What are you saying?
Well, it's not even a bass tune. It's like he's just strumming random strings. Like he doesn't know what he's doing.
You just can't
like,
hear the beat. It's really cool in the demon world. You just don't get it.
True,
Not your
I
kind of
guess.
thing. Bottom lane, Munkushi getting pretty low. The level 2 timing from Zibe. A lot of magic damage out. Looks like she'll be okay for now. But no salve
Seen this
down here,
before.
so... Yeah, this classic Brew Bat Rider. And they're going to play aggressive off of it. Actually tanks a couple tower shots. He's got the Firefly. They're going for this.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of slow, and they're going to turn. Ensnare is out, but Munkushi's just standing in the fire. I'm surprised the Ensnare came out so late.
Yeah, that felt maybe not sure who to ensnare to keep away. That indecision might have cost Munkushi his life. I think if you keep Batrider further away, or the Brewmaster, like keep one of them further away for longer, maybe you get the kill first, because both those heroes had to tank the tower to do that, and then they get to leave right away because she died. But if you take that, if it takes longer to get the kill, then either you're letting her go or you're committing to the kill but tanking more tower shots.
Yeah, exactly. Sure, Junior doing okay in mid lane. There's a lot of denies on both of these guys at the moment, so I feel like this lane gets easier for Pango, though, I'll be honest. And I think because he went Searing Chains level 1, it really slowed down his ability to punish levels 1 and 2.
I think straight in the mid lane, you often see Sleight of Fist and Flame Guard being prioritized.
Yeah. Blood Grenade
spell did
out,
Doom
doesn't
get?
connect. I mean, your Doom has 300 MS right now. You're not going to catch him.
Yeah, he does not have Devour yet, so no spells to work with.
It's not even my big luck that you
Sweden
never
Strong's
run.
doing a good job of putting pressure here onto Seneko. He actually just might kill him. Oh my god.
Tower is under attack.
You know who's even slower than Doom? Crystal Maiden.
Apparently,
Just run
Crystal
down by
Maiden.
the squirrel. Alright,
Radiant's
nice.
courier
Nice
has
solo
been
kill. Smiling Knight was getting solo XP in that time, which is really what you want for the Brood. Just help her hit level 6. But it is a little bit scary into the Brood. You don't feel super comfortable going into lane solo versus him. Bottom, they kill the Brewmaster, and it looks like Batrider's going to fall next.
He's a
Pretty
fast boy,
actually.
and he's got a Lotus.
Ooh, Deluge just a little short.
Power shot. One more auto attack. They got him. Okay. Don't let him manage to get away there. That's quite worth it.
Yeah, Munkushi dying earlier did mean that Respect got some solo XP, and Naga support actually hits pretty hard as you get level 2 Deluge. You gotta be very careful of that when you're fighting. It got nerfed, so it slows you to 240 instead of, I think, 225, but
Yeah, I think it's
that's still a
225
really
before.
powerful slow.
Oh, Doom got the Harpy. Now, this was also nerfed, I think, specifically for Doom, if I had to guess.
I think that's probably fair to say. It's
That
still
being
good,
said,
though,
he
and you
can
see
just go
him
mana
grab the
boots.
Arcane Boots, and it's still really solid. Especially against a low health hero like Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
Just zap her a couple times. Like, oh, that's cool. I'll die. That's fine. Speaking of which, she is rotating to the bottom lane.
He did not have mana for Deluge, and that Ensnare doesn't really lead into anything. Shackle catches the Crystal Maiden. Bushwhack as well. Respect is super low. I don't think you can fight here. So is Munkushi. They don't have anything. 6-minute power rune is spawning though, and your supports do need to show up for this because your Ember needs help in the mid lane.
They're running down the squirrel this time.
Yeah, they got her.
If
Ooh,
Respect
gets
had
the neutral
enough
deny.
mana. Oh, nice.
Wow. Very well played. Ends up wasting a good amount of time. The power rune's going to spawn bottom, which that's very good for Avalis since their supports are somewhat close. I think Ember is too afraid to go for it as a result.
Radiant's middle tower is
Rolling
under
Thunder
attack.
was actually committed in the mid lane to try and secure it as well.
Which it works in the end. He gets it. Though, you're right. Ember, without the vision, he doesn't know. He actually could have made it to that rune and get out in time, but you just assume it's dangerous, and that's definitely the right call to make.
Yeah. In terms of the lanes, though, things seem to be going pretty decent for all of the cores. No one's really struggling all too much. I guess you could say the Wind Ranger you'd expect to be having a little bit more CS, but it's not like she's too far behind here.
I will say in these bottom fights, this is the downside of going boots first on the Naga Siren. It's very good versus Bat Rider, and the hero is typically pretty strong when she has move speed, but it means she's been low on regen and stats. And so in these fights, there are times where if she just had a little bit more health and mana, I think One Win could have found some kills.
Cloud could be in trouble in the top lane. Oh,
Nice
what
bushwhack.
a bushwhack onto 3. The ensnare is going to come out. Cloud is doing a decent chunk of damage. A huge shackle from Munkushi catches 3. Oh my goodness. Does Sweden Strong have another bushwhack? It does connect. Is the power shot there? It is. They actually just find the
Raindrops.
Crystal Maiden onto the side as well. Yeah, Raindrops actually keeping this Broodmother alive. But what a turnaround. A 3-hero bushwhack into the perfect shackle as well.
I have no idea how Munkushi landed that. How does he do it? I swear he just picks the two things that need to be shackled together. He has a point-and-click spell, like between the two targets, where everyone else has to just land it. This guy lands the craziest shackles.
Yeah.
What a good teleport from the carry. Carries often don't go help their offlaners like that, but what a huge rotation. Getting 2 kills, keeping everyone on his team alive.
It is going to slow him down because he TP top. And now and then he had to like walk base. Now he's walking all the way back bottom. So it's definitely a problem. They're going to TP bottom though. As it looks like they're trying to make a play onto the Naga Siren. They do get her. Now,
He
there
wants to
is a
doom this
doom
Brewmaster.
here.
Radiant's
Ember's
bottom
coming
tower
too.
is under attack.
It's huge.
Instant
Rolling
doom.
Thunder is out. Who got doomed?
Brewmaster. Ember's going to do
Brewmaster.
enough damage.
Okay, so he's dead. They'll
dead.
take down Eki as well.
Yeah, use your position 5, but pick up both offlane heroes. I think that's a pretty worthwhile exchange, especially because this lane had been
Radiant's top
going
tower is under attack.
for Avalis, so being able to get a couple kills now gives Wind Ranger some space to catch back up, which is why I think that rotation top is fine, because if you had just sat
Radiant's middle
bottom,
tower is under
you were
attack.
kind of being denied, tanking a bunch of magic damage. This way, sure, you give Brew a free lane for a little bit, but you actually get yourself some assists in the top lane, make your way bottom. Brew got baited in. They were playing so deep on that Naga because they thought everyone was top, and you end up with some kills for yourself.
Radiant are scanning.
Never refuse gold.
There's a lot of mana boots being built in this game.
Dire's middle tower is under
Good
attack.
item.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Naga sending out those illusions to scout
Radiant
things out.
structures are
Yeah,
fortified.
they have a ward here that sees a lot, but they're looking for Eki maybe. Goes for the flame break. And Snare is out. Pango on the backside though. The Song of the Siren
Radiant's
comes
bottom
out.
tower is
Do
under
they
attack.
have the ability to catch the Pangolier? It doesn't look like it. They're just gonna leave. There's no Doom available, and the Pango is just far too strong right now. Does allow him to get a shield rune on the top side though, so that's kind of nice.
They probably weren't sure on whether he had roll or not, and that was a bit of a scary area to
Radiant's
fight
top
into
tower is
roll.
under attack.
You don't have a
Yeah.
lot of spells to prevent him from getting that spell off. They might pick up Seneko here. Oh, he looks pretty dead.
Oh yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Great sharpshooter set up all off the back of the Naga Siren there.
Brood, in the meantime, grabs that top tower. This is a lot of space being given to Smiling Knight. Exactly what you want for a carry Brood.
And Zibe gets bottom tower.
He still has his ult because he got killed with that Doom. He never actually used it. So, yeah, should continue to play pretty aggressive. He's going for a Spirit Vessel. Quite a little interesting. I thought he might just get Urn and then go for auras. We saw, yeah, a lot of Brewmasters move away from Radiance and get Pipe. But well, Spirit Vessel still overall a solid item. And I guess Naga Song, Greaves, pretty common now. Some heal reduction there.
The world's
Endless
longest Sleight of
Sleight
Fist.
Holy.
Off cooldown before he can use it again.
Hey, this is the nice thing about Ember versus Brood. Really easy to get the Sleight of Fist off on the spiders.
Ooh, they got the Crystal Maiden again on the backside. Rolling Thunder gets committed. Cheer Jr. with the Shield Rune is in pretty far. They're going to be able to just take down Respect fairly easily here, but a nice chain stun onto Chira. He will Remnant away. Doom comes out. They catch him, and a nice Searing Chains as well, but they do not want to chase. The Brood just ticking down to the Vessel, as well as this Pangolier having way too much damage, and now the Ember forced to Remnant away. I mean, they don't have any damage. Cheer Jr.'s dead, I think. He's got one Remnant left. He's gonna get followed down. He has nowhere to go, and it's just into the hands of the lasso. Eki's
I
got
thought those
him.
Ancients were about to deny him. Yeah, I think that Doom was a little hopeful on the Brewmaster, which, you know what? Because he went Spirit Vessel, he's got all this extra health from this item, so he just stood in the back waiting for the Doom to expire and then just walks back into the fight. Still has not used his ultimate, so they can go ahead and look at the mid lane.
This is another game of me being like, why aren't you punishing the Pango pick more? You know, like, you go with his last pick, Ember. It gets crushed in the mid lane again by a Pango, and I think part of it was the level 1 decision to go Searing Chains for the first blood and not getting it. It's like something so small as that could actually end up costing them the entire game. We'll have to see what ends up happening. Is Shackle in the mid lane into the Ensnare, but he's got backup from Seneko. Another Sleight of Fist. There's just no way you can chase, yeah. So, I don't know, like, Pango is 1,000 gold in front of the Ember Spirit, and his impact in the fight is exponentially more.
Sure seems like it. That first blood attempt, you're right, having the wrong spell can really screw over your laning stage if you don't get the payoff.
Sweden Strong's gonna get caught. They have the Song of the Siren here, and it is going to hold the Pango in place for a moment, but the Brewmaster's gonna chase, and look at the damage from the Pango. The barrier just tops him off completely. Both supports dead. Now into the Brew split. The stun out from the Brewmaster as he will Remnant into the enemy triangle. They want to chase. They're actually TPing in on the Crystal Maiden. Going to force out another Remnant. And now they can just pressure the tier 1 mid.
I'm surprised they didn't just TP out with that song. I don't think there's anything to stop it. Both supports can TP while Ember has his Remnants. All right, Avalis grabbing themselves 2K lead. I do think they need to do this, though. The longer the game goes, I think that Whirlwind will handle everything. This Crystal Maiden ult?
Dude, that's an Orchid reveal, too. They just managed... The Doom comes out, though, finds the Pango, and Ember's gonna live. Okay, never mind. What did he Orchid?
That was so close. He Orchided the Ember. So he was trying to get the kill, but Ember was just juking in the trees with the phase boots.
Oh, no.
Lived long enough for the Doom to come over and save his life.
That's really bad. I mean, he had a haste rune. I was like, oh, okay, clearly he's gonna die here, right? But I hear the Orchid come out, and I didn't hear him do any damage. Well,
Orchid might get another kill here anyways.
That's a lot of damage. That's the blink reveal from Eki. Wait, who else? Is that another Orchid on the Brood?
Yeah, that's actually 2 Orchids. I think that's what caught Ember off. I think he only thought Pango had an Orchid, but Brood actually just... I think she just finished it, too. They're looking for Doom. They have Blink Lasso available. Knockback? Ooh, nah, they got it. a very dead Doom.
Yeah, nicely done. Meanwhile, mid lane, they were just focusing on the mid towers, so
Tower is under attack.
manages to finish that one up here. Oh my gosh. Pango got the lucky shot hit or whatever on the catapult, so it didn't take down the top tower. It was like mid-attack, and its attack animation was just like, never mind.
Radiant's courier.
Well, that might be okay. You can maybe send Naga illusions at it later. They might. You should probably deny that actually, but maybe later.
Radiant's top tower.
Now mid lane looks like Crystal Maiden's gonna get ensnared into Bushwhack into Sharpshooter. The Crystal Maiden's life is gonna be pretty tough this game. That's gonna happen a lot to Seneko. Yeah, are you hitting any big item timings on one win?
Radiant's top tower.
How are you
is
going to
under
turn
attack.
this around? Even though it's actually 13 to 10, but the farming speed of the Brood making a big difference while still being able to join fights. So it's about 2 to 3k lead for Avalis. But you do have Blink Doom now, and I mean, if you can start getting some kills and snowballing that, then I guess you're just right back into this game, continuing to drag it out so you get to that late game Wind Ranger Whirlwind.
Is Pangolier looking
Ooh,
for cheer?
baited by
Radiant's
Naga
middle
illusion.
tower is under attack.
Ooh, that hurts.
All right, you guys can't see it. Don't worry. It didn't happen.
What happened?
There's a Naga illusion that baited Lasso and Crystal Maiden ult.
Yikes. How do you?
They stole some
how does
ancient
that
stacks
happen?
off of that though. They maybe got thrown off because the illusion also has the safety bubble,
Scanning.
so maybe they thought it was real.
Were they
weren't-
smoked though?
No, they weren't smoked, so they just ran
Okay.
into her. Oops.
Well, right now Avalis starting to pull a little bit of a lead here. I'd be surprised if they don't go for a Roshan relatively soon.
The Broodmother you could.
Yeah. Like Broodmother Pango are probably good enough.
It'll be slow though, so maybe you want to kill first before you attempt that.
Scanning.
Regen rune for the Ember.
Yep, hype is done. Wow, that was quick. I did not think he was going to get that fast, but it is online. They're just going to walk up onto the high ground maybe here. They're thinking about it. There in comes Cloud, hits him with the Doom. In comes the Pavis from Seneko to try and take him up a little bit. And now Pro's just going to roll on in. The Doom, it's not going to be enough to finish this Brewmaster. He's going to have the split, and now Doom just chain stun down and killed by the Crystal Maiden. Respect with the Song TP out to get the team to safety. But that Song and Doom down, you get nothing.
You know, I wasn't sure about finishing the full Spirit Vessel, but the 375 health from the Spirit Vessel, 2 bracers, a wand, Seeds of Serenity, and then the Pipe Aura. He's actually so tanky. So even though he's a great Doom target, and they did throw like the Sharpshooter, a couple Sleight of Fists at him, he just lives through it.
He also got doomed while in Earth Stance, if I'm not mistaken. So
Ooh, was that it
he
too?
has, yeah, so he had magic resistance and armor bonus. So a lot of the extra damage that you could throw into him was just reduced. Sweet and Strong mid lane, gonna get caught here by Zive. He's doing his best to try and clean this one up, but you're just getting picked off everywhere you go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Avalis, are you bringing this to a game 5? Reverse sweep?
It looks like this game is going handedly in their favor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You really need a lot more
Radiant
time on
structures
one win
are
to get on them
fortified.
to get online. Like your Doom is nowhere close to having the effect it needs to have. The Doom, as we've seen so far, has been mostly inconsequential in the fights.
It looks like Wind Ranger's Gleipnir was killed on the
Radiant's
courier
top
too.
tower is under attack.
You're gonna have to wait for that. Now, in terms of dragging this game out, you do have Naga illusions, and you do have
Yep.
an Ember Spirit. Maybe that's something one win will have to look for. Observers to make it safe, and then just try to cut waves. Unfortunately, they haven't picked any of the tier 1 towers up, so it's pretty difficult to safely cut waves. I'm gonna go for a smoke.
They're trying to
Pretty
take a
big
Tormentor.
wraparound too. Hey,
All
you
right.
know they're going to be low off an early Tormentor.
Who's gonna find who? They he blink
Oh,
dodges it.
blinks
No
out.
way. Here's the split. Who have they found? Rolling Thunder into the backside. It's actually onto Mukushi. The Freezing Field doing work as well. The Doom onto the Brood though. Gonna get some work done, but they've already lost 2. Doom trying to finish off the Brood Mother, will be able to, but Avalis is so far ahead, and Sheer Jr. silenced up here as both the Brewmaster and the Pango finish the job 4 dead. And they're going to look for respect. I don't think he gets out of this one.
I think he's okay.
Ooh,
Naga's so
okay.
fast, actually. 395 move speed. But still, oh man, maybe if you catch the Bat Rider without him blinking out, you take him out immediately, that fight goes better. But the fact that he's able to blink out, and you've now revealed the positioning of like the Doom, who gets instantly silenced, barely gets any spells off before has to just doom and back off. Tries to rejoin later, but you see he just dies immediately for it, although it did secure the Brood kill. And then the Brewmaster, his Broodlings are doing a lot of work. He did so much damage to that Wind Ranger in that fight.
A 9,000 gold lead all of a sudden for the side of Avalis, and
Second Tormentor.
yeah, the second Tormentor goes to Seneko. So Crystal Clone, I mean, that is really nice.
Well, at least Bat Rider got the other shard. That's a win for one win.
Yeah, I mean, unless he goes back for a Witchblade.
I'm
then
sure
it's
he
not
will.
so good.
I mean, he's looking pretty rich this game. You know, maybe he thinks about it.
Blink Force into Boots of Travel.
He's got a Boot of Travel, which is actually a really... I was just talking about how the only... Maybe you need to creep cut to drag this game out. Boots of Travel is a preemptive counter, right? Now your Bat Rider can hang around in the back, yet still join his team if needed. Or maybe swap that. You're with the team, and you're like, oh, we got to go deal with this guy ratting us. Right? Now you're not so worried about that, making it even harder for one win to find space to get back into this game.
He can TP onto a Brewling in the middle of a fight too, or like the Spiders. So there are a lot of options for him to join his team if he's like split pushing or like not showing on the map. Looks like they are going to go for the Roshan here finally, as Nomi said, like it's not too difficult for them to take. Pangolier makes it really easy. Also, Bat Rider just generally does a lot of damage with 10 stacks.
Yeah, that
of
shard
Sticky
paid
Napalm.
off. Let's go.
Yeah. And BKB for the Ember. That's going to help out a lot. They absolutely do need these.
They can get triple BKB. Maybe that's something they can fight off. Moonkushi is still about 1,400 gold away, though, so it's going to take a while. But Doom and Ember have theirs.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they might try to set something up here in the bottom lane. They see the Bat Rider top, but
To the gills.
Good for my tower.
Managed to catch sight of the Bat Rider joining the team again. I think Respect is going to push this top lane hard.
well, that's a big pickup. That's the Ags for the Pango. Orchids out onto Ember. I think they want to try and force something. Bat Rider on the backside looking for someone.
Looks like
It
it's
looks like
the
they're just going to
Hoodwink.
run down Sweden strong. Yeah, that's a freebie. Not having to commit the lasso or anything. They run back the other way, trying to get on top of Chira Jr. They really want to force his BKB.
He's pushing the limit. He's
Radiant's
trying
bottom
to
tower is under attack.
buy as much time as he can.
Radiant's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower
Bat
is
Rider's
under
right back
attack.
top to deal with that Naga.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Even look for the Doom. Like, Pango's close enough to connect if he actually finds the lasso.
Oh, he finds the
blink
Wind Ranger.
in.
Oh no, she was trying to TP home on a ward.
Bottom lane. They do manage to take down Crystal Maiden. Smiling Knight makes it out without having to BKB, though.
Wind Ranger carry for position 5 Crystal Maiden. Worth question mark?
Radiant's middle
Ooh,
tower
Ember's
is under
BKB's
attack.
already spent, and he's bottom lane taking so much damage from the Brood. Song of the Siren comes out to actually save him here.
She's just pretending she TP'd out by ending the song early, actually. That's so funny. She does not have the TP. It's a bait to not get run down by the Brood. And it works. She just twin gates out instead. I love it. Right back top. Yeah, Respect knows his job. It's just you sit top, you shove this in, try to get what you can out of the map. Try to force them back as much as possible.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. It's working. Now that Crystal Maiden has the Crystal Clone, she actually is farming, dude. This is what always tends to happen with this hero when she gets this item. Oh, mid lane, Lotus to protect him. Rolling Thunder is in. Hold up, can they get Smiling Knight? They do. His Aegis is still available, Doom's still available. You committed some BKBs in Zibe. Gonna go for the split now, trying to find the backside of the fight, and that's gonna zone them completely away. That's every BKB from one win.
Yeah, you still have Doom. Maybe you can keep fighting. If you can keep this tier 2 alive, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
All right. A little painful to use that many BKBs without getting a kill, but you still have your abilities, so maybe you can look for another pickoff. Hoodwink's got her Gleipnir too, so it's getting really hard to push high ground and objectives, actually. You're going to have to deal with Acorn Shot, Sleight of Fist, double Gleipnir. Actually, triple Gleipnir soon. Cheer Jr.'s close to his. Naga Illusions, so it's still an 11k gold lead. Very good for Avalis. It might be... there's a part of me that thinks there's a timing window here, even with this amount of gold lead. Like, if you can't break high ground with the next Aegis, I think that's enough time for one win to reach this Whirlwind Death Ball on the Wind Ranger. She's got the Crystallis queued up. It's coming.
That is kind of it, right? We talk about like this 35-minute timing on the Wind Ranger. When she gets past there, she really starts to come online in fights, and you have to consider, you know, one bad fight and it turns into like a full Daedalus or a Satanic or something, and then, you know, not so easy to take the fights.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's
Ward in
middle
the mid lane.
tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Smoke's gonna get popped here. They know something's going on. They're hiding in the trees. They really just want this tier 1 mid.
And the more tier 1s you can take, the easier this game becomes for you.
Dire's middle tower is under
Especially
attack.
against the Boots of Travel Bat Rider.
Smoke pops on the backside. Bat Rider doesn't get his chance to blink, but he gets the lasso anyway. A Doom BKB protecting him. The Song of the Siren will allow him to just immediately TP, but it's not going to be so lucky for Respector on the Naga Siren.
That's pretty good, though. I mean, that's the whole team of Avalis only
Yeah.
picking up the position 5 Naga. And you get your Doom out. It does mean that Avalis is going to run straight down the mid lane, take this tier 2, maybe even poke the high ground just a little bit. I don't think you're committing, but just get a little chip damage in. Doesn't look like they want to risk it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, so far, really well played by Avalis. Just not taking a lot of risks, but also not being too afraid to deal with
Radiant are scanning.
one win, trying to split them up on the map. They're all moving as a group, not letting anyone get picked off. Next is setup for the Roshan. The banner will be pretty important to keep the creeps alive versus this amount of Gleipnirs and spam.
Good for my top.
Rude Mother's getting a Lincoln's too. It's... Oh, I was about to say it's not far off. It's literally... She just bought it. So, Doom's life is getting very hard to deal with Lincoln's and Lotus. So Eki is so rich. He just passed the Brewmaster.
Dire are scanning.
Gee, at this rate, he's gonna pass all the cores of 1 win.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's like, it's not going to be that hard for the Batrider to just continue to farm.
He's like blinking ahead of his team to farm the creep wave.
My farm, not yours.
Gotta pad the stats.
I mean, he's going to pass Doom soon. Okay, if
Tormentor
he actually...
4?
He could just go, like, Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, okay, so he's gotten the Aether Lens completed, now going Aghanim Scepter next.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ever seen someone bleed out in a net? Let's get some.
See what happens. This has been the high ground siege that they've been struggling to get. They grab the Hoodwink immediately. Cloud, no way really to enter the fight. Crystal Man getting out for the moment. A big Rolling Thunder to the backside. It finds Respect. The Orchid out as well. He's dead. No supports, and they've got on the Emperor as well. He's going to be forced to BKB. Can they find the Doom? It's going to be onto the Pango. What a stomp from Cloud. But can they get him out? Mukushi's in with this Whirlwind, trying to secure some kills, but nobody's dying. And instead, Mukushi's dead. They get the Crystal Maiden. Pango lives on a sliver of HP. And I think we might have ourselves a game number 5. How do you stop this now? This Broodmother is going to take your high ground.
You start with the Fortify. And Chira Jr. Sleight of Fist plus
Roche
Acorn
instead?
Shot will kill the next creep wave. Yeah, I think it would, you could probably force it, but with Roche being up, that's probably safer. Because if you spend too much time trying to break this high ground against this wave clear, then maybe you have to fight over Roche, and maybe you mess up there. So for now, they're going to secure themselves with the Roche. I think it's a good call. You already got a buyback out of Hoodwink too, so if you can find any pickoffs, which this Batrider, Eki's been playing so well this game, I'm sure you'll be able to find a hero at some point, right? You play safe, 5 minutes of Aegis time, eventually you will find something.
Well, that's pretty huge. Avalis now with the Aegis. They get level 20 talents as well on their Pango and the Broodmother, which are absolutely massive this game.
Mukushi going for?
Dire's top
Getting a
tower is under
Lincoln's?
attack.
I thought he was going to get the Crystallis, but I suppose he needs to survive versus the
Dire are
lasso.
scanning.
Does mean you're
Radiant's
missing
bottom tower
damage.
is under attack.
Oh, this building's going to
Radiant's
fall
bottom
so
tower
fast.
has fallen.
You have the Shard. If you don't address the Broodmother with Insatiable Hunger on your high ground, your base just dies. And they're thinking about how to do that. They get chip damage in here one by
Lasso
one,
on the
but the
Hoodwink.
lasso finds the Hoodwink again. Chain Stun's now onto the Ember. He's also dead. He has a buyback, but Avalis get 2 for a very low commitment. The Brood makes quick work. They're going to go ahead and buy back here. Mukushi pops that Whirlwind, bashed up as they just disengage off the high ground. And now, Zibe's going to pop the ult. The Song of the Siren comes through, but does this even get you to safety? Respect might be in trouble. Can the Void Panda pull him back? It will. The Chain Stuns, is it there? They're going to jump in on the Pangolier. The pushback from the Flame Break. Respect starting to fall low. The Yules will send the Ember into the skies, so they don't manage to find a kill with the Brew split. But onto the mid lane now, as Smiling Knight's still protected by the Aegis for another 3 minutes and still hasn't had to commit the BKB. Lasso back up from Eki, wards the high ground, looking for another opening. The Doom would be the best case scenario.
That's their last glyph. If you get killed on this buyback, this dieback,
Radiant's middle tower
that's
is
over.
under attack. Radiant's middle
Oh,
tower
they find the
is
Windrunner. I think maybe they're gonna go. No, okay.
Grab the Ember. No buyback. Barely
Oh,
makes it
okay.
out.
Doom out now onto the Pango. Eki's gonna die. They do find Zibe in pretty deep as well. They will go ahead and punish Avalis for the overextension. They get themselves 2 kills. But you do lose your last fortification as well as that tier 3 mid. So the next push might be the last one for Avalis if they can find a pickoff.
I can't believe they held that though, actually. Ember barely survives Remnant straight to the fountain and then rejoins after healing.
Radiant's
Because you
middle
commit
barracks
so far,
are
you're
under
able to
attack.
actually find some kills. There is still the Aegis, but by the time your heroes respawn, you only have 1 minute left, which maybe you could force a play, but it will be a bit tough. One win holds on a little longer.
See if it'll be enough, though. How much Aegis timing is left? It's got to be at least like a minute, right?
Minute 40 right now.
Okay.
The thing is, like, Wind Ranger's living. She's just not doing enough damage because of the build she had to go. The Crystallis is now after finishing the Lincoln, she's gone back for it. She has her tier 4 neutral. I don't know. You need like an Ancient Guardian or something. You need a big boost in damage.
That is not it, bro.
Ninja Gear.
I mean, it's again,
Maybe didn't
it'll
have
keep
good
her
options.
alive. Yeah, it'll keep her
Quite
alive
unlucky.
on the back line.
Yeah. Because Mindbreaker or Ancient Guardian would have been really good.
Yeah,
Must
both
not have
are
had
really good.
either of those.
All right, back down mid lane we go. They know there's no fort. Let's get in there, team. Broodmother with a Solar Crest on top of her pops the Insatiable Hunger, and we'll just get to work on the barracks.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks
Oh, it looks like they've caught the Brood. Insatiable Hunger, the BKB, they just lasso the Ember and kill him. That's a dieback in respect. He's just gonna fall. There's way
They've
too
done
much
it.
damage on the tail end of that Brood's BKB. They do have buyback on the Naga Siren, gonna be forced to use it, but one win might be out of cast. It is all up to Munkushi now. But you still have so much available, and there it is. The Bruise Split comes out from Zibe. They want to get the Mega Creeps. Whirlwind doing some work here. The bash! Oh no! He gets caught on a bash from the Pango. The Doom is out trying to find the kill, but just no follow-up, and now Cloud is dead. That is GG. We have ourselves a Game 5.
I cannot believe we're back to a Game 5. Reverse sweep. Is it real? Is Avalis doing it? What a time to start taking games off of one win after they beat you 4 times in a row.
No one beats him 5 times in a row, like you said.
No
right?
one beats you
No
5
one
times
beats
in
him
a
5
row.
times in a row.
It's not possible. Literally impossible.
I mean, I liked the draft once again from Avalis from the beginning. It just makes more sense. The Ember Spirit. The game might legitimately be so different if he has Flame Guard or Sleight of Fist level 1 as opposed to the Chains. Unless you get First Blood on the Ember Spirit for that kill, and then maybe it's worth it because you can buy some extra stat items for the lane, but this Pango, again, having a ridiculous amount of impact early on, and they just seemingly have no answer to it.
Yeah, I'm also really just not sure about Hoodwink. I think we've seen teams
Agreed.
still try this hero, but I think after the last nerfs, it just does not feel as strong in the laning stage. The impact does not feel as good. Doesn't feel like this high scaling for support that you're like terrified of. It's killing you with just the random acorn shots. I think the nerfs were pretty significant, and I'm not sure if it's worth picking compared to some of the other options. Maybe, right? Again, maybe the mid lane goes better, your Ember does better. Now you have someone to play with, which Hoodwink does not need a lot to work with, right? So just level 6, as long as you have someone to set you up, you can get early kills. In this case, they were just kind of behind, and I think there were a couple moments where they tried, and this Brewmaster just lived through it. I think like twice he got doomed, and twice they didn't kill him because he was so tanky. Props to Zibe for a strong performance on that Brewmaster, as well as in the laning stage, working with that Bat Rider. They're winning that lane. That classic combo, right? We said it's fallen out of favor a bit, but that's why it was so good. Very strong versus the Wind Ranger, who is weak to this early magic damage.
And they all like it just feels like they're not getting anything out of these Doom picks for Cloud now, right? Like this is 2 games in a row. I think that he's been on this hero, and it just seemed like kind of lackluster compared to what we've seen from him previously on things like the Beastmaster and the Sand King. And putting him on these other heroes, it just hasn't looked super impactful. So I'm curious if they want to kind of revisit Cloud's pool and put him on a different hero, or they need to focus on the mid lane matchups and give, you know, an actual favorable matchup to Chiro Jr. But yeah, Avalis is just straight out playing them and out drafting them these last 2 games, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in game 5. Like if they can keep that going.
Yeah.
Based on the first 2 games, I thought there was no way. Like it looked like we were going straight 3-0 from 1 win. They were absolutely dominant, but here we are, man. Very close series. And with that being said, everyone, we've got a short break, and we'll be back with game number 5 in this grand finals, 1 win versus Avalis. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
This'll come in handy.
In the strength, now rekindled.
Dire victory.
Here we are, everybody. It is game number 5 in this grand finals of Avalis versus One Win. I think a lot of people, based off of the first couple games, plus the previous performance in this tournament, we're looking at this and we're like, all right, well, it looks like One Win might grab themselves a 3-0, but no. Avalis now potentially looking at the reverse sweep, and honestly, I think they have stumped One Win on the drafts. They have no idea how to address this.
I will say the last 2 games that One Win lost, they were second pick both times. And a lot of teams right now want first pick. So we'll see if that is the difference maker, if that opens up some broken heroes for One Win that they get to pick first. You force the enemy to ban things out like the Lina and the Shadow Demon because they don't want to give those up first, whereas previously One Win had to ban them out. See what they decide to go for. They're going to respect Eki's Bat Rider, who he's been playing so well on the last 2 series, and they finally get the sniper that they have been playing really well. You can flex it into the mid lane, or what we see more often is Sweden Strong just takes it into the 4 support position, and Scatter Shot is just... I wasn't a believer, but man, that thing does so much damage in the early game. I think as people play it more, it might drop off where people learn to respect the amount of damage that comes out. But for right now, it still seems to be catching a lot of people off guard, picking up a lot of early kills.
As long as you pair it with another hero that can either stun or at least slow them, you can get the full Scatter Blast damage pretty much every single time you cast it. And the level 3 timing is devastating. Like, it already does a lot of damage level 1, but the level 2 of the Scatter Shot, or the Scatter Blast, like Shrapnel, is ridiculous.
It was Scatter Shot. Scatter Shot Shrapnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, even at level 1, like 1 Shrapnel does 120. Okay, reasonable, right? A lot of spells do 120, but you get 3 charges of this spell. Now, once you use all of them, you do have to wait quite a while, but the fact that you have 360 magic damage to work with so quickly,
and from a long range,
yeah, it's just so good. There are other heroes who actually have similar amounts of damage, like, I don't know, Battery Assault, Diabolic Edict, things like that, but it's harder to get those abilities off because of the amount of time it takes for those abilities to go. Scatter Shot Shrapnel is just like Q full damage, Q full damage, Q. It's so quick, and it really catches you off. Enchantress, she is squishy. She'll have to be careful, but she will have the creeps to work with, which Sniper does not have an easy time dealing with. So maybe that's the answer to match the strong laning of Sniper support.
I like the idea of it, actually. I'm curious what they want to pick for the offlane duo, right? If this ends up being the Sniper 4. But for now, it is pretty good. They actually ban out the Bristleback, which they really struggled with again earlier. So the Pango, Bat Rider, Kunkka, Bristle, like this was an entire draft. Like these are the heroes that they have been struggling with constantly in this series. So they're like, all right, you know what? Play something else, guys. If you want your Nature's Prophet, you can have it. We don't care. Just don't pick any of these. But this does make a potential Alchemist opening now that the Bristleback is removed. Now Doom is removed. We could see an Alch come out.
You'd have an Enchantress with you, and that's pretty strong, but there's still a lot of picks left on One Win. Yeah. But you can run support Alch, so if you want to pick it early, bait out a response, and then move it over to support. Yeah, we've seen that work for a couple different teams. Especially if you have physical damage in your offlaner, then the Acid Spray plus that physical damage does pretty well in the laning stage.
I wouldn't hate the Alch pick right here.
I think that Doom ban, I was thinking Doom for One Win could be good because then you're worried about the Enchantress creep. Now you eat the creep. Now you level your W. You just run next to the Enchantress while Sniper throws Shrapnel and she's dead. Right? It could have been a very straightforward laning stage. But now you'll have to look for something else in that off lane. Ooh,
wow.
Lion.
This was something we saw another team doing quite a bit in this series. Navi Jr., right, was like first phasing the Lion early on. Now, it did get buffed in the recent patch slightly, right?
I think you're right, but I forget what it was.
It was the Hex cast range increased by 25 at all levels, and then the cooldown reduction on the 15 talent is a half second, so from 2 to 2.5.
I'm not sure if I believe in that. Okay, I mean, I'm open to it. I think I would still prefer things like, I don't know, Mirana, right? I think Mirana could be a good pick for One Win if they want to do that. I guess maybe it overlaps with Sniper too much. Okay, Clockwork, that works. You get on top of these heroes. Battery Assault kills creeps now and does a lot of damage to the Enchantress. Actually, if you end up going Aghanims at some point, Rocket Flare would just kill these supports over time, just spamming it out. I like that. This could be both teams revealing support duos.
Yeah.
But you at least have a little bit of flex with the sniper on the side of 1-win. You can move things around a little bit.
Do they not have faith in their Wind Ranger anymore is the question.
Maybe picking it too early has been problematic for them. Right? Maybe you pick it a little later. I think they probably haven't lost total confidence in it, but I guess when you've lost 2 games in a row to your response pick Wind Ranger, maybe you're shaken a bit and you want to just change it up. Sometimes teams know how to deal with certain heroes well, right? Maybe Avalis, after losing to the Wind Ranger a couple times, they're like, okay, here's how we address it. And now they've learned, and now it's time to mix something up, because there's not a ton of time in between games, right? You don't get to look at the game in depth and break down exactly what went wrong. So you just have to very, very quickly snap decision. Okay, ban out what they're doing well. We're going to pivot to a new draft that we know we can play well, right? And not try to exactly figure out why are they beating our Wind Ranger.
I really like the DK pick here. I was thinking to myself, I was like, I would like a flex pick between either mid-off or mid-safe lane, because that would still allow you to go for like an 18th pick Alchemist if you want to go for it. And I think Dragonite actually fits that kind of team style quite well. Now, Avalis would be able to respond, obviously, with like some counter picks to the mid lane, but you'd have a couple ban options in going into phase 3. So Avalis either needs to pick like a preemptive counter to the Dragonite mid or to the Dragonite in general, or they have to look for the Alchemist themselves here, because I think it's definitely something that they're looking for on 1-win. I don't know what off lane
picture.
There is still a Broodmother, but
if they play Mirana, I feel like that's not a bad safe pick. Well, I guess your support duo is already revealed, so you don't have that flex anymore.
That's what I'm feeling.
But
like,
you have
I
to
think
reveal
you just go
something
Brood carry,
here.
maybe.
I don't mind going back to the Brood.
I'm trying to think of other like core flex options that would work for them. Okay, they take the Wind Ranger and they will grab Tidehunter, which they did this earlier and it got completely shut down. So this is a little bit interesting to me. And yeah, they just go straight for Munkushi's Morphling. This was exactly what happened, actually. It was Wind Ranger Tide in the draft, and they picked Munkushi Morph, and they just absolutely ran over Avalis. So they may have forgotten about this Morph pick here.
Morphling is something we see 1-win grab versus Wind Rangers quite a lot. I think it's something they're very comfortable with here. Whether you run carry Morphling or 4 support Morphling, move that sniper around. So going into this last pick here is a little tough for Avalis to ban out. Looks like they're just going to focus on offlaners, I guess. And what carry do you want to deal with some of this stuff?
I mean, they ban out the Huskar. Was there any other mid hero that you're really worried about as the Dragon Knight? I like the Mars Centaur bans. I think those are good. I don't know if there is a carry that like is the answer here, is the thing. I think you have to run Wind Ranger carry because of the sniper pick. And teammate actually would have been kind of sick. And they will take a Timbersaw. Now they can move Timber DK to either of the lanes, which is a real big bonus for them. So they have that flex potential.
I'm trying to think of what pros played this tournament. Queen of Pain?
Queen of Pain and Puck are his like other 2 heroes that are left that he plays a lot.
But I don't think you want Puck
game
into these heroes. Yeah. I'd be more open to the Queen of Pain. I think someone mobile is good to get to the sniper, get to the Morphling.
Maybe?
I'm kind of up for
not
that.
Bad. I'm trying to think what other options you have. A real deep
Weird
one would
Vessel
be this.
Builder would not be bad.
Oh, wow. Okay. They go for the Medusa.
Smiling
This
Knight's
is a
Medusa.
He is a huge Medusa player. I think he might be a Grandmaster Medusa. That is interesting. Okay, I am not sure if Medusa out carries the Morphling though. Is the thing, and it's a pretty good morph game.
I'm not sure either.
This is an
But
interesting last pick.
yeah. But I will say there's a timing for Medusa that hits one item before Morphling. I feel Morphling's like a 3-item carry, and then you're really scared of him. Medusa, it's 2 items that she typically gets, and then you start pushing, and you'll have the Tide Hunter, you'll have an Enchantress, right? Like, you can get going. Eki will probably get a Blink to set up plays, and maybe you can get a lot done in that time and possibly win the game. Otherwise, as it goes later and later, it does feel like Morphling could be the answer you need.
Timber also just deletes Tide Hunter from the game. Like, this is one of those things that's a little bit scary, is like this Tide Hunter is not going to win its lane because it's into the Morphling. It's like Morphling clockwork. Like, I don't know how he plays this lane. Like, this is so impossible for him. You have the Lion, who's not a traditionally strong lane hero either. Like, all Lion can do maybe is just like mana drain the clockwork so that he can't run at him. But Tide shouldn't have a good lane. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say you can also do it to Morphling, right? If you take away Morphling's mana, he also becomes much less of a hero. And I do see that Eki took the Essence Eater, no melee Lion for us this game, but it does mean when you take this facet, you'll often see mana drain potentially maxed out, or at least take a couple early levels. And if you take away all the mana from the Clockwork and the Morphling, they won't do much but right click, and that's where Tide can excel.
All right, here we go. Into game 5 of the grand finals. Going the distance is going to be Avalis versus OneWin. Avalis trying to pull off the reverse sweep after starting this series off 0-2. Lion's going to pop the smoke up top, so he knows that they are up there. And a late smoke now from OneWin. As we'll see where they want to go with this.
I think your level 1 is better as
30
OneWin.
seconds to battle.
Because of Sniper, I'd imagine, right?
Yeah, but they are split up, so maybe unsure.
This is probably just one of those smokes of like, let's see if we can find out where they are, right, with the smoke, and see if it pops so we can get an idea of where the enemy heroes are, but they get no info from this. Mid lane, obviously they have the ward, but
The battle begins.
doesn't look like they can contest this, so denied bounty by the Lion. That's sick.
He's in a bit of a dangerous spot, though.
If
Respect is
gets to him,
coming.
he's dead.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to TP or maybe just lose him in the trees. Maybe a combination of both. Respect's looking.
Nah,
All right, there it is. There's the TP.
Okay, well, as we head to the lanes, I'm glad I wasn't wrong on that. Smiling Knight is in fact a Grandmaster Medusa, so I know he used to play this hero a lot back in the DPC a couple years ago. It was one of his most successful heroes, so nice to see that I'm actually remembering things correctly.
One of us has to. I've got no memory, Ricky.
Dude, my memory is trash.
I'm like a goldfish. Top lane, Respect taking a good amount of damage, but he's pretty fast. Gonna be okay for now.
I am curious how this mid lane is going to go for the Dragon Knight. He's actually managed to get a couple denies already, which isn't that, you know, unorthodox for Dragon Knights. The Breathe Fire gives you a lot of damage reduction.
I think it's a little annoying to start because Wind Ranger, being a ranged hero, universal, she pokes quite a lot. But as you get more points in armor and regen, you end up okay. And he... Oh, actually, swap on me. He has Corrosive Dragon this game.
Yeah.
He had the red dragon facet for a while, so I thought maybe his plan was just shove the lane, and Wind Ranger doesn't have the best wave clear. Oh, Saneko.
Yeah, he's dead. Gorgon's Grasp comes out there to try and buy him some time, but nah, that's level 2 timing. Cloud comes in immediately with the Shredder facet, the Blood Grenade, and so much damage from the Sniper. It's one of the reasons we see them prioritize this hero. And they grab themselves the first blood, and it's absolutely massive.
Yeah, you gotta be real careful as Saneko. Smiling Knight, because of the way Medusa is, she's not as scared of the Timbersaw, like Whirling Death, but when you throw out spells like Gorgon's Grasp, that's your mana shield going away, right, as you try to help your support. So you do have to be a little careful. If you use it too much, you're actually just hurting yourself, and then maybe that's when you'll see 3 shrapnels come in from the sky, clear things up. And because you're so long range on Sniper, you actually, it's pretty hard to hit both heroes with the Mystic Snake.
Yeah. All right, Cheer Jr. off to a much better start this game compared to what's been happening in the previous games. He's getting a lot of denies here on this Wind Ranger, some good harassment. So this is kind of what we expect out of the mid DK pick. Now we'll see how he translates this.
Good.
But
It's
yeah,
a bit of a
9
quiet
denies
game from him
already.
the last 2 series.
Yeah, which is
the last 2
not
games.
normal for him. Like normally he's popping off. Ooh, another kill onto Saneko bottom.
Bounty.
Into the hands of Sweden Strong.
525 damage from Sniper. Some right clicks with a headshot, but mostly that shrapnel.
Yeah, he's level 3, I'm guessing, right? So, ooh, and even top lane, Eki's gonna go down.
You gotta respect the clockwork, battery assault, power cogs combo, and Morphling with an early point in waveform, right? You gotta keep in mind he could join as soon as much sooner than other heroes because of that mobility spell. So you think you're just dealing with the clockwork, but suddenly the waveform from Morphling's there, and then Tidehunter slowly walking over.
Like, Tide is going to be fine to farm here. He's not going to get shut down by any means, but my biggest concern is when does it, like, do anything, you know? Saneko about to go down again in the bottom lane. Cloud really wants to kill. He's going to get it. One more Whirling Death, a third death for Bambi. As they just... This lane is so strong with the Shredder early on.
Yeah, I like Shredder in the side lane so much more because of this. You've got the slow from Shredder plus Shrapnel.
Another kill top lane.
Tide
they actually
dies
managed to
this
take down the
time.
Tide. Yeah, I thought if he manages to survive and not die in this lane, he'll be fine. But getting ran down by the clockwork, that'll do it.
Yeah. Good.
These lanes off to a very good start for 1-win, not only just in kills, but CS-wise. They're looking very good.
And the last 2 games that Avalis managed to win, they were doing quite well in the lanes. We're going to have to see how they, at this rate, how they play from behind. Don't know if you can suddenly turn these lanes around. 5 deaths, 1k gold lead already at 5 minutes.
Radiant are
That was a
scanning.
big Mystic Snake.
Dire's top
I mean,
tower
Medusa is
under
doing
attack.
well, right? This is expected. She's not really threatened by them, but mid lane, we're going to see 6 heroes grouping up for these 6-minute power runes. They're bringing some creeps with the Enchantress.
I think they
You're a
used
little
both
bit-
scans to see Sniper.
Really? Okay.
Maybe I missaw that. But they were hoping for a Dragon Tail into 3 level 2 Shrapnels, which would probably kill the Wind Ranger.
Yeah,
Radiant's
I think so
middle
too.
tower is under attack.
Wait a minute, Cloud actually. Oh, he's playing for the Lotus. That's actually kind of a sick Timber Chain. A
Sneaky.
haste rune picked up from Clock. Very nice.
Eki should be dead because of that. They just run at him under the tower. Shrapnel, Dragonite there to finish the kill. Catapult's still alive as they tank the tower, so getting a lot of tower damage in here. I think it falls. Okay, there's your Fortify.
Yeah, if you can fort the Dire Wave as well. Well, hold on. Respect just cogs the Wind Ranger in the mid lane, and because you don't have Focus Fire, it's not enough damage. Nice stun out from Eki. He's falling low. Gets a nice breathe fire, but the damage. I think they finally get Chira Jr. here, right? They do. Blood grenade comes out. It's not enough. Bro. Oh, wait, that was focus fire. Never mind. He doesn't have whirlwind.
Yeah, focus fire this time for mid Wind Ranger. Looking to get active a little bit earlier than Whirlwind carry Wind Ranger. I think that's a good call when you look at this opponent lineup. You need someone who can fight early, and you don't want to be using Whirlwind to farm when you have a Medusa on your team. So I think it's a good call.
Yeah.
Looks like they actually find Respect hanging around a little bit too long and dropping the tips. I think he was kind of sneak over to steal the Wisdom Rune.
I think you're right, yeah. All right, well, some good signs of life here from Avalis in the mid lane. They managed to get themselves a big kill, and they protect their tower. I think the tower is going to fall here relatively soon, though. Dragon Knight should just eventually commit another ultimate and slowly burn it down.
What he's doing.
Okay, yeah.
And he's going for a blink this game, already halfway there. Should see him get more active and set things up for his team. I think this is a great call because you have all the damage from the sniper follow-up. He's almost level 5, so the shrapnel is really powerful. I need to start dropping some here. Wind Ranger's in the area. Looks like Eki's actually the one who's going to fall. All right, that was... Everyone was changing targets. No one knew who to fight. Well, now Sniper's getting focus fired in the mid lane. He's going to fall next. Cloud's here, though. No win run. Dragon Tail, follow-up.
Okay, nice. Yeah, they managed to pick her off at
And
the
the
end.
tips back.
Ooh, they found Seneko as well. And there's no way you're getting away from Clockwork and Timbersaw. The mechs rise up.
Game 5. Things are getting heated. The tips are coming out. Both teams going at it. I love it.
This is how
They finally clean up the mid tower. During all of this, both carries mostly left alone. Medusa's going to farm a little bit faster for now, but still don't want to give a Morphling too much space, especially not Moonkushi's Morphling. Stealing the stack would be huge. Using power cogs as well just to keep him away. Might cost protect his life.
But he's gonna die for this one. And Zibe actually getting the kill means he gets some stacks for his Kraken Swell, which is kind of nice.
Ooh, I forgot about that one.
So that ends up being a little bit of extra damage reduction, and it does add up for sure over the course of a game. Can definitely make this hero surprisingly tanky.
Yeah. Good.
Looks like Smiling Knight's 2 items of choice will be the Manta into the Diffusal Disperser. Which I really like the idea of. A lot of these heroes are quite mana dependent, like Timbersaw and Morphling in particular.
So just getting the extra Dispel for yourself is really nice mid lane. They find the Wind Ranger, no Wind Run available. They're going to continue to chase it.
Oh my god.
Cloud just deletes her. On their side of the map, looks like Clockwork's found somebody. Yeah, they managed to find Eki again. Double kill for the Timbersaw, and this is kind of what I expected from the Timber to start getting active. Like, there's not a lot of heroes that can punish him right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I like that he's playing with his team, getting around the map. Like, diving Medusa is not really going to net you a whole lot. She doesn't really take too much damage from Timber. But the rest of these heroes are just food.
I really like, so he's getting the Kaya, but he's got the Vanguard queued up next. And Crimson Guard is going to be so good this game versus the Focus Fire and the Medusa split shot.
Yeah. Shackle onto the Clockwork, trying to walk away. Hook shot to safety. He's got a cogs in 1 second. Dragon Tail is out. The Ravage doesn't connect. They actually just survive. Ravage on the other side does find the Morphling. Chain stun down. Moonkushi's just dead. He didn't pop anything to survive.
He got chain stunned by that series of events there. A ward exactly where he was. Maybe thought he was safe.
All right, well,
They're going in
Timbersaw,
off
the
that.
real carry, just runs in without worry. As Well, he might need to be. The damage from these two is quite a bit. The focus fire comes out, respect, able to walk away thanks to the cogs, but they're going to chase him down. Alrighty.
This is where you got to remember your
spam. Pretty good.
Yeah, your high damage sniper, he's only high damage in burst. It takes 35 seconds to get the base recharge time. So that initial fight's good, but then trying to go further, even though they used all their abilities, that's why they were trying after they killed the Morphling, but it's like you don't have your abilities either on the sniper.
That, and you are a Timbersaw who's like 440, right? So you didn't build up like any armor stacks in that fight, and Anchor Smash actually did a ton of damage to him.
Yeah, I think once you have your Crimson Guard, you'll feel a lot better on the Timber. And he didn't even die there, right? But it just came close. He had to run away. And if it's not the sniper, then the Timbersaw is the damage here. Dragonite, he does okay damage, but into the evasion of the Windrunner and the block, the damage reduction of the Tidehunter, it's not enough to, you know, kill 4 heroes on his own.
Yeah. Top lane, Respect was thinking of throwing the hook shot, but that tower is dead, and now Smiling Knight's going to cut him off. Gorgon's Grasp is out. He's going to try and go through the portal. He'll make it. Just channel away.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You have a Medusa problem for sure. She is getting very farmed. That Manta style, is it done?
Radiant are scanning.
I believe it was being delivered, but actually the courier is dead, so maybe it got sniped somewhere when going through that twin
Radiant's
gate.
bottom tower is under attack.
Fight in the bottom lane. Cheer Jr. blinks in pretty deep. Big rotations from Avalis. They don't have Ravage for 40 seconds, though.
No, he's just already dead. Okay.
Not even needed. Right, it looks like OneWin was thinking Avalis would stay top after taking that tower. Tried to make a deep play in that bottom lane to find the Enchantress, but she's not an easy hero to kill if you don't have a lot of magic burst.
That's a really rough death on your DK.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But I mean, this game is pretty much dead even. You do have like pretty good farm on the heroes for OneWin, and I think if Timbersaw manages to get to what I'm guessing is like an Ag's Blink, like he could probably just pop these heroes. But your DK is going to need some serious items here.
Radiant's
Bottom lane, tier 1 tower. They're going to try this one more time, but Avalis, they still have the Ravage, like you said. They didn't have to commit it last time. Is the Aghanim Scepter done on the Tide? Not quite. They're going to try and push them back. Gorgon's Grasp off the mark. But an Invis for the Wind Ranger. She's going to try and cut this off. Does she find an opening? Looks like it's just enough. They push them all the way back. Morphling getting some solo time top, though, because of this. They bring all 5 heroes bottom.
Dire's bottom tower is under
They're just going to shove the tower themselves. They're like, we can do this better than you can. All right, seems pretty good.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bro, thinking about coming up to the triangle. There actually is a sentry here that's checking the cliff. He didn't step in it yet, though, so they may not know that he has the invis still. Okay, it pops anyways. They get Cloud.
Oh, that's Shackle. I don't know how that connects, but you let it go. And Cloud, Timber chaining up to the high ground, a Chakra behind him to slow. He has a little bit of wand charge to survive. A great hook shot into the clockwork. He's trapped them both. How did Cloud die?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He
Dire are
He
scanning.
timber chained to the trees to the top right of his tier 2. And if he could move, I think he would have lived. But he was actually stuck in the trees and couldn't get out of there. So Wind Ranger just shot him from the high ground. Oh no, an unlucky spot to go to with the timber chain. The Vanguard almost keeping him alive through all of that. Again, once he finishes the Crimson Guard, these types of kills probably shouldn't happen anymore because, I don't know, you're losing like all your damage from the focus fire. But until that moment, I mean, these are big kills to get to delay the Timbersaw.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, he's already on 8 additional block damage for Kraken Swell. It's going to be kind of substantial later. This hero becomes very, very, very strong when you can't do damage to him.
That's
Amplified
true,
damage
though. With
picked up by Chiro.
Dire are
that
scanning.
said, Morphling and Dragonite are two heroes that in the late game you actually hit just insanely hard. You're rocking like 500 plus damage, at which point you can still get through Kraken Shell, compared to some heroes who have low damage but really high attack speed.
Like the Wind Ranger, right?
Exactly. So at least you
There's-
have decent heroes to deal with it.
Oh, did they find... Dude, they just barely missed the Medusa on the high ground.
Such a good
Oh,
kill.
that would have been so close. I don't know if they would have had the damage.
That's
But
true.
with an Amplify,
Radiant's bottom
it would have been
tower is
close.
under attack.
I'm trying to finish up the tower. A TP in off of the Tide Hunter. There's 5
Radiant's
here. He
bottom
doesn't
tower
know
has
that.
fallen.
But they get the tower, and they're just going to back instead.
If this is a clean escape, I think that's all right for 1 win. But the smoke's continuing. They see Morphling pushing the mid wave. They might cut between the towers and try to find him in the jungle.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
and if they get the shackle shot, well, he does have Lincolns.
Radiant are scanning.
Lion Stun is not blocked by Lincolns anymore. I forgot. They almost get Munkushi.
Oh,
Wait
he's
for him
doing
to
his
wait.
best. The
Crimson
Crimson
Guard can
Guard,
keep
is it enough? Oh, I don't think so. Munkushi trying to make it into the fountain, but it's not going to be there. They just snipe him on the high ground. Clockwork goes down next. Cloud thinking of joining in. Is it enough? No. He's now in trouble. The Gorgon's Grasp plus the power shot. They've got the control. Avalis find 3 at the tier 3 tower. Just diving the side of 1 win.
What a smoke play. Going through those towers totally caught 1 win off guard. And maybe Morphling felt comfortable with his Lincolns, but I absolutely forgot Earth Spike can't be blocked by Lincolns anymore. So they initiate with the Earth Spike into the Shackle Shot Hex to break the Lincolns. And it was close, actually. He almost did make it away thanks to that Crimson Guard. But still a huge kill to get at the very last second.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower.
And we saw the value of the
Clockwork's
Crimson
coming to
Guard
check for
sure.
vision. It's like, how did they find my Morphling there?
Chiro Jr. in Dragon form, looking for a Blink Stun initiation, but they just don't feel safe anymore. Salves
This is that
out, they're just
2-item
gonna take
timing.
the tower.
Dire's middle tower.
Smiling Knight is really close to that Disperser. And you're still waiting for Morphling.
Yeah, Morph's got a long way to go. Speaking of which, he actually might
You're
be
gonna
in
find
trouble
him
here.
again?
If the Lion makes it up, I mean, he knows that they're making this rotation for sure. Yeah. So he's gonna be back. He's gonna be forced out of the jungle again. A deep smoke actually, as maybe trying to pinch the side of Avalis here. It looks like they might just get a Wind Ranger, or no Wind Ranger, a Enchantress here. Sweet and Strong's gonna get stunned up. Nice turn from Eki. But
They even
Seneco's
get
just
that.
not even dying. They will turn it, take down the Lion instead. They pop the Crimson Guard for this as well. Hook shot still available.
Seneko got the Spirit Vessel for his team. He's actually so tanky. Drops the ward on the cliff for the fight, but 1 win's just going to back off. It's a good call. I think you really have to respect the Ravage from Tidehunter, which they don't know the exact timing on, but it was just a few seconds off from being back up. A really good call not to push too far. And you're still waiting for your Morphling anyways.
Ooh, Chiro Jr.'s in trouble here. That is a full duration shackle, and he's just dead.
That was a Gorgon's Grasp kill right there.
Yeah, that DK does not look tanky against the
Dire's turret has
like
been
the
killed.
diffusal and the focus fire from the Wind Ranger.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing so much Whirlwind, but this is the classic Wind Ranger. Just high amounts of damage in the early game with just a few items.
Well, Sweet and Strong dies for his shard. No tips, sad face. Well, they get the Wisdom Rune for this, so it's really not that bad.
lot of wards down here. You might feel comfortable pushing this tier 2 as well, even though you can't steal the Tormentor anymore. Free towers are free towers, especially with the catapult wave coming in.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Find Cheer Jr. in the mid lane again, but it's just Tide causing some problems. The rest of the team is not here.
Dire's bottom
They
tower is
are
under
committed to
attack.
staying this tier 2. Oh look, another troll creep. So this tower's dead.
Yeah, there's no way. With the catapult as well as the Medusa, it is not going to survive at all.
Look at this kobold going in. It's got like triple damage compared to usual. Get in
Dire's
there.
bottom tower
Efficiency.
has fallen. Dire's
So
middle
smoke
tower
up from
is under
Avalis. They've
attack.
got themselves a tier 2. Now going to smoke across the map, see what they can find. I mean, there's a Dragonite in their triangle. They saw him go in there initially.
He's in the Watcher.
Oh, is he actually? Do they see him?
Dire's middle
Yep,
tower
they
is
absolutely
under
do.
attack.
Blink, Hex, into the stun. Focus Fire is out. The Finger of Death from Eki to secure the kill. And oh boy, another big death for the Dragon Knight as he falls further and further behind. And
Oh,
more stacks
no.
for Zibe on his Kraken Swell. Like, it really, it's one of those things that, like, it may not be the biggest game for that, but like general
It adds
auto
up.
attacks, it adds
Mhm.
up for sure. Like, this guy has 70 damage block or something late game.
Dire's
Yeah,
middle
right
Plus-
now
tower
it's
is under
70
attack.
right now, and he doesn't even have it maxed out yet.
Yeah. So that's kind of good.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Medusa's got Scotty queued up for her next item. Another really great item against these heroes. And where's our Morphling at? Still working on Manta. But not only does he need more items than Medusa, he's also 3,000 gold behind because of how this game's been going.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you're catching Smiling Knight on his Medusa. And it's interesting because this is the Venomous Volley Medusa, which we actually haven't really seen. It's an interesting facet. The 1.5 second move slow and attack slow and a cast speed slow every 5 attacks. Now,
I forgot about the cast speed slow. I
Yeah,
think that
the-
killed Timber earlier.
the cast speed slow is kind of wild.
Because I remember one death where I saw him being chain stunned, and then it looked like he should be able to timber chain away, and then he just wasn't. And I was like, what's happening? Why isn't he timber chaining? And then he died, and I was like, oh, maybe something just weird happened. But that might have been the cast slow, of just not being able to get the timber chain out fast enough.
If she's like focused on a hero late game with enough attack speed, like you don't get to get away from this hero.
Radiant's top tower
Like,
is
especially
under
if you
attack.
buy an Eye of Scotty, like you're done. Like you're not walking away from this. It's basically just like sets you to base move speed almost with an Eye of Scotty. It's kind of cool.
Someone we haven't seen
Radiant's
in a
middle
while.
tower
The
is under
snipe.
Respect.
attack.
How does he
Some
keep
ring around
doing
the
this,
rosy.
dude? Oh my god.
They
Wait,
know
they're
he's
coming
here.
back.
They're like, guys, he has to be here, right? Yeah, there he is. Hook shots to safety, but the shackle actually connects. Dead in the water. Dead to the Tide Hunter. Zibe.
More Kraken swells.
More Kraken Swell. Yep.
Dire's top
It
tower
adds
is
up.
under attack.
I mean, it's extra 4 per kill he's involved in now. So,
Who's the Tormentor going to? I think he won on the Lion.
yeah, Lions is so good.
Dire's
Because
top
with the
tower
Lion,
is
that's
under
another...
attack.
it does go to Seneko, unfortunately. But on the Lion, he can steal more mana quickly to then feed back into the Medusa.
Yes, agreed.
Actually, I kind of forgot about that. That makes a lot of sense why they went for this Lion. They must have been thinking about the Medusa all the way back at the start of the draft. And even if you don't get the Medusa, you know, it's still a decent support that we've seen.
Dire's
Even
top
though I think
tower
others are a
is
bit
under
better.
attack.
But with the Medusa, can't really think of a better support for keeping her alive besides, like, maybe Coddle.
With a 5k lead right now, it doesn't seem like much, but Don't think. Oh, dead in the water. Who'd they find? Oh, Dragon Tail here onto the Lion, but the just gets away. Force staff to safety. Focus fire on the Chira Jr. and can he survive that? I mean, that Crimson Guard's doing work, but now the Medusa is here. The Crimson Guard's expired. You've stunned up 2. Cloud trying to escape, but here's the vessel back out. The damage from the Medusa is too much, and they just walk away as he burns to the vessel. 2 dead. You can see the idea with this Crimson Guard. It is so good against the Wind Ranger, but the moment it ended, this fight was over.
Yeah, they just don't have enough damage into the BKBs coming out now from Wind Ranger. Maybe we'll see Medusa get one later. I kind of don't think she even needs it. And Morphling could have made the difference there, but he's just too poor compared to these heroes. He would love to be going for Conda. That's where his damage output really shoots up, but feels like he has to get a BKB. I don't even disagree. They found him up here. This TP.
Ooh, he's out. I'm surprised. Did he not have power shot? I don't know. Either way,
Might have got used earlier.
Aya Scotty now done on the Medusa. Approaching her level 20 talent. I mean, she's hitting critical mass. You want to take high ground with this Aegis. At least one lane of barracks. That is ideal, right? So we'll see if they can manage to make it happen. Oh, okay, hold on. Sniper tech with the grenade. A little bit annoying. Might be able to disarm her enough. Crimson Guards will pretty much block all of the damage right now.
Sniper's building for damage. He's seen how the game's going. He has a Dragonlance Grove Bow, and he's going to go Diffusal. He is the Medusa answer.
I like it, actually, a lot. I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, all of these, a lot of these heroes struggle against mana burn, right? Tidehunter especially as well.
You just got to poke from far away, throw out the disarms. The disarm is really good versus Medusa Wind Ranger. See if it buys them enough time.
You got a long way to go before that hero's online.
I think a courier spotted Chira Jr. They're on their way. He's got to go. You got to run, Chira Jr.
Oh, that's a really good spot to try and hide in. Do they see him? Oh.
You got to TP. Just do it. Just do it.
Oh, we got him. So close, but now the Hex to follow. Finger of Death into the Shackle, and the Focus Fire. Chira Jr. not making it out of this one. Another kill for the Wind Ranger, and there's another fight breaking on the top side of the map as they manage to trap down 2, dead in the water, onto the Clockwork, but the Ravage out onto the Morphling and Munkushi. He can't get out. You're not able to run from this Medusa. And that is it. Saneko, the one credited the kill with another Spirit Vessel. What a Ravage out from the Tidehunter. That was sick. Just leaves the Clockwork like, I have bigger fish to fry, you know?
Your waters to chase.
Money changes hands.
Dire's top tower is under
Avalis is
attack.
doing it, I think.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They're
Dire's
pushing high
structures
ground.
are
You
fortified.
don't have an answer to this Medusa
Not yet.
for, I don't know, another 10 minutes or something. At this rate,
Dire's top tower is
they're
under
going to take
attack.
this. They're going to get the next Aegis.
Dire's top
And if they're
tower
taking
is
the towers now without Aegis,
Focus
they're
Fire,
diving.
BKB out from the Wind Ranger, trying to finish off Sweden strong, but they just trap him in the cogs. Dragon Tail to stun, but a nice Force Staff to get to safety. And again, you gotta be careful. The damage coming through from this Medusa, keeping Cloud in place. The damage from the Gush too pushes them out. They get themselves the full lane of barracks and back away just before this Morphling revives. That is a
Dive to make
very big
space.
win.
now your life is easy. You wait for the next Aegis, and now all you have to do is sit on the bottom half of the map. Pop will always push in for you.
Dire are scanning.
Getting Kaya Sanj on Medusa. But this Diffusal is going to need to do work on the Sniper. He's got an MKV queued up. Nice.
I mean, what other options do you have, you know? 12,000 gold advantage, and you are getting Medusa. They managed to take the Tormentor, and they just blink right in, I think, looking for a kill. Respect actually gets the shard and flies over their head, I think, so he might be getting out. Okay, no, it sounds like he's not getting out.
Dire's courier
He's at least drawing them away.
He is getting out. Crazy. All right, Smiling Knight cleans up the cogs, but
Radiant are
that is
scanning.
quite the nice shard timing there for the clockwork. Ooh, Sanj Kaya for the Medusa. Don't see this very often, but it is nice on her. Mana loss reduction and mana cost reduction, always very nice. And the regen amplification, which I don't know if that works with Lion, if that counts as regen amp, but we'll see. Top lane, some stuff happening.
Baiting in Munkushi? Never mind, he's back out. He's back out, running away.
Is he though?
I don't think you
He
wanna
has
fight
he
here.
actually has to just BKB TP.
Can Respect get out? Tidehunter Ags finds him. He's just TPing over the trees.
I mean, he's not TPing, is he?
Oh, I thought he was. Did he cancel? Did something cancel?
Maybe.
Well, either way, they didn't notice it, so... Oh, no, wait. Oh, they did. Saneko's looking. Wait, is that gonna work?
Just keep jetpacking, almost there.
He needs a hook shot. Someone in base, please. Please.
Hook shots over to the creep wave. That's a big impetus that's coming. He's trying his best to get away. The gush will finish the job. Oh man, that hurts. Oh, that's the gem actually. They jump into the base to finish it off. That's actually
TP to the
huge.
base, they might have saved Clockwork, but I guess it wouldn't matter that much in the end because you use BKBs on the Morphling, so you know they don't want to fight right now. So even without the Aegis, they're just going to go for the mid barracks, buyback on the clock.
They don't have a fort either.
Dire's middle barracks.
Oh man,
With us.
it's gonna be close. This smoke might decide the game if they can get the wrap. Okay, Smiling Knight realizes like, wait a minute, I'm losing a lot of mana from this sniper. But Clockwork on the backside wins the wraparound, gets found by the entire team. That's a dieback, but jumps in on Chiro Jr. The BKB out from Pro. He just turns around with the focus fire, trying to finish off this Dragon Knight, and they might be able to. The gush, it's enough. Oh no, one win. Up 2-0 initially,
it.
and this might just be it. The reverse sweep from Avalis. They could have done it. That might be game. The Scythe, the Hex out onto the Tidehunter. He's leashed up. Onto the Timbersaw. He can't get away. Doing his best. Ravage has found Munkushi, and he is dead without buyback.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Avalis do it. They will be the winners of CCT Season 3. Amazing performance and a great
Radiant
comeback from them.
victory.
Avalis, every single game they were learning. The first time we watched them play, it felt like one win, just outdrafted, clean play, clean win. Game 2 felt like that. You come into the next series, game 1 felt like that, game 2. But every time, it's actually getting a little closer each time. And I don't know what kind of discussion they had between these games, but game 3 was clearly a tipping point for Avalis, figuring out how to deal with one win's best heroes and figuring out what heroes to ban. Maybe the patch helped them a little bit in this regard, right? You're not so scared of something like Omni Knight anymore, the Tinker, right? It opened up new bans to target some of one win's best heroes like the Sand King and the Sniper that we saw removed from them so often. Just
It's
a great job from Avalis, like improving
is.
over this whole tournament.
That's the thing that comes back. We're gonna have an interview, I believe, with Eki in a little bit. But that's the one thing I want to ask them is what was the difference? Because in the upper bracket finals, it wasn't very close. The first 2 games of this wasn't that close, but we definitely saw a systematic improvement for each game. Not even like each series, but each game looked better from Avalis. So I really want to ask them that question. Like, what was it that got them there? Like, how did they solve kind of the one-win problem that was taking them out? But
And this
it'll
is
be
so
good.
exciting for Avalis. This is they just came together as a team, but they've already taken out some big names. like OG Secret, 1 win now, right? Like they're doing it, man. They're taking games and series and tournaments off of some pretty big teams. I'm very excited to see where these guys go.
Yeah, I think this is a team people are going to keep their eyes on for sure. Like it's definitely, I would say, surprising that they take down 1 win, but it wasn't out of the cards. And I think for anyone who's been watching Avalis recently, kind of knew that it was a possibility. And they definitely showed up today. They played amazing, and it's a well-deserved victory that is just comes down to, like we said, just steady improvement game after game and kind of having an idea of what they wanted to do. And they gave like 1 win heroes that they were comfortable on in all last of these 3 games. They got the Wind Ranger both times. The last game they gave him the Morphling, and they just beat it, just straight up. Like they just are, they were confident enough in their drafts, and gotta give credit to them, man. This was super sick.
Yeah, I did not understand all their drafts, right? And some of the games they were losing with it, and I didn't understand it, but they improved on that. Here in the last one, I wasn't sure about the Tide Hunter. Medusa was interesting, but it's like, oh, I don't know. We don't see that often. How's it gonna do? But they knew what they liked. They stuck to their style. They picked heroes that not everyone else is, but they saw something in it. They practiced with it. They knew they liked it, and they knew how to make it work. And that's exactly how this final series came together, right? Smiling Knight gets a comfort hero in the Medusa, who's pretty decent carry, but not everyone goes for it as much as he does, or at least Avalis as a whole. And the Tide Hunter's like not common, but suddenly you see it tie into the Medusa. We're hitting this tempo. Who's the best team fighter? Where they have to run into us to get to the Medusa, and who stops that? Like Tide he's the guy, even if he's not the best laner. And Morphling kind of had an okay time in the lane versus him because of that. It was still all right. He filled his role exactly the way he needed to. The Ags to scout out for his team, cancel blinks, and then his own blink to initiate for his team when needed. But a lot of times he just sat next to the Medusa. It's like, yeah, just let Smiling Knight do it. I'll just be here. The Lion's there. It's like, yeah, I'm just healing him. Seneca's there. It's like, yeah, I'm just healing him. We're all just watching the Medusa. It's cool.
I actually want to try later in a demo lobby to see if like Lion's mana drain counts as like regen that's amplified by Kaya Sanj, because that could be kind of cool if that's the case. It didn't really end up mattering this game because they were too far ahead. But I think you were right. When they went for this Lion pick early on, they were already preparing for a Medusa pick, and it just owned. Like, there's a reason the Medusa has been banned this whole series against Smiling Knight. It slips through the draft, and they grab it, and it absolutely crushes. And 1 win, gotta be frustrated with themselves, right? Like, they were looking really good. They took 4 games in a row over Avalis, and then they get reverse sweeped in the grand finals. So, ironically enough, like in the playoff brackets, the final score between these 2 teams is 4-3, 1 win. But Avalis wins the tournament.
Yeah. That's the thing about upper to lower bracket, right? It's great when you get that second chance. You fall down, you have to fight your way back up, but you use that time to learn. Both teams have to do it, right? You can't just relax as the upper bracket team is like, oh, we beat them once, it'll be easy a second time. No, every team wants to win. Every team's working to learn and improve. And I feel like we really got to see it from Avalis. Every time they got beaten, they were refining just a little bit more. It's like, what went wrong here? What went wrong here? How do we adjust this, right? And they improved throughout all of this. Really good mental fortitude to be down 4 games in a row versus a team, tournament life on the line, and turn it around right there. I'm excited for whenever this interview happens. I'd love to hear from them on how this felt for them.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think I'm also just curious to talk to them about like the future plans for this team as well, because I think it's really awkward because we're like going into TI season, and then like post TI is just the shuffle of everything. And part of me is like, is this team just gonna like disappear because there's gonna be all these shuffles and people are like poaching them? But I hope not. I think we actually do have our interview available. So let's go ahead and check it out. Eki, hello, congratulations.
Hello. Thanks, guys.
So I got a couple questions for you, because for a while you were a coach for various teams, and now you've made your way onto Team Avalis. So how did this team really come together? Because it has been kind of recent, and you guys have shown up big.
I mean, okay, the premise of the team is just like every single player on our team has been like struggling for the past year or so. Everyone has some kind of like history of like struggling, and there was some manager who just was like, okay, yo, why don't we put all 5 of you together? And we just did that, and then like all of us have just no ego and none of this like stuff which most teams have, and we've just been working really, really hard. And I don't know, some really cool shit is happening, you know, right now with this team. That's all I can tell you. It's like I can't believe it myself.
So, I mean, it really is. Like, you guys have been improving. I love to hear like the no ego thing, because a lot of times that can be something that just, you know, causes teams to fall apart. You guys played this tournament with a different mid laner than, say, recently you guys were playing with Stormstormer. So was he just standing in this time? Was Stormstormer was standing in? Are you guys like set on the roster yet, or how's that looking?
Stormer, as far as I'm aware anyway, is a tournament for our team.
Okay.
But he was not available for this tournament, so I'm glad that Raf was able to stand in and play so fucking well. He just played unbelievably well, you know. He adapted so hard to our team, and I'm very glad that we got to play with him.
Yeah, absolute beast. He's looked really good in previous tournaments as well that we've covered, and so when we saw him standing in for Stormstormer here, we're like, okay, well, he's a good mid laner. We'll see how he gels with the team. So glad to hear that it worked out really well. I have one more question. I'm gonna hand over to Zach. I feel like I'm hogging the interview, but I have one other question. In each of the games that you guys played up against OneWin in the upper bracket finals, you seem to have gotten a little bit outdrafted. And then games 1 and 2, we see you guys kind of adjusting. By game 3 in this grand finals, you guys have outdrafted them in all three of the later games. So what took you guys from like game 1 of the upper bracket to game like 3? Like, how did you guys make these adjustments?
I mean, it's like this every grand final. We've played a few of them already. It's in a best of 5. Every single game you come in with some kind of preparation, some kind of idea. Okay, this will work really well against this team, and then they always inevitably surprise you. You know, like for example, game like 2, there is this Tinker who is just unkillable and very annoying. Game 1, there's some Shaker on mid. They just pick it very early, and it has a stable lane. And Weaver +4, which they never picked before, and it's like, okay. Like, it's not the same game as the draft prep. So you just kind of live adapt to what's going on. And I think by game 3, we had the fuck it mentality, you know? We just, like, nothing works. Let's just fucking pick what is comfort. You know, we have Smiling on bat. We have Seneko on Furion. We have me on bat. And Raf on Pango. And then we're like, okay, Sibe, you confident? Let's give you this Kunkka, man. Like this, you don't play this hero, but, you know, good job. You owned it. It's very good Kunkka game. Just play it, man. All good. And after this game, I think just team vibes were so good. I had zero faith that enemies can beat us, because we're just sitting in Discord like in disbelief, where we're like so like stoked, and the vibe is so good that like already GG. Already I knew it's really good.
Wow. All right, Zach, hit him with the questions. I know you got them.
All right. So I want to know, Eki, you've been a rising support player, and I feel like in the current patch, the support pool is pretty wild. We have things like Tinker, Sniper, Naga, like tons of weird cores are coming over to be supports. How do you feel about that? Do you like the traditional supports? Are you enjoying this like scaling style?
No. I really enjoy these kinds of supports. I would just like really love if auras were not the only reason, like the only way to play Dota right now. If like on post 4 I can just buy some cool items, I would appreciate these supports. But what's the point of me playing Sniper post 4, guys, if I have to buy Solar Crest anyway? Like I might as well play any hero. I can play Huskar with Solar Crest. It's the same shit, you know. It's for sure cool for Dota. Like at least draft wise, I feel like previously from like a few years ago, now every hero I feel like in Dota can just be flexed. It's just a complete joke. This Wind Ranger is suddenly every single lane flex. Wind Naga is suddenly like, okay, it's 9 pick on post 5, but if you don't counter it for post 1, it's gonna be a carry. It's just game is difficult already, you know. But I appreciate it. I think it makes drafting fun, and it makes like Dota more complex, and it's cool in its own way.
Yeah, speaking of which, who is drafting for your team? Is it all of you discuss and pitch in heroes, or someone leading that? Because it felt like your draft was improving throughout the tournament.
We have Soneko. I mean, we have the same people drafting on our panel. It's usually Soneko and the coach that I'm not revealing yet, who are like drafting together and making all the prep. And then it's me who's like approving it or just giving my take, and then we have the final draft like ready usually. And they're doing a really good job. I mean, they're working so hard every single series. You know, for group stage matches, for playoff matches, it doesn't matter. They are always on it. They always do draft prep, and I just appreciate them. They cooked some good shit up by game 3, you know? From game 3 onwards, like game 5, you know, we're discussing it's like high tension moment, it's game 5. Guys, you know what we should do? Like, I'm saying like we should draft like this, but they're like, no, trust me, I have perfect bans.
It
Bro
worked
cooked.
out. That was a very clean game 5.
Just, I hear it from my captain, these words, and I already know. Yeah, I'm quiet. Yeah, I let you cook.
That's awesome. It's awesome that you have that trust in each other already as such a new team. Okay, last question for me. End on something fun. Ringmaster came out. We were all waiting for that. Are you enjoying it? It seems like a support. Are you looking forward to it making its way to captain's mode at some point?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you one story. I'm cringe like that. When new heroes come out, I don't touch them. Till they're in captain's mode, I won't play Ringmaster. Like, I just refuse. So I'm very boring in that way. It's just like, no, I don't care. I see all these post 4s like rank 30 picking it. I'm like, okay guys, you can have your MMR, but you know, like, what's the
I just gotta say, yeah, I got one last question. Obviously, this has been a huge series of wins for you guys, and it's been really fun to watch this team. I just gotta ask, like, what is the kind of future for you guys? Like, hopefully you guys are staying together. Hopefully you guys have some plans going forward, because I know like this is like the time of the year where, you know, things go down. Like, no one really knows. It's a big question mark, but you said the vibes are good, so hopefully we see more of this roster, right?
The only thing that can happen, as usual with these kinds of stacks that blow up and do well, is people get poached. Like, the individual like high performers get poached, and some people in our team have already started getting poached by the bigger orgs, you know. However, I think like not that simple for us, and I think we have a good org potentially that will sponsor us as well after all is said and done after TI. So I think no matter what, I think most of us are ready to just give it a year in the roster, even if we get pretty good invites. Like, unless we get the top of the echelon invites, everyone will stick together hopefully. And you know, like, there's some calls coming up, Bed Boom Dacha, all this stuff. Hopefully we make it to more lands. It will be. I think this team is awesome, and like bewildered, you know, speechless, no words to say. Because they are so good.
Dude, it has been super fun to watch you guys. Because like you said, you guys were all kind of just brought together by one person. Like, I was really excited to see Smiling Knight on this roster, because he was one of the carry players that I had a really high hope for like years ago back on Thunder Awaken, and then he just kind of like vanished. It looks sick, man. I'm excited for you guys. I think this is going to be a really cool team. I wish you the best going forward, and hopefully you guys do get one of those sponsors to pull you guys up in the, you know, post TI. So again, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations on an amazing performance and for getting first place, dude. This was super fun.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm just glad it's over. I just need to go chill now and relax. But yeah, hope you guys had a fun time casting and watching, you know?
Dude, absolutely. You made it a great show. I appreciate it. Have a wonderful evening, Eki.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eki.
See you guys later.
All right. Well, that's it, man. Congratulations to Avalis, dude. A huge win. Not just like for the just the prize pool, but as a momentum piece for him. Like they said, after game 3 they got the win. They're like, this is it, we won, we're gonna take this 3-2. Like, they felt it, they had the momentum going their way, and to take down a juggernaut like one win, props to them, dude. I really hope to see more of this team.
Yeah, it helps that they won, so I'm sure the vibes are still good, but it sounds like from the interview, even going into game 3 when things are looking really rough, right, down 4 games in a row, last game potentially, it sounds like they were still just, hey guys, let's do our best. You know, he said like we'd all been struggling before, so they're familiar with it. They're not blaming each other. It's like, let's just do our best. Let's try to win. And we fight Raph. It's
Raph.
His name. Yeah, and it's good too because I expect to see more of this guy. He's looking really good. All these players are looking really good, and I'll understand if, you know, they go to another team, but I do hope they stick together. It seems like they've got something going here.
And I think it's one of those things where they have such good experience with Seneko and like their unknown coach, right? Whoever else is working with the team, and
Who could
it's
it
cool that
be?
they're not revealing it. You know, it's like props to them. Like, no, we've got even more that we haven't even talked about. But
even know.
yeah, it's a well-deserved victory. They've got quite a different like group of experience, right? From each player brings something unique to this team, I think, and I cannot wait to see more of them. I hope we find out that they get a sponsor and we just see this team, you know, in more and more qualifiers. Hopefully we see them in the next CCT or, you know, something like that as well.
Yeah. I don't know where they're going, but I will be keeping my eye on these players wherever they end up going.
Yeah. Well, it has been a super fun day. It has been a really fun event. I just want to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors for putting together the CCT Series 3. And of course, thank you all so much for having us. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast here on the Grand Finals. Again, my name is Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. We will see you all very soon. As always, have a wonderful night. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Are scanning.